Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last Raidiant Academy of the 2024 academic year. It may be 2025, but we have our students ready and rearing to go for final exam seasons, and Keg is joining me as my co-proctor for this final exam. How are you feeling?
Maybe I should have graduated school because I have no idea what that word means. Look, if you're a student in school, every year blends the same. We could say 2024, we could say 2028, and you would still believe us.
Yes, and this is an important one as well, right? We have kickoff coming up for the Game Changer season in February, so we get to see a first look at squads. We get to see, how players are finding new homes. There's been a lot of shift up, right? Especially with the NA scene as we're restructuring with a new format, and I cannot wait for what this year is going to hold.
Yeah, I felt like Game Changers in general, we saw a lot of players kind of take a break after the first or second GC last year. I mean, they had been playing for years at that point. A lot of players found success. Not every player found success, but I think the running theme going into this Radiant Academy specifically is, as you mentioned, we're having a new season start up, and the long holiday break makes people want to play Valorant again. So we're seeing a lot of old returning faces come back in their pug squads for this event.
And that perfectly sums up as well our first matchup of the day for the round of 16. We have Super Cat versus Fruity Fish, and both teams have players that are kind of coming back into the mix after not playing seriously or not playing at all, right, in the main circuit. So let's take a dive into those rosters really quickly. It is going to be for Super Cat, Avery, Carrie, Battison, Rise, and Princess Icy. And for Fruity Fish, it's going to be Grimoire, Karosu, Sekia, Bunny Bee, and Autumn Keg.
It's very notable to say that Super Cat don't have Super Cat on the roster there. I mean, for those who don't know Super Cat, they're most well known for Sisyphus, which is an ancient Greek tale at least 4 billion years older than Super Cat themselves. But look, it's all about the grind of pushing that boulder up the hill. And if you're a GC player, you're really just a competitive player in anything, really. It's always about pulling that boulder up the hill and hoping for once maybe you can go over the apex of it.
For sure. And we said there was an idea of players returning. For Super Cat, it's going to be Rise, right? They haven't played in a while. They haven't played since I think it was Radiant Academy 105, but the rest of their squad is decked out, right, in Radiant Academy titles, right? Avery trying to vie for the most Radiant Academy titles. They currently sit at 5, and so this will be their 6th. And Carrie's not far behind with 4. And then Battison, right? They're going for the hat trick. They want 3 in a row at winning out the last of 106 and 107. But Keg, this Radiant Academy is a little bit different. You know, VCT Americas has Fracture back. You know, Game Changers doesn't have Fracture.
Weird. This is weird. It's a hybrid, right? You're never going to see a tournament like this again because you're completely right. Americas has a brand new map pool. They have a brand new agent being able to play. But we have the old map pool, but still a brand new agent to play. So this is a very unique opportunity if you want to be a ranked warlord to see on maps that aren't going to be in the competitive pool for a while, like Bascent, how Teo could potentially be played here.
No, for sure. And I think that makes sense, right, with the whole final exam idea, right? You're reviewing content from the entire year.
Yeah, things that your professor didn't tell you about.
Yeah, they're like, it's going to be on the test, remember it, and everyone just forgets because they just had the last unit before the final exam. But what stands out to me, though, is obviously we just got an announcement, like, as well, that Ascent's going to be coming back in a few months anyways, so this is good practice anyways. I also agree. I don't want Ascent back. Please keep it out longer.
You know, I don't mind Ascent as much as I used to. I wish Ascent was taken out like in 2022 or 23, where it was stale as any piece of bread possible, right? At least now, as Ascent goes into this renaissance, right, where people are bringing out Yoru, Neons, Phoenixes, every duelist under the sun, it started getting interesting again. Which, of course, must have been the perfect time to take it out. So, for once, and this will probably be the only time I'll ever say it, Zobi, I'm happy that Ascent is coming back into the pool.
I do think the meta is going to get shaken up with it for sure. We already see a bunch of players already opting for the Taeho, both in VCT and even in Radiant Academy. We saw it pop up with one of these teams. Actually, I think both teams actually in their group stage in that round robin. But let's go ahead and shift gears and start looking at the battleground for these two teams, the map picks and bans, to see exactly what maps we're going to.
Yeah, I'm really curious about the picks and bans here because I'm personally flying into this a little blind. I'm not really sure with the old map pool, new agents, what we can accept to see. A Sunset Ascent being taken out, not too surprising. Bind, Haven, Pearl, sure, okay. If we do see Taeho, it's definitely going to be in map number 1. Very small, very condensed map, a perfect opportunity to use his overloading kit. Okay, Fruity Fish. I mean, if they're the ones really coming into the Zobi, wanting to dominate yet another Radiant Academy, this is the best stone to step forward onto.
I think like the Sunset and Ascent bans is so funny to me, right? Because those are the two maps that like when we revert the map pool we're in, right? So it makes sense to remove them if you want practice for this new season, which is exactly what these two teams I think are leaning into. But for the rest of the pool, it's interesting. I think this slightly favors Fruity Fish because these are the two maps that they did play in the round robin versus kind of, I'm surprised to see Super Cat when Split got floated that they didn't pick into it because that's the only map they played. So I think there's a chance for Fruity Fish, but also they did get stomped on Haven, which might be why Super Cat picked into it. We'll have to see, but I do agree. Fine, we should see a Taeho, particularly out of Fruity Fish. It was Bunny Bee that actually played it in that round robin, but we haven't even seen a Bind comp, right, out of Super Cat's team.
I mean, one important thing to note too is that for all three of these maps, communications can be very important. Bind, again, we talked about how close it is compared to angling on other maps. You have to rotate a lot as an attacking team. And if your comms are off or someone's just slightly delayed off of an execute, that can cost an entire round right there. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have Haven, which requires so much timing on both sides, especially on the attack too, to make sure you can get all the beats of a round done perfectly. And then I'm just going to ignore Pearl because it's Pearl.
Yeah, it's Pearl. If we get there, it'll be definitely spicy, you know, with the new Vice kind of coming heavily into the meta. We might even see a Vice in this best of 3. I know we have both Princess Icy, I think, is the major Vice main in the lobby at the
Princess
moment.
Spicy.
That's a good pun. I like it. I might have to steal it for later, but I'm so excited. Princess Icy, right? They've been in the scene for a while. I think they were in probably like one of the first tournaments I casted, right? When Galorant and this was called Game Changers Academy. And I'm excited to see them with a tenured and very experienced squad. He has won a lot of Radiant Academies. I think it's their opportunity to shine, like when you have a team you can depend on.
Yeah, no, I'm really impressed with both of these stacks here. And the fact that, again, that we're seeing a lot of Pug stacks go up against each other, again, means that we're expecting a lot more gunfights to dictate rounds. But looks like the all-knowing voice does say that we're just about heading into game number 1. So I'm very curious to see how things go. Bunny on the Tejo. Not what I was expecting, but Zobi...
That's what I promised you.
You promise? Sure. I still wasn't expecting it, though.
I keep my promises, Keg. There it is. And Carrie actually bringing out the Vice. I think they, along with Emlu, were the first ones to kind of experiment with her when she came out on maps like Lotus. So definitely interesting to see that get locked in here for Bind in particular. One thing to mention for Fruity Fish as well is that their core has been playing together. So we talked about it being kind of this Pug squad, but Bunny Bee, Seki, and Autumn all come from Fisher Fumblers, which is a collegiate Game Changers team. And they're actually the reigning Aurora Series champions as well. And then with additions like Grimoire and Kurosu, this team's only going to get stronger, and they're going to be dangerous in my mind.
Yeah, and Bunny has historically been one of my favorite fraggers in all of Game Changers. I mean, her and Avery have been this very scary duo for a long time in 23,
They're
24. I know, you know, it happens to every relationship eventually, but, you know, having the duality, like the cerebrality, the brainery of Avery, and just the raw firepower of Bunny colliding really goes to show the different philosophies each team wants to approach.
And I'm excited for Fruity Fish as well, right? Autumn, yes, they've been playing in collegiate, but they haven't played in the main Game Changer circuit. So coming back in through Radiant Academy, you know, getting their toes wet maybe before the major season. And Grimoire as well was one of those players that like subbed in here or there, but now they're officially LFT for kickoff. And they are also were that kind of player that was a standout fragger, like hitting their peak when I was entering into the world of esports and casting. So I'm glad to see them back. It's like the world is healing, hopefully. But Bind... we'll see.
Well, I'll leave it at well. I mean, we're playing on Bind. I don't know if the world is truly healed just yet. Very small map, no mid to consider here. Again, rotates, very important from the attacking end. That's going to be a prime... Well, we'll get their second map, but a prime haven for Bunny, especially on this Tejo pick, where you can absolutely remove a lot of stall-worthy positions from these defenders, force them to be driven back site, and almost entirely dictate the attacking rounds to your favor. You are mixing a Tejo and a Yoru together. Information gathering from Supercat's already going to be sparse with just a Nusova, but you're going to have to play, again, purely for gunfights, and a lot of reactive plays on this defense.
If Autumn frags out a lot, though, and you get the dimensional drift flowing, I think they'll be fine. Or, I mean, just do commit to the swings, right? You have a Reina, you have a Chamber with a Rendezvous. And speaking of taking those fights, Kurosu, maybe that soul lurk and clear out of showers. And speaking of clearing, Autumn has paved the way to clear out U-Haul here. And the rest of the team flooding through, but they still haven't dealt with showers. That falls upon Kurosu, and they do their job to a T.
Oh, I really like the Chamber's holding position. Be long, waiting for someone to go through the TP. That will never to be. Icy. Back on green. Bunny peekaboo. Whack-a-mole type B. And Bunny starting off so strong on stream. Already good for 2, Zobi. Nearly making a third, but that's all Sekia.
Bunny Bee popping off, or I should say popping off with that. That was like blink and you miss it for like getting off the plant and finding that kill on a Princess Icy, who thought they could pull a fast one on the plant, but Fruity Fish on the board first on their map pick, so gonna get not just the money flowing, but the weapons. Look, a heavier force up here, right? The double rifle, the Outlaw, they want to do damage and get on the board in a dynamic fashion.
Yeah, eco management here is going to be huge for Supercat. They try to break this Fruity Fish eco as soon as possible. Better the weapons, the much more opportunities we will be seeing a team like Fruity Fish just overwhelm sight yet again. Important to note though, Sekia on the chamber does not need to necessarily buy up every round. Those headhunters are so strong, but Chamber is a masterful accountant, and that means you have that tour de force, a free op every few rounds, and the headhunter to allow you to buy up for the rest of your teammates. Supercat, you'll have to be very careful with breaking this eco. It's not nearly as simple as just that.
Oh, for sure. You know, you run into Battison with the Bucky, suddenly they get a rifle upgrade, and that is a player dangerous when they have a rifle in hand. And I assume we have a small tech issue for Caroso here, since they're Arena and they have not bought anything. But I expect them also to buy a rifle here, right? Like, that's prime kind of second round force up, right? Would be Light Shield, Vandal for your Arena, they get the kill, they get the overkill like they did on the pistol, and bada bing, bada boom, you win your second, you get a lot of rifles carried into the third.
Well, we call it bada bing, bada boom, bind for a reason. I do want to mention, though, a lot of people have realized into this VCT season that if you lose that first pistol round and you still have some money in your pockets, buying up the Buckies and Stingers isn't the worst option in the world. If I'm Supercat, I'm considering playing around those heavy corners right away to at least do what I can to take out 1, 2, potentially 5 different players on this attack.
And I think what was interesting is, before we got to our beautiful faces, Keg, I think they were stacking over towards the B side as well, and you maybe expect that Bucky to see in U-Haul, for example, which is where we saw Autumn very, dynamically get crash in and try to take that space. And I'm interested to see then where is it going to be placed. Is it going to be holding the garden kind of angle? Is it going to be just, below hookah, in hookah? Or what's going to happen? And if they're even going to go towards B at all from the side of Fruity Fish.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way we saw Sekia playing early on dictates that we're probably not going to see a lot of B hits right away. I think their hold watching down B long for that rotate into the teleporter is really indicative about the control that this attacking side really wants to grab early on. And to go back to your previous point about Battison rocking that Bucky, don't get me wrong, the Lamb's position's really good. But if I'm down around here, I'm already investing in the Bucky. My goal this round would be to win it. Don't get me wrong, that's great. But I'm looking just to take down eco picks and farm up my showstopper immediately. I am double blast packing right in start of round to A main and getting as many as I can.
Ooh. For me, like I said, I'm looking for that Vandal upgrade, especially when we'll see if the Reyna also buys a Vandal. That's 3 out of 5. Your odds are pretty good. Nope, it's 2 out of 5.
All right, this will go 1-1.
Yeah, the 3 ghosts is interesting to me from Fruity Fish, right? They're probably thinking, okay, we can light invest half and still buy rifles next round, but if we carry those 2 Vandals forward, then it's even better, right? And we'll see how it goes. They did end up towards the A side, all these players. The reshuffle while we were on cameras, and that's where the Bucky is as well.
I didn't get to quite see the full buy from Fruity Fish, but there is a Phantom invested too. But without much of a follow-up with just the ghosts, that makes me really nervous here for Fruity Fish. They're taking their time, but Autumn, okay. Rise is gone. Oh, never mind. The GC Ghost, just like the Deeg, is unbelievable.
And I mean, it's the ghosts doing more work than the rifles, Keg, right? Grimoire, Caroso, each finding pivotal kills to unlock Showers control, to unlock Sight control, and then look, they carry the Bucky forward from the corpse of Battison into their own kills to dismiss away when the shots don't align on to carry, and they're just being a menace, keeping carry pinned in heaven or setting up Autumn for the trade.
Now, Zobi, are you afraid of ghosts?
No, but I do believe they can exist.
They can exist, but if they can exist, would you be afraid of seeing one?
It depends on what their intent is.
Oh, well, we don't know what Bunny's intent was because we never got to see that Phantom in the round.
I thought you were talking about the ghosts that we did get to see, which those look like they had a vengeful spirit inside of them, right?
That's
Like
true.
bringing down Super Cat players left and right. But this is the opportunity for Super Cat to get on the board. Guardians, only in Princess Icy's hands is the rifles for the rest of the squad. If they lose this, which is what Fruity Fish is hoping for with that extra heavy second round bye, that's going to be dicey. But speaking of dicey, Madison in showers. I was wondering when they found they were going to not passively hold this position, and Madison corner cleared, not cleared, is lethal.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an ego choice there from Fruity Fish to have this Astra smokes down and still trying to flash through it. Big stall heavy comp from Super Cat's defense. Vice Util littering A site with the Viper in the back of B. Showers may be the way to go. It's really the exploration now of Fruity Fish to see where will Vice exist from here on out. Easy hunting from Bunny though as Madison ultimately meets their fate. It leaves only a few left on A site now. 1v1s galore. Carry up until this round had been the only player on Super Cat to get a kill in this match.
Oh, fortunately here, Princess Icy able to shut down Bunny. You know, they were bleeding heavily after those 2 kills, and now this is an interesting pivot. Did they think the Astra's alone? Regardless, I think it's because the Vice had fallen. They're like, okay, don't worry about the utility on this site anymore. We just got to deal with one player. You know they were shower. That's why they're planting backside safe, and Sakia deals with it, the 2v2, as Spike finally goes down.
No smokes to worry about anymore. All the Viper util was back on B. Fruity Fish are hunting for those sentinels. The easiest path to victory. Avery has to go for the re-clear, unable to find these initial attackers. Back over and lamps, but the angling from Sekia brings things to a 1v1. Grimoire. Oh, Rise back from the grave again. Good for the double. Into the defuse, and Super Cat are finally on the board.
Yeah, the retirees duking it out, trying to escape the retirement home, and Rise comes out.
Home.
Yeah. And there we go. Super Cat comes out on top, and I'm really glad they did, because I mean, first off, that would have been just, it's already gonna hurt, right? That was your bye round, but I was nervous, right? You talked about Sisyphus in the pre-show. Well, Madison was like Icarus, flew a little bit too close to the sun after the opening 2 frags, and even Carrie followed them to the grave, and suddenly it was back to that 2v2. So this is nice though. Fruity Fish understanding, okay, if they're gonna fight showers, we're gonna accept that fight. Kurosu, the nod, yes, and here we go.
It's really win condition for Super Cat to identify where Bunny's playing. Has been so good about taking their time with these individual contact plays. Madison, on the other hand, not so much. Is out for blood 20 seconds into the round starting.
Whoa, if Bunny got the second there, that would have been crazy. But Madison gets the trade back to a 4-on-4 here. Autumn does have the dimensional drift. When you've already invested the Reina Empress, this might be a good time to pop it when you don't have a weapon in hand. But maybe get a quick upgrade if you get some judge action with it, you know? I think that would be a great way to open up this A side, but they're just trying to fizzle out some of this pressure, get some of the players to rotate, and the Viper has bit.
Yeah, keep in mind, Fruity Fish have lost their info gathering. They don't have Tejo anymore. They have to reset and entry back in, like you mentioned, with the Yoruo. Get that backside control. The judge in hand in a cheeky corner is going to be everything to unlock A site.
Oh, and here it comes, right? You know, a clone, a flash, a judge, and a medal. Madison somehow through all of this is still alive. Now they have to deal with the queen herself, the Reina, picking up that space here. And they just show respect, fight the backside instead. Grimoire, you're low HP. That's not a good idea, but you sneak away with the tap it off. And Kurosu unleashed for 3 will not only get the kills, but the rounds.
Yeah, and again, calm so important for both of these teams. Fruity Fish, that reset off the initial, what was it, a 4v4 or 5v4? Regardless, just waiting and having that proper timing to just put enough doubt into Super Cat's minds that you go and re-entry in with Autumn's ult. Even without finding a frag in return, Autumn created enough space for Kurosu to entry back in and remove the entirety of A site.
Yeah, when you have a half buy like that, right? I love that, you know, Evil Genius's Champions 2023 approach where you invest heavily on the ultimates to convert the round. That's exactly what they did. Now we'll see if Super Cat's team does the same, right? They have the Showstopper, they have the Vice ult, the Steel Garden, and unfortunately that decision's gonna be stolen away by the Armageddon, by the players swarming in here, disrespecting the Thorns, disrespecting the defensive hold on this A site. I mean, yes, the wall comes up, but it doesn't matter. They just take space elsewhere.
there's really not much Super Cat can do. Their economy's been broken out. Sure, getting one pick is great, but Fruity Fish have learned that no amount of players on A site is enough to stall out this overwhelming attack.
Here we go. Yes, 4-1. Starting to grow into a dominant lead here for this half. But I mean, I look at that composition, Keg, and I see attack sided. No, like that's the first thing. Second, you know,
in theory, yes, but Fruity Fish are gonna make sure that you never get on site. They are going to key started their defense and make sure you can't go anywhere.
Yeah, so an aggressive defense, but aside from that, Super Cat, the ults, the weapons starting to align. This is the point where they have to turn things around. If they invest all of that and lose out on the rifles, on the ults, then this is going to be Fruity Fish with a dominant lead in the first half.
I will say this, though. If Super Cat can get onto site, get the spike down, I think they're guaranteed to win rounds. They have so much post-plant utility.
Oh? So far, the first frag went inside of Super Cat's favor. Baddison this time, right? They get one, they get out. They learned their lesson the hard way, since remedied. And now, I mean, they're charging into the Viper's Den.
At this point, you're just looking to bait out these ultimates from Super Cat. You want to alleviate that pressure while you have a 3-round lead. Kurosu up above. Vice ult, that's one. Just get out while you can. That's all 3 at once. You could not ask for a better round if you're Fruity Fish.
The hat trick, yeah, but they're... Yeah, the 2v3, you said it, Fruity Fish is having a good round. If they can flush all of these out and win, this was what I said, the worst case scenario. Look, I was gonna say, the Cosmic Divide forcing the issue. Grimoire doesn't know if they're defusing, and Carry has gotten it to half. They're hinging that wall all the time, and unfortunately, it hasn't, but they are now back from the dead. Not dead yet! It's halved.
Okay, there is enough time. Oh, I got so worried. If Grimoire brought that to a 1v1 post not dead yet, that could have been a very scary story in terms of timing. Oh, I saw the vision from Grim.
Honestly, I think it was just the, I don't even know how that suddenly turned, right, from the 2v4 into Super Cat winning it out, because like we mentioned, Fruity Fish, like, they trained the ults, they were about to get the win, and honestly, it was the Cosmic Divide, right? I list those 3 ults, right? Showstopper, Cosmic Divide, and Steel Garden. Like, oh, I think the Cosmic Divide is gonna have the least impact there, and it was everything when you have so many players playing hookah, like Grimoire, like Kurosu.
Yeah, the sound deafening is so important when you have an audio cue like the diffuse to worry about. Once again, though, Fruity Fish, they don't have to worry about the majority of Super Cat's ultimates anymore. Early entry potential. Now the Viper's Pit has been unleashed long. That point of entry is going to be much more heavily contested. Avery, too, a very early Hunter's Fury, nearly works out well. But this is just pressure for Fruity Fish onto A site. There's no dedication just yet.
Other than the gate crash into U-Haul with a judge, and Carrie, you've not learned your lesson that they are there round after round. And you talked about commitment. I think Autumn's just causing chaos, right? They're trying to head B. They're trying to contest the Viper's Pit. And at this point, Autumn's gotten 2, and this is when you're questioning, do you call the forces back to your site?
At this point, Super Cat has been so conditioned into playing reactivity. It's up to B. Both players are separated out. Fruity Fish, Baddison has been so good about hiding around these different corners, catches Bunny off guard. That's a strong start, but Hookah's still unknown.
Last player standing.
Wow. And just the spike there, Fearless, Kurosu sticks the plant, trusting their team to get the trade, and then they finish it off 5-2. And I gotta talk about that early round. Fruity Fish has been conditioning, right, the A-side execs with that stealth drone round after round, right? And what you saw was Super Cat fall off, right, to deny that information, to ensure that if they are in U-Haul, they aren't getting suppressed, and then they fought back in. But unfortunately, that's the kind of trap play they set up alongside this Yoru, and it's cool to see some of the Teho combinations now that are starting to get created with the new agent coming out.
And I like the response that Super Cat attempted to employ, right? Like, there's that conditioning from Fruity Fish, like you mentioned. Avery brings out the Sova ult, brings out everything. The Viper's Pit's alongside B long. Everything should be held down, and maximum stall should be there for, against Fruity Fish. But it wasn't enough, and this is just another system. The economy's broken once more for Super Cat. This is the round for Fruity Fish. They have that cerebrality to know this is the round to fast push B. And no, up close and personal, the GC dig in full force. This is not going well for Fruity Fish. They themselves may now be forced to only approach A for the rest of this half.
Yeah, you have to take the dive, spike in the center of sight.
What a great read.
expended. I wouldn't even call it a raid. It was just a mass rotation immediately, right? When there was no stealth drone invested, right? Over towards that A site. We talked about it. It kind of has a double-edged sword in that regard, right? You don't see that indicator. You're like, okay, maybe it's going to be a fast B hit. Let's get over there when we don't have optimal weapons. And the exec was beautiful, right? But it was that utility, right? The wall, the snake fight, the deegs, all in the right place at the right time. And Thrifty is definitely one way to close this gap that was starting to gape.
3 to 5 now, Super Cat has been in the back seat compared to Fruity Fish. We've established every round very early on it will just be nothing but aggression. They have slowed down a while now. They are defaulting more. They're expecting Super Cat to start playing much faster and higher up in the map control. And they've yet to do so. They're relying on utility first. Madison all set and ready to face up against Autumn, who will never approach lamps early on. It's all down to this fake utility once more.
Okay. And I liked the Vice's use of the thorns there as well, kind of fizzling out any early aggression that could have mounted over towards A, funneling them towards this B site, but look at these missiles, or I should say the special delivery. They've been stunned out. Kurosu gets the trade off that piece of utility. Now Avery's alone. Yes, you have the Vice rotate over, but they probably don't have too much utility behind them. So what do? You facilitate it with a pinch play from Madison through the teleporter.
And Avery with that drone has noticed at least one teleport. Everyone else on Fruity Fish backing away, but the spike has not yet. This is not indicative of a full rotation. Not just yet.
This fake is beautiful.
Can absolutely fake it. 45 seconds left. Absolutely should be a fake, but you could still dedicate towards A. But Autumn falls, and this has to be a reroute towards B that is now empty.
And I like that there wasn't just Autumn that rotated, right? They had Grimoire as well, so you could pull off those clove smokes as well to get that true sell of an A exec. Now they get the B site for free. They get to distribute how they want for the post plan, but they're not out of danger just yet. Funny, low HP, Kurosu dead as well, and dusted, so someone has to step up. And Grimoire does. The trade, good. It's all down to Princess Icy in the 1v3. Does have 2 stars to work with, and they wait a few more seconds, but a preemptive swing, and Bunny, the one that had the low HP, delivers the fatal blow.
Now, last time we had seen Bunny's Armageddon being brought out on A site, it was a massive eruption of fast pushing onto site. But there is a counter this time. The Vice.
What is it? Ooh.
Could shut down everything here. It should be enough to stop Bunny in their tracks.
Does the Armageddon probably breaks the Vice Thorns, though, no?
I don't know.
I breaks all your killjoy utility. I've experienced that firsthand. That could be huge for setting up the exec here on this A site. I mean, you're getting to the point where you're about to have that advantage, but I mean, Thorns already popped. It clears out the clone, essentially. Missiles invested. They're dumping full Teho utility into this A site. Move or die. You have to respect this A exec unless you fight from triple, unless you fight from showers.
There's just enough room for Autumn again. Judge and play. It's the Lamps corner belonging to Autumn. Fully rented out in their name. Madison once again attempting to combat inside of showers. Luckily though, Vice comes out a little late. Players directly on site, but Carry will not live to see the end of it. It's a rotate potentially called. That's 2 players, but the spike has already gone away. What is this gigantic rotate? The timing is odd. And Grimoire stuck on site. Doesn't have to worry. It's all Kurosu.
You know what? You called it odd. I call it big brain. You want to know why? They had their guns stripped away. They knew it would be impossible on the timing to get away unscathed into short. So what do? You teleport. You trust in your 2 players that are in showers who have that safety of triple of showers to tuck away and wait for their guns to come back. And they'll say, okay, we get back to site and we just clean up the job if they do falter. And they didn't, right? They dealt with the remaining Super Cat players. They captured the lead. And once again, they flushed out pivotal ultimate from Super Cat's side.
All you have to do is rely on Kurosu. 18 and 6. Double the kills of the second top ranking player on Fruity Fish.
And both your duelists are hitting. I mean, the impact from Autumn just making space. They've been doing their job. Kurosu at their side. Bunny now is the solo clear of shower. Like, I feel like Supercat was doing good when they cleared out shower space, and they've abandoned that idea. And look at the result. A falling almost seconds into the round.
Yeah, Supercat Looking to just minimize the amount of deaths before that spike goes down for a full retake. But unfortunately, plan has backfired. Grimoire now 3. Rise? No.
Nah.
Death comes for all. Grimoire once more a 4K.
Grimoire heard us saying that, you know, Kurosu and Autumn were popping off and said, hey, I'm a fragging controller, I'm on Clove, I can do it too. And now, I mean, everyone else on the team starting to group up and they said, okay, Kurosu, we understand you're fragging, that's what we want from our Reina, but we need some kills too. And now this round, when you're 1 off from Autumn, dimensional drift. So yeah, I would have Autumn fight for showers, and that's exactly what she seems to be doing here. A last thought at the beginning of the round to go and fight for that control, but I think we're gonna see finally what I said happen. Super Cat fighting back for the showers control. You see the deep Astra Star. Here it goes. They want this space, and the recall, so the clone makes its way through.
Great change of pace. Last time Autumn had pushed aggressively through the Astra Stars inside of showers, it was met with Madison removing not only Autumn, but Kurosu too. Now it's back to B. No Viper's Pit available. This had been a big stall procedure against Fruity Fish before, but only now is it just a Viper wall, and I hate to say it, you got the Yoruo, you have Bunny's existence on Tejo.
They're playing retake.
Viper wall's not gonna do a lot.
And I respect them playing retake here, right? I think it was beautiful comms then from Autumn saying, hey, there's 2 fighting me heavy shower. There was util. We have a delay ult. We can strip away maybe a player or 2 before and soften the battlefield by 2 players. But look, it's last round. Grimoire, you might as well not be dead just yet, even if you can't find a kill. They're going to fight in CT, and I mean, look at this. Super Cat's respecting it. Even though it's a 5v4, they're going to make it a 5v3 because they know plan hadn't even gone down yet, right? The timer hadn't started ticking. And now that it has, now that they've lost that player, they're going to fight back in.
I was so worried about elbow there. That could have been a moment to open things up against Fruity Fish. A 3v3 now. Kurosu evens the odds back. Still, though, heavily contested. Princess Icy attempting to use what little utility is left to retrieve any space on site, but Sakia says no. Gardens are still open. Princess Icy's the last one left.
I know the Yoru TP was a fake, but oh my gosh, you're kidding.
Autumn. Autumn, a 3K. A very decisive half for Fruity Fish.
I mean, 9-3 curse sprung.
Switching sides.
This is what you want though on your map pick, especially when we know Haven's up next, and that might be a horror story in the making after what we saw in their matchup against Seriously, from a stats perspective and a score perspective at least. But this is a great way to get that confidence flowing up against what should be the Radiant Academy Titans, right? Like we said, there are multi-Radiant Academy champions in, you know, 3 out of the 5 players. Rise is also 1-1. Princess Icy has been consistently competing at this level as well. To see if we see an upset here from the side of Fruity Fish.
Now, riddle me this, Zobi. Is Avery the most winningest player of all of Radiant Academy?
They are at the moment, and I think they actually will be even technically after this Radiant Academy, even if they lose, because Carrie's on their team and they were the next closest with 4.
Oh, jeez. And we were wondering how the approach for Fruity Fish would be on this defense. Would it be up close and personal? It seems like the answer is yes, but Madison opens up the second half. Grimoire gone, smoke's no longer available for Fruity Fish. Everyone separated out with no tradability. Super Cat are not taking advantage. They're taking their time off this Viper wall to play slowly to clear out lamps. They know Autumn still exists, and they know who truly lives in this lamp. Oh, that's one, but no, Carrie takes the lease over.
Wow, yeah, Autumn and U-Haul, name a better combination right now. At least they take one down with them here, but it's still an advantage for Super Cat right now. Bunny. Side by side with Kurosu though, this is what happens when you don't deal with showers control. When you don't have a late lurk, is they can contest, they can deny the plant with the guided salvo. It was clean, but it's all down to Sekia, who unfortunately the headhunters don't find their targets. And what's the first kind of prerequisite, I should say, of a 9-3? Winning your pistol.
Oh, well, if we're talking about school, the prerequisite would be an A1 level class, a B2 level class.
What is the prerequisite course title for the 9-3 curse?
J17, knowing our schools.
Clutching for mastermind.
Yeah, clutching 101.
Yeah, there you go.
Retake 402.
Comeback copium 102.
I'm sorry, coach. I didn't take ultimates 103.
Well, You don't have to worry about that content for a while. It's the second round. But what they do have to worry about is outlawing, because they just aced that one.
Sekia may have to retake. Wide swing 305. Oh, but Avery. How about angling 207? Really good start. Fruity Fish. Yeah, once again, struggling early on. Supercat knew for a fact that a team with so much aggressive firepower for the agent load has to play very quickly into these rounds. But again, we talked about how important the eco management is going to be this entire half. Fruity Fish have yet to show a very full buy just yet.
And again, you pointed it out, you were mind melding with me, Kay, right? Not only did they understand, right, what the dynamic of this composition is with those aggressive fronts. I mean, it's an eco, it's multiplied by 10 at that point. But that wall, like, that shear was insane to, like, trap the players that were aggressing through short so that Avery could just pick them off. Like, that is just, like, hard read into a strategy, which is what I love to see, is planning around these kind of tendencies. But this is the big question mark, right? They didn't force any rifles, so it is these Bulldogs and these Guardians. But when the Outlaw finds Kurosu, the star player, in showers, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, doubling down on what you mentioned, star player. Kurosu was double everybody else on Fruity Fish. I mean, regardless of what the eco looks like for either team, that is the player you want to build your confidence up against for Supercat this round. Yet, even with that opening pick, there still hasn't been much movement. Supercat are willing to take their time and throw things out effectively. They don't want to squander this moment. They have to get 4 in a row to tie it up against Fruity Fish.
And I love Rise's Lurk as well, because it's going to keep Autumn tied to this site, so it's still only going to be like a 2-on-4. Make it a 1-on-4 now with Bunny taking up the mantle. Could be huge. Princess Icy doesn't clear it out, trying to sneak in here. They know Carrie's post up with the operator. The timing could misalign, which is why they jump peek it. Oh no. Okay.
I'm really hoping into these next few rounds we see Autumn have a little bit more maneuverability onto the map. It feels like they're so stationary, which for a Yoru on defense on this map isn't necessarily a bad thing. But you do have the kit where you can decide how fast you individually want to play on this map. And a lot of the time, you'll see in those VCT matches, Yoru dictates the entire pace of a match solely on their own benefit.
Now we wait.
Regardless of it just having a single rifle for Fruity Fish, I need to see that happen. Autumn, thank you. The prayers have been answered, at least with this fake. But it did nothing other than find out info that Supercat, at the very least, have absolutely postured themselves towards A site.
Yeah, and towards showers, which remedies the issues I saw on the pistol. So great to see that. But I want to answer your question about why we're not seeing that maneuverability out of Autumn minus a little TP trap play we just saw. It's because they were tasked, again, with that U-Haul control and keeping track of the Rise Lurk. So if you see Rise, like now, you know you have to keep a player position there or they're going to be a knife in your back eventually on a B retake. So this time they're still causing issues here. They're trying to make it seem like they're a lurk fake making noise, when in reality they're about to death ball onto the site.
Oh, Kurosu! They stopped the death ball in its tracks. That's at least one. Kurosu knows when to get out. This is good for Fruity Fish. Now the trades have begun. The Yoru was floating between the two sites, must now dedicate, but has to play for delay. It's just Autumn and Kurosu. Kurosu on this flank now discovered. Autumn may be the hidden one. Empress is active. Avery does have Hunter's Fury, and we've seen that they are very liberal about how it's used.
Oh, info.
Carrie?
UCD?
Carrie backs away. Both players now spotted for the defense on this retake. Each player 1v1. The Outlaw removes Kurosu out of ult. A single flash left and only a Sheriff to work with. Razor Vines forced to make Autumn push up or take damage. Has to do something, but Avery taking down a stationary Yoru. A 3k to nearly even up the odds.
And I mean, from a macro perspective, Fruity Fish played that really, really nicely, right? You push up Sands off of that TP play, you position Kurosu, so you know that, you know, Rise sticking around for Supercat trying to make noise and make it seem like a fake is not the true agenda. It was going to be a final A hit, but the fact that they find the entry kill, they get the A side under their control, makes that it all was going to fall to Kurosu and their ability to find those kills, because Autumn was pinned down with only Deagle versus Kurosu had that here rifle picked up from their kill. over towards Sand. And speaking of aggression, they realize, okay, key may be Shower's control here. Divide this A site.
Remember, top player's been spotted. Will you disrespect the smoke? No. There's a big reason why now. You don't want to have your ankles all destroyed approaching into Kurosu's crosshair. That might not be ideal.
Okay. Good thing the drone sees Madison. I was cautious for a second. That's what's the good thing about not clearing your corners is sight lines that'll do it for you. This is nice though. Bunny's the bait for Kurosu, right? If that's your hero player, you're willing to throw your life away. They find the trade. That's the Viper wall for the lurk, the rob of information gone. But now you're getting sandwiched between the players on site as well. You gotta cut off one end, and they think the more impactful would be sight. But Avery has their own plan, and that's. I was gonna say, I thought that was Spike for a second, but my eyes deceived me, and it's still a 2v3 favoring Fruity Fish.
One enemy remaining.
Sekya.
Spike down.
Rotating
A.
over now, it just leaves things to Madison. It's been a tough approach to get back onto A site. Fruity Fish, now that they have rifles in their hands, may finally have the answer. Contesting non-stop inside of Showers. It was risky at first, but it worked out well, holding back and waiting for the initial plays to happen. Ooh, Autumn. Dimensional Drift. Shorty in play. Oh, geez. But it looks like we will have to wait just a few seconds before we get to see what Autumn has cooked up. We are in a small tech pause. But so far, very malleable second half coming out from both teams. I've been very impressed with the response that we're seeing from Supercat with what I thought would just be raw W key aiming coming out of Kurosu and friends. But they've been putting up quite a fight.
And I think that was just a slow start because we know the players on that team are mechanically gifted. Like, they're Oomphies, right? They're the Supernova squad that, like, we've highly praised for their performance in the end of 2 seasons ago into the start of the season. Never could quite make it deeper into the main events. And, like, that's their definition, right? They come to frag, they come to fight, and they're finally starting to get that ball rolling here again because they really weren't challenged, I would say, arguably, in the round robin, right? It was a 13-5 and a 13-7, right? So this team is finally pushing them on that pick, and I think that's a good thing. And I think my only concern though now is you've been playing Valorant for a while, right? So when we get over to Haven, which already is a soft spot for Fruity Fishy, they need to win this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think the calls are going to be really important for both these teams. Given that these are pug squads, there's not a ton of structure compared to a full dedicated IGL squad that's been playing together for months, right? Haven's going to be a struggle for one of these teams if the comms start to break down. Luckily, Bind is a small enough map where the macro is pretty much just rotate and then keep rotating and hoping for the best at some point. But a lot of it has been gunfight centric, and I think both teams have been evenly matched. And if this is the case, and comms are the big concern for map 2, this can easily go to Pearl.
No, for sure. And I kind of want it to, because Pearl, like I said, is that map that nobody likes, but now with the new meta, like they've been spicing it up and making it interesting with that Vice pick in particular. It's almost, I don't want to say necessarily a solve, but it feels like a nice solve for the B site. Like if you like don't get a post plant and you keep the players off using that utility, then you're fine and don't have to worry about retaking against a B site. And aside from that, is it gonna go to a map 3? I think if Fruity Fish win this map, I think it could go to it. If somehow the 9-3 curse comes into fruition and Supercat steal it back, this could be a 2-0.
I'm thinking. Because I honestly, regardless of which team wins map 1, I could see this going to map 3. But I'm inclined to agree that if Fruity Fish do win this first map, I think we're more likely to go to a 2-0.
Okay. Yeah, it just like that Haven's such a question mark after they got stomped by Seriously. It's a great name.
Seriously?
Yeah, super seriously.
I'm like biting the tip of my tongue. Did you know if you ever have a dry mouth, if you just lightly bite the tip of your tongue, it always, wets it?
I did not know that. That's an interesting bodily response. But speaking of responses, just going back to the game. And again, just the adjustment that we've seen out of Supercat. We've said it time and time again, right? That composition, you were expecting them to do well on the defense because of that aggressive tendency of this composition, right? If you want to hold the space, you got to fight for it, play contact up. And I feel like just because Supercat understands that at a fundamental level, they've been able to counter it just every attempt.
I mean, I think when we do see the initial, like, response of utility coming out from Super Cat, they look really strong. We see a lot of respect coming out from Fruity Fish's side. But when the push actually does happen, it's just Kurosu annihilating anybody that goes up against them. So I would like to see, okay, yes, just like this, outside of Hookah, just allow Kurosu to not even flash. Flashes are optional, I guess. Oh, well, I think there was a flash off screen, but just swing. But even then, it was read into by Super Cat. You cannot W key that far. I underestimated Super Cat in the first 20 or so seconds. And now, two critical players on Fruity Fish's arsenal are gone, Zobi.
And I mean, that's exactly what I said, right? Was like they're setting up those aggressive plays to hold space, to deny space, and they even get their read on that gamble correct. But Super Cat just adjusts against it, right? Get out of the missiles, get out of the guided salvos, rotate, take space, bait a chamber in their rendezvous. And even with a flanking Grimoire, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. Bunny trying to cause more chaos to their utility to kind of place a guise that Grimoire isn't there, but they read through the facade. They find the kills and keep it flawless after the beautiful trap play setup we saw from Fruity Fish.
Fruity Fish, Fruity Fish. This is a tough one to call. The Reina, the Yoru, everything is spelling towards you want to take a fight. Bring things 5v4 as soon as humanly possible. With just a Guardian stacking up B site, I will say, this is how Super Cat did get a few of their early defense rounds. They brought things pretty close when Fruity Fish themselves pushed B, full rifles in hand, and lost to the GCD.
Yeah. Again, it's when we get to these final double-digit rounds, the 9-3 curse can slip away, right? Once the ults come back for Fruity Fish, which should be, I want to say, the following round, especially if they get a few here, but that was your big weapon you invested, the Bulldog, gone, since you were trusting Grimoire to solo hold the A site, right? The gamble stack fails, the rotation coming back from Super Cat, going back to this defaulted A split, this time you're trusting the Vice to clear out showers, and I mean, no one's gonna be home anyways.
Now here's the big question, right? This is where we put on our thinking caps into map 2. If Super Cat have the calls and reads to take out Fruity Fish this early on, Fruity Fish's entire reliance here is just taking fights, and they can't do that. That would mean Super Cat's calling should be better on Haven, which means they should be able to win that map too. Super Cat can win Bind. They should have the advantage going into Haven. Bunny now has a Vandal.
No way.
Sekia, the Headhunters. But it wasn't enough. And now Super Cat, if they continue at this pace, map number 1 should be theirs.
But this is the big round, Keg. Super Cat, because of how flawless those comeback rounds were, right? One player, no players falling. They didn't have to invest any of these ultimates in a staggered fashion. So when we finally come down to that buy-in round for Fruity Fish in terms of ults, in terms of weaponry, that is make or break, I mean, it's gonna be a head-to-head clash. Like, observers, buckle in. Nah, that's gotta be a me. Oh, I mean, 4-4 not wrong.
Okay. The Autumn Op. Oh,
No
sure.
way.
Okay. All right.
They tried to track the gate crash too.
All right. Interesting start, Fruity Fish. I like Madison's response, hiding inside the smoke.
Ooh.
Hail in return. That is a true Armageddon. Madison's entry's gone now. Kurosu caravanning across the planet Earth itself to try to flank out. What is happening?
And that's what I love from Kurosu, right? This is not the first time when they know that they aren't rotating to B, where they know they're confined to this A exec, and now they know who the last two players are. One slips into Cubby. I mean, this round, like I said, was everything, so why not bring Grimoire back from the grave? Another 3-piece for them. 11-9 here, and again, this is when that 9-3 curse falls apart.
Super Cat. No timeout taken. Usually when a player stands still like that, I always kind of brace myself.
Into typing it in.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, it's gonna happen. That's the caster's secret. There are a lot of ults available for both sides. I'm looking at Autumn's ult now. It's gonna be that dimensional drift.
Right,
with an up would be risky, but you're bringing a Reina, a Yoru, and a Chamber already. Risk is out the window.
Yeah. Here we go. Autumn. Again, they keep that up in hand, and now Kurosu, an even bigger threat, gets spawned away from Gate Crash out, right? Empress gets popped. They're going to try and dive in and fight off of this drone, hoping a single player was following it up, and they were. But that single player is Badass, and they've punched through. And now with that Geek Crash out as well, they've given up all the B space, having to fight back in, expend an additional utility like the guided salvos. And here we go, Steel Garden popped. Oh, that's bad timing for both.
Oh, jeez. A collapse once more. Yeah. Super Cat only using a single ult, I believe. No, 2 ults, I believe, to get onto site. At this point, Autumn is in so deep, could potentially unlock
the
the
up?
way in. With one.
Imagine it was a clat.
You know what? The vision was there. I saw it. Oh no. The deep
Flick?
corner. Autumn. One more. One for the road. Oh,
Shorty?
Shorty. Autumn.
Aw, just barely too far.
No! Autumn. That's a Nicarus moment.
Revenge for the BM in U-Haul, but Seki at this point saving the weapon. Wish they saved the off too, but Princess Icy says, maybe I'll take this shiny new toy for the cap off to tie us up. Might drop it on the departure. We'll have to wait and see into the next round. I can't imagine the attack off in the way that this squad's been playing the map, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I can see a posted up shower.
Yeah, a shower
Wait.
would be a great option, given if there's no smokes. Be long to challenge Sekia
Oh my god,
early on.
Sekia! They threw the rifle out before the round was over.
Unlucky.
They were trying to throw it to a teammate in the next buy phase. They lost the
Truly.
weapon, and they get the penalty for saving.
Oh, well. Unlucky.
You saw the Kurosu stare of judgment.
Oh.
I think she was the one that was gonna get it.
Well, no op anymore, I guess.
No, it was just a rifle. Oh my gosh. And now the ult here, like, Fruity Fish now don't have a completed buy. Like, this is probably gonna be to tie again, 11-11.
Kurosu's gone now. I can imagine the vibes may have lowered a little bit now for Fruity Fish. At this point, it's just a standstill. We did mention the ops before. That is also no longer in play.
Oh, that guy that Salvo was supposed to fizzle out the pressure of the showstopper, but they just satchel past, not a care in the world. Now Grimoire, toying with the idea of swinging out when fully decayed nearly. Now they can't even move because the Thorns are about to lock them in place. I cannot imagine a better combo than Decay and the Thorns. Like, that would be lethal here. I mean, a 2v5 players in all their positions. And you got the elevation, too, from Badison. There's no way you fight your way in here.
Teleport's ready.
Possibly one. No, not even. No redemption. 11-11. Fruity Fish now. They have struggled in where I thought they would excel in the early parts of a round. They need to play for retakes. They have to do the exact opposite of what I thought they would do and just maybe go retake city.
Here we go. Another rifle round. Probably the last here. This is an all-in for Fruity Fish. They say, okay, we win this round, we guarantee OT or maybe the game. If they lose it though, they're not gonna have a buy. Supercat's money has been flowing basically the whole half.
Ult economy's not looking great either for Fruity Fish.
Yeah. Like, it's gonna be, you know, the pop-off stars are gonna pop off or their map is gonna slip away.
Grimoire's holding a very deep angle, waiting for the slow lurk peek. Will it ever come, though, is the big question. Sekia angling. Looking for any presence at all of Supercat's
know.
attack. There it is, Rise. Faster reaction time.
Autumn wants to sneak in for the trade, but it's gonna be another 1v1 that was starting to go south, so they just concede the space. And now, I mean, look at the group up. Supercat's gonna try and death ball into this player.
Kurosu is going for the very late flank. 48 seconds left. Shower control not in Fruity
Oh,
Fish's
no.
favor. It's the Vice. Arrows out. Bunny not discovered, but still challenged.
Oh my gosh, now your U-Haul player's locked down. You know the Kurosi's on the flank.
Spike planted.
Force Pit is up. Unless they miraculously find Rise here. Autumn does! It's a dimensional drift, exactly what the Doctor ordered, but it is your team to be alive to punish off of it. Sekia doesn't seem to be able to. They're trying to find their target here, and the dimensional drift spray just cannot connect.
Sekia not being able to find that Viper. A massive blow to this post plant. Does manage to remove carry. That's a good start. But this
Autumn's
Yoru
across
is
the map. They're saving.
different continent.
You know,
I don't think Sekia can escape.
They might go for the teleport here, but
Okay.
I mean, that's an additional kill.
Yeah,
I mean, the
now
money.
they can.
Can they? Okay. I thought the pit was gonna fall and they were gonna see them, but the teleport from Avery. Oh, robbed away. And I think this was the best case scenario you could ask for in my mind if you didn't win the round, right? Was Supercat uses both of their ultimates, you save a few rifles so you at least can force a buy, when otherwise, like I have previously mentioned, the economy was not gonna support one.
Play some stars in this reality.
What is the plan now for Fruity Fish? It's just these opening picks against them have just drained this team. Grimoire fell immediately from the hands of Rise last round, and from there it just opened up all of A-Site for Supercat to push. Seki and Kurosu once more looking for these early pick opportunities. Very devout angles outside B-main. Default in play now from Supercat. Ult's not a question. Carry the Vice up. There goes your flashes.
I mean, at this point, right? I love that Kara used Autumn's own opping against them, essentially. Fights, showers, wins out the duel, and they don't even hit the A site to follow it up, right? They go to the opposite side of the map, the prodding off the drone, pulls the additional players over, and I mean, Spike's still down, essentially, in spawn, so they haven't committed either way, right? They are about to trip the chamber trademark, but again, no commitment, and they're just gonna hope that Rise can find a kill here onto A, and that's when they'll commit.
And Grimoire's position now in showers, trying to make up for the lost space of Autumn. Little crab out from Bunny does spot at least one. That's gonna promote the rotate back over. Kurosu left on an island on B site, and for good reason. That's Carry still rotating back over.
They're gonna TP, aren't they?
They can catch out or rotate. Madison?
They need to kill shower.
Carry?
Oh, and they find it! Again, they've been addressing shower control inadvertently. Speaking of inadvertently, caught. Sekia falls the 2v4 with not even his optimal weapons. Okay, Kurosu keeps Bunny alive, but low HP, has to wait for the regen shield to survive a singular body shot. And a 2v3 becomes feasible, but Rise with the shorty has been menacing. They got Avery to back him up for the trade as well, or the bait, so they don't clear the corner! Kurosu's on for the ace clutch to get this round through. But they have stars. It's Nastra. No way.
No one's checking showers. Showers!
They're stunned.
Remaining.
Is it half?
No.
Oh no! Kurosu!
That's the game.
Herculean attempt for a clutch. Princess Icy saves the day. Unbelievable.
Wow. And I mean, I was hyping up in the green room. I'm like, wow, it's kind of criminal that these two teams go up against each other this soon in the Radiant Academy bracket, because in my mind, they would be like the front runners after what I've seen in different leagues from these squads. And this map has definitely proved it, right? The 13-11. And again, it really did come down to, in my mind, just how well they were able to counter the nature of that aggressive composition for Fruity Fish on that second half.
It just felt like if Fruity Fish couldn't get the opening pick, there was no plan B. They kept changing different pieces around, different parts, and very malleable. But unfortunately, the malleability wasn't enough. There was no follow-up to each of their plans.
And that's what's good from this squad, is they are so well-rounded on the side of Supercat. That's why there are so many Radiant Academy champions in the mix. And you add a stable player as well, Princess Icy, who isn't a main event player, right? So that you can keep the strength in this squad. And it is a recipe for success. And now we're headed into Haven, which again is Supercat's pick. And their opponent got 13-3 on it by Celius Lee. So this is setting them up like for that perfect 2-0. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, look, if you're enjoying Radiant Academy, you can support Radiant and all their initiatives by buying their merch at Radiant.store. That's the link, Radiant.store. Go now. We're about to go to break. Now is the perfect time to do it. But there is a small thing as well. All the profits go back into supporting future events for marginalized genders. So if you like broadcasts like these, you want to see more of them, Radiant is expanding every day to do more amazing things. This is the time to do it. Raidiant.store. We're going to go to a break for just a few minutes. We'll be right back with an amazing map 2 of this awesome series.
Welcome back, everybody. We hope you use the break to cop some new clothing for classes from the Radiant store, like Keg shouted out before the break. But if not, still, thank you for tuning in to a banger round of 16 match between Super Cat and Fruity Fish, where unfortunately, after a 9-3 dominant lead, Fruity Fishy lost their map 1 on Bind, and now we're getting ready to head into Haven if we take a look back at those maps, which is unfortunately Super Cat's pick.
That's right. Now keep in mind, if you're just tuning in, old map pool, new agents in play, so we're seeing an interesting mishmash, but unfortunately Sunset Ascent are banned out anyways. Bind, like you mentioned, did go a very interesting route, but now we go to essentially the opposite map of Haven. 3 sites, a mid to work with, a lot of communications needed. I'm doubtful for Fruity Fish.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried, but I do think I can pinpoint maybe where I hope they can improve, right? For Bind, the composition they are running, right, it has like 4 out of the 5 agents that you have to say, okay, we need to see frags on these agents or they're not like sound, right? And that was your Yoru, your Reina, your Clove, and your Chamber, right? All those picks, you're like, wait a minute, they don't hold merit in their own. It's in their ability to frag out. And this is another kind of case for Haven, right? They're still going to be running a Clove, a Chamber, a Yoru, and an ISO too, right? Which is what Kurosu swaps over to. So I think what I want to see is, number 1, everybody was pretty much fragging where they needed to, at least in the first half. The second half, it started to fall off, and I think for what I want to see on the defense is I need to see Sekia in particular. I've seen them play in a Warrior Series. I know they're mechanically gifted, and if they're on a chamber, right, as a Sentinel, they don't have stall on their own. They have to be hitting those headhunter shots, especially on a map like Haven, where they are going to have to anchor the seaside essentially.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and we've seen how malleable Supercat is willing to be on their attacking side, switching things up, even compositions and approaches that worked so many different times, round after round in a row, still willing to play into the adaptive card to make sure you cannot stay ahead of us. You can play reactively all you want. We got something brand new planned. I do want to mention too, I was wrong. It's Kazler who pushes the boulder up the hill, and not Supercat. But I mean, look, we all got to push a boulder up a hill, right?
And that's just life.
That's just life. One giant boulder up the hill. And kind of that's where Fruity Fish is right now, too. They have to find a way to Sisyphus their way into Pearl. But we are going to agent select to see what interesting compositions a team like Fruity Fish have conjured up. Yep.
There it is. Going about the route so far, at least, of what they did in that group stage match. So maybe not attributing the loss to the composition just yet, but there's a change. Karosu going with the Reyna instead of the ISO. And what's interesting enough is that Supercat saying, all right, we're going to pick up an adaptation of your round robin composition, right? They bring out that ISO Yoder composition, but they're not quite sold on the Chamber or the Clove. They go with the tried and true of the Cypher and the Omen here. And they are, in fact, changing even more up on this side, right? Sekia wasn't feeling the chamber, wasn't feeling the frags flowing, like I mentioned, was pivotal for that agent pick. So they go to the more stable Vice, but Haven Vice, Clegg?
I just don't know how I feel about Vice in general. Like, I've watched so many different VODs. I've stayed up. I haven't slept in 14 days, though.
Oh, no.
All Vice VODs, nonstop. Still trying to understand what we can expect from her at the highest levels and even the smallest levels, right? But I do think the stall capabilities off of Sekia's Vice should be very strong. I just don't know where this Vice is going to exist on the defense.
I feel like it's that is a great question. I'm wondering if they're going to kind of use it like a Sage Wall, just like on the B side. I think that's going to be the biggest question, is where the Sheer gets placed. Because I've seen like pretty good setups, I would say, like with the Thorns over towards A. So I think what you want to have from Sekia is split their util A and B personally. Because you can have your Yara, you can have your Reyna play kind of aggressive over towards C long, especially if we see Autumn kind of reprise that operator in particular. But aside from that, right, they've got to be careful because clearly Supercat has their calling card for these aggressive defensive sides, and now you're on a map as well that's 3 sites, so it's even more attack sided.
You can put the Sentinel utility anywhere you want, but Madison on that Yoru can easily bypass all of it with clones and dimensional drifts. And that's been a big Vice counter that we've seen so far in VCT. A lot of teams have been rocking Vice almost non-stop, and luckily the clones have been a great opportunity to prematurely trigger all that utility. Luckily though, we might be able to see a difference this time. We'll have to wait and see. Just about ready for the first round to start, and this pistol, given how aggressive we've seen Fruity Fish in the past, could be pretty telling about what we can expect from their defense that really fell short back on Bind.
Okay. This is nice. I like the flash, the arc rose over towards C. It's kind of acting like a Cypher cam that just gets that deep C information. So maybe an early indicator of how they're going to play it. I mean, this is kind of also reminiscent of a Killjoy setup, right? Instead of an alarm bot Molly to hold down that choke point, it's the Thorns. And I mean, fortunately, they are kind of biting towards the C side. A quick split, trying to challenge garage control off of this dart, and it works out beautifully. The smoke respected. The C side just going to play from backside and see if they can hold on. Ooh.
It is a massacre on C site. Luckily, though, Supercat, they've been able to hold back. Small's defensive hold towards the backside of C. Fruity Fish want to make sure they hold that. You lose back of C, you lose everything. One left alive, though. It's bound to rise. Not for much longer. She has fallen.
And that was like I said, a clean exit, and I liked the amount of respect that Fruity Fish showed, right? They didn't fight for default. They stayed on that backside, and they waited for Supercat to fight in deeper. And even the Princess Icy re-clear of Garage was nice, but I think they overstepped their bounds, which is when the script got flipped, right? Bunny finds the kill versus they were sight, you know, and double swinging those backside players. It could have gone a different way. So I like the pacing change here. Pretty fishy on the board, like you mentioned. Now they have, again, they're back to these hefty buys, 3 Guardians and an Outlaw.
is waiting. But there's a big battle. Guardian in play. Rise was the last to fall. Last round, the clear. The first right click didn't connect. And now it's full sails ahead for B-Slay. A collapse.
You should... I was gonna say, Carrie, you should be dead from that outlaw. The fact they're alive is criminal. Double tap is still active here. Prodding, hoping another player would swing out of A-Link, but that has since relinquished. Now you're half health from the shock dart. Those walls backside are paper thin as well. Carrie might find that out here soon.
There.
Oh, there it is. The timing from Carrie is immaculate here. It's a meat grinder over towards A short. And the weapon of choice, the Guardian, the GCD. Have to be the 4K. Kurosu Nurse is still sticking it, and oh my goodness! The swing through, the timing, the muscle memory connects, and Princess Icy says, yeah, there may be veterans surrounding me, but I'm my own star.
I mean, B is going to be such an opportunity for either one of these attacking teams if the Vice or the Cypher are the only things active there. Again, I'm still looking at Sekia on this Vice. Has been placing all this utility on C. That means a player on the defense has to watch B at all times. And that's an opportunity for a team like Supercat to overwhelm.
And that they did, especially on Eco. I mean, look at this buy. Bunny, the only one with a Vandal in hand. So what do? They're gonna turn up the heat a little bit, turn up the pace. Really aggressive here over towards A-Link. Off of Bunny with that rifle. The trade comes through, but they've sprung the trap. They've gotten Kurosu deposited. The Gate Crush out tries to sell it finally here. And how there are you gonna be? Kurosu, that's too eager! And now you've donated, gifted the Neural Theft as well, just for them to further confirm this round.
Mass exodus over to A side though. Keep in mind, Sekia
Scanning ahead.
has had all rotate back over. Carry, unfortunately, the next to fall. Fruity Fish again. It is these sheriffs headshotting everybody. Avery, not even a victim of the headshot. Princess Icy is on a trip around the world. The Battison is pushed up so far. That's one. Caught off guard. Oh, the Battison, don't overheat. Runs away at the perfect opportunity. Okay, all right. Battison thanking their lucky stars that got out of that one without being taken down by the reversing Yoru. Princess Icy's dueling on the other side. A double swing.
Fake teleport.
Like the TP, but the full trust there of Sekia in Autumn, and they are going to clap back with a thrifty of their own. And I mean, the thing to attribute it to, Keg, is that Spike was left in spawn. You saw like the scramble, right, from Princess Icy to go retrieve it after they were sitting on A side control for so long. And what did that do? It gave time not only for Fruity Fish to fake a lack of presence on A, but then rotate over to fill that void as well. And that's when those digs get to shine. That's when they collect the weapon upgrades. And even though Battison slips through, they get the trades and they get the retake.
Fruity Fish's positioning here. The Yoru Autumn setting up for that gate crash. The TP over to C just in case. The Vice gets overwhelmed as well. Supercat have been taking things pretty slow though. Gate crash also set up for deep down in sewers to fake that pressure. The default early on though. A big contest inside of B. Kurosu, hook, line, and sinker. Loves to play sewers.
I know there's too short now, right? Princess Icy uses an opportunity to try and flip into garage, but they know now too. Thorns splintering the players, but speaking of splintering, Bunny oversteps. That's a quick upgrade. They are going to reclaim that position over towards A Long, but they're so split that Fruity Fish not only is down players, but they can't commit to a rotate, and that's just going to keep throwing 1v1s over to Supercat's side.
Leaves it down to Kurosu. Given that they have dropped at least 70 kills last map, this should be their opportunity to get those numbers back up. Kurosu at one point had double the kills of the next 3 players who are all even out. It's not going to be this round. Supercat keeping things toe-to-toe, 2-2.
And both of their round wins, like, okay, 3 out of the 4 rounds this game have been thrifty wins.
This is just a playground of kills.
And look at Princess Icy, 7-2, right? They were that player that I said, right, would shine having the right support system behind them, and they definitely are right now, surrounded by previous victors, and I mean, on this Cypher as well. Whew.
Oh, Fruity Fish anticipating a C hit. Actually gonna be towards A. Kurosu's gonna wait
default.
off this Sova arrow to swing.
Thank you.
Rosu again scaling down A long. Speaking of scaling, Autumn tried to do the save over towards C. I mean, at least they're gonna lure them into the Vice Util, right? You get a kill C, you're gonna accelerate both through both lanes of Garage and Long. Like you mentioned, Keg, there is that Yoru utility. Not only that, they K-Crash into the action! Unfortunately, Grimoire collects the Vandal from their fallen teammate, gets this frag, and now they have to come to a screeching halt. They have lost control over C. They're Grass and Garage, and now again, it's just the over-peaking from Fruity Fish that are gifts towards Super Cat.
Oh,
It happens again.
Carry. Great cerebral plays, looking out for Kurosu, using this opportunity to rotate back over to A site.
No way, no way.
Oh,
No
what is
way.
happening? Spray Princess Icy trying to go deep into the back lines to be the anti-rotate. The Vice has been alive for so long. The confidence to push into C was not there.
Spike
Two left
planted.
now. ISO ult, the Clovo, both very valuable. Might not be used here.
Oh, especially when Grimoire might even
Maybe
ace.
two?
Last player
Come on.
standing.
4, looking for the last, looking for the 5th. What utility is online for this Omen? Paranoia?
Last player
I
standing.
mean, Ice
Half?
gets the first. They do the Paranoia. They're blind, but they stuck it all the way. They throw away the Fan. They throw away the Ace for the round. And now, okay, it's 4 out of 5 rounds that have been Thrifty wins.
Another one. Just
Oh my
stop
gosh.
buying. Just rock nothing but sheriffs the entire rest of this half.
Okay, I think we've graduated from Clutch 101 into Thrifty 101.
Microeconomics 103.
Oh my goodness, how to go the furthest with the fewest dollars in the bank. And it definitely has been happening for both of these squads, but this is interesting right now because ults are coming in for both sides, and neither of these teams have had a standard kind of stream of income. And the only thing that has never changed has been the setup between Kurosu and Sova. Like, this is something Super Cat can expect, is this aggression.
Okay. It's plenty of information gained from Fruity Fish's end. The kill contract on the other side. Kurosu caught in the blast. It's Carry once more. Just having Kurosu's number consistently throughout this map.
All right. The initial trade, no one with a clear player advantage just yet. Oh, perfect gate crash. Autumn could have been in a dicey position. They still are. Now they have nothing to get out of jail when they're fully blinded. I mean, yeah, the K just kind of helped them here. The clone, Hunter's Fury, not enough to shut down this exit. They're trying to hunt down the star player, Princess Icy, of this map, and they do. Keeping it again, even 3-on-3, but Grimoire changes that. They also would have been able to get it back to life, so it's only a 4v2 now at this point. Which is why Avery wants to get heroic, wants to get aggressive here.
One enemy remaining.
Grimoire, bro, 360 and fighting for their life, and they still survive.
Hey, production, I think we have an issue. It didn't say Thrifty on the screen.
Oh. Wait, it's because they haven't defused yet. Aw,
Thrifty!
Thrifty! No, I'm joking. And again, came down. I think that was like the cleanest round we've seen get played, right? There were no kind of like crazy kills. It was just, you know, A site gets taken with even advantage. Some utility trying to deny the plant to player on the chaos, and the retake comes through as well off of that Hunter's Fury. So it's a nice way to end the break the cycle, perhaps.
Wow. We'll see if it starts back up. Maybe we just needed a break for one round. Grimoire and Kurosu and Autumn set up to potentially at least one singular flash to burst their way down mid.
Oh.
It is just a firing squad both ways. Madison, minor MVP of last round. Info gathered throughout A with their ultimate. First to fall this next round. And Fruity Fish, defensively, off to a great start, having themselves a
The
body
read.
advantage. Princess Icy, spotted, jump.
They don't know about Bunny.
Cyber cage, camera, information, bait, smokes.
They
Avery.
still haven't cleared out the Sova.
Money,
Trigger's playing.
Avery!
One enemy
A
remaining.
champion possibly to fall, not checking their corners. It leaves Carry to be the last one left, and they've been on a tear this map. That's one gone, the other incapacitated with an ultimate. And the last is now just Sekia. Top of heaven is Yoru, no longer discovered. Audio heard, Carry has Spike.
Good info. They also
Fake.
don't have any double tap now. It's time to work off
enemy
though. 40
remaining.
seconds.
1v1. fake.
And the 8 bullets, though.
Flash. No push up.
30 seconds left.
Double contingency. A wall available. He's just fading out this spike. Has the time to do it. Autumn's waiting for the swing, but this one was real.
No wall bangs is surprising there from Autumn. Just trying to play the timing, and
Spotted.
unfortunately their clock might be wrong. A 4K clutch for Carrie after what should have been a catastrophic fault of not clearing out B short, right? Princess Icy makes her way sight, is fighting back sight. Bunny doesn't take the duel, waits out the trigger discipline, gets the first kill, and Carrie coming into their own this map, right? Stepping out of that supportive role into the ISO and converting beautifully.
I mean, all Carrie has to do as
It's
an
carry,
ISO
no,
is just kill, right? Like there's really nothing
Carry
else.
carry.
Yeah, honestly, it's just carry. Like there's no like setup needed for an ISO. You just play so reactively to your team and just really just hunt down Kurosu is your big win condition.
Oh, finally.
Okay, maybe not. It's Princess Icy.
No, yeah, Princess Icy's been insane. I can't wait to see the first blood count for her in the post game, but see, she's adding to those tallies, and this is what I wanted to see, right? It felt like Supercat was respecting the Kurosu pressure up A long, and now they dealt with it at the round get-go. Keeps heavy map control, expands their domain into C and into essentially defenders spawn. Bunny, the last. They know they're coming from grass, though. The drone confirms, and now all the util getting dumped here. They're not even gonna let them have a semblance of this site.
We'll never see Seaside again for this round. 4-4. It's wild. Both teams have rounds where they look unstoppable, and then the immediate next round they look
Thrifty.
Like, yeah, thrifty. Anything could happen. It's 4-4. The pendulum is swinging so much. The lever's about to snap. Yeah, it's really down to just carrying Princess Icy to determine a lot of these opening picks.
Yeah. Last few rounds, when Princess Icy opens them or opens up the map somewhere, opens up a site, and then another player clutches it out, right? Whether that is Carrie or another player. And I'm not gonna lie, Prince Fruity Fish haven't been as colorful in what they're changing on their defense as they were over on Bind, right? We talked about how they were malleable, but it was still like failing. This round, it's just A hit after A hit, like long. And the pivots have been beautiful from Supercat. That or they just get the kills. I mean, when you have Princess Icy usually finding 2 over towards A long, or Carrie doing the same, then yeah, it's a great way to start.
It's really just Fruity Fish building off of what they think has been working the rounds that they've won. Have the Vice on Seaside. Sometimes Kurosu gets that opening pick. Let's stick with that. Pushing B main has not worked for us. We won't do that anymore. Autumn, back sight
again.
removes Madison. And so we'll probably continue to see this Vice on C-Site. It funnels Supercat into B, and this crunch, look at the position of this Sova. Avery is set up for it. I'm sorry, excuse me,
Look
it's
at the
Bunny.
clove. Oh, this could be everything. Do you see that Grimoire can cut off these re-rotations from C lobby into B? They're like, hey guys, we have all of B. Grimoire has to get both. Spikes down, that's 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Grimoire could have just waited, but you're right. The timing and a lack of information was everything.
Oh,
Okay,
it's not
Autumn.
over yet.
Shell shock behavior there. It leaves it now just the Supercat having 2 players back on C. The Vice is gone. Certainly no pulse on Kurosu's presence.
Oh no. I mean, you know Kurosu's
Last player
flanking.
standing.
You don't know that Carrie's pushed up, but Bunny with a deagle still wins out the fight regardless. And now it's 3 players just closing in on Rise, and Rise did almost clutch out 1 round. Unfortunately, there's a steal of Grimoire to stick the spike.
Timing's
Let's
everything.
see if they can do it again.
Kurosu. Fake here instead. That's 1 player gone. The
Paranoia
shot's
still?
heard from another. Oh.
Thought Kurosu would be the bait. They were the final kill when they were too fixated on CT. They're like, it's been a little bit too long. Kurosu maybe fizzled out on the flank after finding the kill in spawn, but wow, Keg, what is that now? 5 out of 9 rounds are thrifties? Still
I'm just
over
gonna start
50%?
saying thrifty at the end of every round.
Oh wow. Yeah, I think there's been too many thrifties. They're like, okay guys, let's take a little break, skidoodle. But they just won that round too, which makes it more interesting, Keg.
Yeah, I'm surprised, honestly, that we're seeing a timeout from Fruity Fish in general. Usually with very aggressive duelist-heavy stacks, they just don't time out, ever. They're just like, we'll W key from a different area. But Fruity
Yeah.
Fish Like you mentioned, I think there has been a lack of like big level adaptability. We've
Yeah,
been seeing the same players,
it's
same
very
if
stale.
not, yeah, approximate positions with slight differences. But the results, like you mentioned, have been really 50-50. And having these rounds won have been good, but the conditions of doing it have been so razor thin that to end off this half in a healthy way, Fruity Fish have to change up majorly if they want to go 8-4 at minimum.
They want to strike that vein of consistency here, right? Because, like you mentioned, they finally get around to them with an explosive performance, and then they get thriftied out of that that economy. And I think this is a good round for them. I mean, look, right? Because it was kind of half buy that they won last round. Autumn, Kurosu, Bunny have money going into the next round, even if they lose. But again, they want to bolster that. And I think that's why they took that timeout. Number one, because it hasn't been very colorful. Oh, that's what we thought. They're going for the same strat. Maybe it's because they have that Hunter's Fury, yeah, to set it up. And I was wondering that's what they were going to do. Leverage these ults for success, and they do. They take down both of the top fronts from Supercat's side. And more.
Kurosu just needed a minute.
Oh, up.
I don't blame them.
No way, no way.
Avery?
No way they find the third. Oh my god, they find the third.
My ult is ready.
The champion of Radiant Academy.
Did they hear Bunny?
Oh, how disappointing!
Oh, the cologne from the opposing side. The fellow Sova in arms. Bunny comes to the rescue. They said, okay, guys, I lost us the round. Not able to find the second, and I was tucked over towards short.
Oh my.
I'll step up here.
Autumn now with an op in play. Grimoire opting to go themselves now to a Phantom. I wonder if they're going to aggressively smoke B and spam through it, or at least just hold the smoke position. Aw. Autumn chickened out and is only going for an outlaw.
Again, they wanted that. They wanted that economy consistency for that 8-4. We could see it in the last round, I think, still. But also, sometimes outlaw, you know, the fire rate being higher is preferred, especially when it's an eco round, right? For these players, right? A body shot, they're done. And here we go, Kurosu again, aggressive. I like this from Supercat. They knew that it was gonna happen. They were kind of poised and waiting for it. They're still not done with it. Whew, there it is, one.
Okay.
You also only donate an outlaw, not an op, you know?
That's true. Unfortunately, though, the Clove having their aggressive position outside B main with that Smoke Phantom did not work. Bunny's gonna hide backside, waiting off timer for the recon bolt. Smokes are down. Prime position
Timing.
down. Oh, get one at least. Two defenders
Good
left
trade.
now. Kurosu's hidden in this smoke. Empress available. Huge, good for one. That is going to be a singular Lear gone. But look at this reroute. All through
No
A
way.
main. Kurosu's gone, but they don't know about Sekia's presence. Sekia's
Like-
ultimate is needed here. But the safer spot's going to be A. Sekia's going to have a long trek to go.
Spike planted.
All right. The 1v2. Here we go. Sekia. I liked them holding on to that Steel Garden, right? It kept the unknown when they were grasped, but now the crossfire set up. Arcro's not even invested to splinter these players. And this dark cover, concealing, veiling the time, waiting it out. Respect shown on the graffiti by no one from Hell swings, and now it's down to 1v1, but carry again. When they are needed, they step up.
Oh.
Last round.
Great
in
call
the
at the
half.
end not to secure the spike down B main, rerouted to A because Rise had secured the entire follow through from A long to the beginnings all the way through site, made sure that there was no flank available. It was a singular 50-50 funnel that Sekia would have to push into, and like a lot of players retaking, it's very hard to win that 50-50. So now, final round of the half. Fruity Fish have been barely keeping afloat. This is an ult fiesta.
And this is where I look at both of these comps, and I still say Fruity Fishies is slightly attack when you look at the Vice and the Flash over the Cypher, but 6-6 on an attack-sided map, I take that as a win if I was a Fruity Fish. And carry the ISO now in the forefront instead of the clutch seat, the clutch position, and look at that, coupled with the neural theft, that is nasty. You know where they're coming from, you know what angle to take the fight on. And the rest of your team just carried that momentum forward into the plant, into extensive control.
Player
And now, I
standing.
mean, it's all down to Autumn with an operator on the opposite side of the map. I said we were going to see it in the last round of the half, but fortunately, it's not in the position you need.
Well, we see it, but we didn't really saw
See
it.
it, yeah. Oh, that's brutal. That's bullying. You know where they're coming from. Direct Hunter's Fury. Little team damage, but it's all just set Madison up for that kill, the success, the flawless, the 6-6 tied half here on map 2.
This makes me worried now. Fruity Fish, they did not have a great defensive half on Bind. They weren't able to secure as many rounds. But on the attack, I feel they may falter in the same position. We are at a reset. 6-6. Fruity Fish have to step up the comms, which were lacking defensively on Bind to bring it home, and attacking on this map requires a lot of ingenuity and moving parts to secure a round.
And I think that's where I'm like now questioning, right? I go back to it was a 13-3 against Seriously, right? We don't know what half they got those 3 rounds on. Could have been like a pistol, a follow-up, and then a complete clothesline. And that's what's concerning is maybe they were just a defense-sided team, and against Seriously, maybe they started out on the attack. We'll have to wait and see a fast C exec here. 2 players, Princess Icy again. They don't have a way other than the clone to clear out this utility. The gate crash tracked. They know now there's a crossfire set up backside. Players, the double tap has filtered in as well. Players stunned at default. They're not looking behind them. Carry dropped, and what? How does Princess Icy survive that round?
A great collapsing read. Naturally, it's kind of a thrifty round.
It's pistols.
Kind of a thrifty.
It's okay. Fruity Fish will get thrifty now. You know, Deagle's in hand. Shorty maybe for Autumn with a nice little gate crash.
That's what I'm saying. Just magical powers evolve on Haven with pistols here for these 2 teams. No spike picked up.
Now we wait.
Again, a battle of... Well, okay, now it's picked up. Of rushing down mid. Cypher Trip will be in the way.
Nice adaptation.
That's true. Oh, outlaw #1 from Carry. You really don't want to build up kill contract against this ISO, though, despite Fruity Fish looking to just eco-break Supercat.
I mean, that's a beautiful pairing, too, because now when you have an outlaw posted on B, the last thing you expect is this trap wire. So, delay, the re-swing out of the close smoke. They find a second. Shock darts, at least get the trade, but... Fortunately, it was at the cost of their teammate's life. Someone has to step up. You need to at least collect one of these hero rifles, and Kurosu's trying to do so. They get the read on where a singular player is, which is Avery here, but they don't have a weapon. What? No way. Was that Carrie's outlaw too?
Oh. Just looking at the kills gained by Supercat into this round, plus the fuse, everyone's racking up their ults very healthily. Oh, especially the neural theft here off the Princess. That's going to be so great as we approach broken buys and full rifles for either one of these teams.
This round, those light shields, those regen shields aren't going to protect you from Carry and this outlaw. So I gotta see them be extra careful with their utility usage. Arc Rose, the flashes, the leers need to be on point to flush this ISO out. That's, I think, why they're starting off in this default. You talked about Spike being in spawn last round. Well, now it is this round. And it's Nico, so look at this. They're actually setting up an aggressive front towards grass, right? Your Yoru, your Omen, out dry, peeking, holding the grass angle. Please clear it. There it is. The thoroughness that I asked for.
TV's out now. Smoke in response. B main. A drone hunting down. Finds nothing inside of a garage. The upper part, though, may have spotted out this Yoru. Could have been Madison. Princess Icy now 1 off the neural theft. You'll find people to rack so many of these early on. Autumn's gone. The clone lives, continues.
Oh, Madison has just like had such interesting luck, right? Misses the shots, body blocked into another kill, flashes themselves. Now all this Behold is on Rise. Nice shot here. Carry set up now to hopefully carry on their legacy. The outlaw, the smoke almost saving them here from that. Now they find a kill grass as well. Like, yes, you have low HP on Bunny, but if they can find this C site, they can break through Princess Icy in their domain. Ooh. No way.
All setting up for a C-long attack and backside control, both of which the holes were found, and Grimoire removes away Princess Icy. It's just an outlaw for Carry. So low HP on both these players. That's right, both players are able to be one-shot by the Outlaw's blasts.
Last player standing.
Grimoire
a different reality.
For the second possible ace of the game. Denied it last time, clutched instead. Avery has a rifle in hand too, picked off one of those players. Little double swing, the low HP, and Grimoire finally gets the crown they've been searching for. Okay, you know what's only sad about that ace? Is that it steals away the title of that round being a thrifty. Because it was. It overrides a keg. But it was, right? That was...
Thrifty! Now, what is the
Alright.
plan for Fruity Fish? Grimoire, fresh off an ace, not dead yet, available, can absolutely rush down A. The Neural Theft is available, sure, but on a collapse like this, it'll only do so much.
Ooh. And again, the difference between these two teams staggering. No fight for A long. They fight passively for the side control. You know, Autumn at least was short to deploy a clone, but the pressure is actually mounting out of long and right into Avery. But Grimoire, after that ace, is not dead just yet. Carry into throws, out of bullets with the classic in hand. The RNG connects, but the trade keeps Grimoire, that star player, alive side by side with Kurosu, the previous fragger on map 1, who is hungry for kills.
There.
Looking for the isolated players. They're split up.
Oh no. Kurosu has the perfect
They know.
angling against Rise. Could
so
Rise
weird,
just TP across?
There.
Avoid this whole interaction?
They probably have a
and help-
paranoia.
And help their teammate
Last
above?
player standing.
They don't need to help Princess Icy because Princess Icy will be the one that has to clutch this out. Gnarl Theft utilized perfectly. Kurosu says, let's play the safe angle. Let's not play for the spam. Waiting for the second reveal before retucking as well. So now the question is, do they go CT? Do they go default? Now you know. The jump down secured, at least safe passage for now. The jump pick with the knife. Oh my goodness. Princess Icy is locked in. Winning
great.
out the round. Celebration and all. Skin shopping too. The defuse to soon follow.
Just great response off of the wide swing from Princess Icy. An entire game plan in mind off the Neural Theft. Unbelievable. Thrifty.
Thrifty.
It's 9-7.
The last map in the distance, this one definitely is. We knew it was going to be close. Couldn't quite call who would come out on top, but one thing is for certain. Fruity Fish, with this composition, is doing a lot better than they did in the group stage against Seriously. Now they have to find how can they close it out, right? A staggered by right now. The Empress, we could see Kurosu come back to life. I think that's what we need. They want to tie things up if they want to claim that lead. Because right now, it's a heavy, spotlight on Grimoire.
No massive wide swing from Kurosu this round. Instead, Avery was able to get away with her
What gun do they
life.
have?
Kill contract available. The clone immediately was
What?
caught.
Oh, they captured the clone.
Unlucky. Madison, off of the hands of these ults. It is just a Christmas tree of slaughter. Grimoire moves
getting
away
another
now
one.
with a 3K into this
I
round.
know.
Already immediately sensing the flank. A shot
remaining.
confirms
No
more
way.
for Grimoire. This could be a fifth. Another ace for
Back to
Grimoire
back?
on this map. Back to back, Rise. A wide swing's all that's needed to remove this omen. Secure another
player
ace,
standing.
and it's denied. The 50-50. You win both. And Rise brings Super Cat the double digits.
Wow, I was about to, start a spiel of how Grimoire's LFT, right? After its back-to-back aces, but Rise says, hey, I'm back from retirement too. Gets the clutch. They've been in so many of those this map, and a dynamic one like that where you could see that Sekia was trying to set them up for that ace, and fortunately it's just not enough.
Kicking and screaming. Fruity Fish have gotten on site pretty consistently. It's these post plants that Supercat have been able to get their leverage. A side once again, no Avery this time. It's Carry. Outlaw available. Light Shield has been read into, looking for this opening
Trap
blast.
Madison, that is a beautiful idea. They're, oh my gosh, but the timing of the sheer wall saves the life of the Sova, and they don't expect them to fight back over it. Bunny, you're the one that has to count your lucky stars. It keeps this a 4-on-4 for this squad. You talked about taking sites. Well, this time they cannot do the same for A. And now they're sandwiched as well. They're trapped lobby, the scale up from Rise and from Princess Icy here. Ooh, a lucky shot alerts them to the fact that there is a player garage here, but that might also be intentional, Clear, obscure the fact that Rise is flanking, about to pinch the remaining players, and there it is, spike down, paranoia follow-up just to escape.
Great decision making and great comms to help Rise secure that kill. 2 left now for the attack, 45 seconds left. No map control gained. From the shadows, lifted through across the map, the secure C site. That is not the response, and that all but confirms the A side push that Carrie's watching out for.
Smoked off. We only have one
30
smoke. This is
seconds
smart, right? It should get you at least to a safe plant. It covers CT and Heaven. And it really was pick your poison, right? Rotate into Rise or rotate or fight into Carry where you know they have the outlaw in hand. You don't know that they're holding this angle though. Bunny takes the dive. They know they're going hell. They're visible, but the shot's through the line. And it's down to a 2-on-2.
Rimar's waiting for top of Heaven now. Not dead yet, still available
flank?
just in case. Will it be used?
There it is.
Yes. One left.
No,
Oh, there goes
not
the
again.
ult. Princess Icy. She's been here before. That's not the same result. Bunny gets the 4K to keep Fruity Fish alive.
Wow. And again, Bunny in this map has just gone from 0 to 100 in more times than one, right? We talked about that round where, again, Trigger Discipline results in, yes, a kill, but not the trade. And then they clutch out the following round. And then last time, right? Or this round in particular, right? They went from should have been dead, done, and dusted in a Hunter's Fury from a push off of the dimensional drift of Madison into winning a fight over the sheer wall and clutching with 4 kills to keep Fruity Fish essentially in this game. 2 rounds separating. Ooh, but they run into another outlaw over towards C Long.
There goes a lot of flash potential now. Off of Fruity Fish. There's still Vice and Reyna available, yes, but they're not Yoru flashes. Kurosu does get rid of Avery. The original plan was to push into C. That's not a possibility anymore. Madison securing the kill, blind with the near sight against Kurosu, but unfortunately doesn't live to see much longer beyond that.
Okay, you pointed out they were having a hard time in post plant, so what do? Ensure they have the advantage before Spike goes down. And it's back to the clutch squad, right? It's these 2 players time and time again, and I mean, it's no other duo you want to have this, but at this point they know. Princess Icy, if they can, they're always flanking. And this time Rise doesn't have a weapon to get the clutch done, right? The 1v3, the judge in hand, right? Now, you have no weapons to collect here, right? There's an outlaw in heaven from Madison, right? At this point, you're just maybe trying to die to the Spike, take a weapon or 2 out of the hands of Fruity Fish since they aren't out of the dark or out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, the call could be that Rise could use a lot of this utility. May try to go for the stealth here. Everyone's ran away.
Yeah, they're trying to fight a play right as they're getting out of dodge.
Attempt at that. There's far too little time.
Oh, maybe
Why
get it
not
done
just
here?
go in and
Oh, there it is, yeah.
hope for the best. The judge was
9 to
not
10.
meant to be saved.
Fruity Fish used a timeout earlier in this game.
Very great round.
So they
from
won't be
Fruity
able to
Fish.
take
I
one
like the
now
change-up
unless they
early on.
want to run the risk of
Contest
having to
against C did
go
not go
OT or
well
close
for their
things out.
team. But Kurosu
At this point,
opening
this
up
is
A
another
off the death of
pivotal
Avery
round. Look,
allowed
Super
a
Cat
mass rotation
doesn't have
from
money.
Fruity Fish
They
to
lose
get
this
site
round,
control,
not just as a
which is-
tide, but Fruity Fish will have ults to convert.
That's true. And Fruity Fish now, they were able to hold in the sight. Super Cat have struggled to take these retakes, especially at a body disadvantage in recent rounds. Once again, trying to recreate history. This time
Death ball?
bottom, not backside C. No opening picks unless it's off the hands of Rise. Double Yoru, double destruction. It's Avery's ult on top. Oh, excuse me, it's Bunny's ult on top.
Whoa, they should not be alive right now.
What is
and now
happening?
you're on thorns. Autumn? I mean, okay.
Just chaos everywhere. No one can see a dang thing.
No, they don't have a
Kurosu's good for 1. Sekia secures a 4th kill. Grimoire with a shorty at that distance. It's all in vain. 2v2. Both Zomas left, but as I say that, I stand corrected. Super Cat once more. A very quick rotate, expecting a C hit.
I'm just so confused about how that round went.
It
Like-
is just a mess of smokes everywhere.
Yeah. Not just that, but it felt like Super Cat was like planning on playing retake, right? Like you mentioned, no Autumn, or sorry, nobody extra backside aside from Rise. And that was just, then they just funnel in one after another and close out the exec altogether. And that was the round we said they had to win if they wanted to keep, you know, tracking up these rounds, marking down the tallies, and they do. But Fruity Fish, not out just yet, right? They had that buy that I mentioned. They have the ults like the Empress, like the Steel Garden. This is a slower approach, right? Splinter, divide and conquer, find these opening frags, trust in the hero plays of your of your star players.
I really want to see where this Steel Garden exists. It's right now just a game of playing for picks to see how Fruity Fish can open up this attack. Madison's angling, Kurosu's gone. Very little info gathering out of the hands of just this Sova. More could follow up. All for naught. Again, I'm still looking at this Vice ult. We could see it maybe as an entry tool somewhere on this map. But Rise is already pushed up. Body disadvantage amounting against Fruity Fish. This could be their last chance not to go to OT.
Spike down
Sekia,
mid.
a very big struggle on this map. Has to clutch it up here with an ace, and that's not going to happen.
Wow, and Princess Icy.
Match point.
Map 1 to map
close
2,
up
the
shop.
jump, insane, staggering. About to drop a 30 bomb, mind you, without going to overtime. Like, yeah, if you're Super Cat, like, yeah, you want the 2-0, but I want to see Princess Icy get a 30 bomb at least, guys. Come on, like, don't, like, if there's like one player left, maybe let Princess Icy get the kill. But we'll have to get through that first. A staggered buy again. We saw this over on Bind where they had to save rifles to get a buy together. This time they didn't, right? They went all in, they sacrificed it all. And it's 3 rounds required, and at least the consistent thread this map has been Thrifty is because they need one now.
And Madison just loves ulting. Ulting is their middle name. You can check the Gummy, the birth certificate, but even then, Madison finds so much information early on. The escape options available too. Clone is there for the bait. Oh,
They're like, let's do it just in case.
Oh, Yora's got some cavities. He's got to see a dentist. But that didn't really do a lot. Yeah, it slows down Fruity Fish, but overall, it doesn't sway them away from their overall plan. Madison's now backside C. We've seen these quick collapses from Super Cap before. Madison just needs to stay alive for at least one pick.
There it is. Perfect crosshair placement. Sees the future, deals with Kurosu, and now Rise, who's been anchoring here in Garage, finds the late push-up from Autumn Grass with a Judge.
Spike planted.
Unfortunately, they didn't have a weapon for you to upgrade to, other than a Spectre, but it won't matter if those weapons are robbed away by the Steel Garden. 3v4, they are putting everything on the line here and still have a numbers disadvantage. They evade its parameters, they funnel back in, it was Madison alone. The rest are expecting this, possibly forced to, off to the Thorns, the Razor Vines off the metal. These 2 players trying to clutch it out.
Last
They
player
might.
standing.
Oh my gosh, it's all down. The bunny! And oh my god, they're just gonna stick! It's over!
Wow.
They're just gonna try to survive here. Wait out the timer. And they win the duel. The cherry on top. The question remains, did we get the 30 bomb
Defenders win.
from Princess Icy? I don't know, okay?
I don't know either. I wasn't
No.
keeping track. My accounting was off, but I'm sure production will be very happy to tell us. Super Cat, the calm difference was very apparent from the end of map 1 throughout all of map 2. Very impressed with how we've used the A word so much in this series, but again, how adaptive they've been throughout all of this. And I'm looking at the production chat right now.
No!
You want to give the news, Obi?
They were robbed of the 30 bomb! They
By how
maybe
much?
1 kill!
1 kill. That's 29, right?
Oh, yes.
Out of 30. Unlucky.
Oh, I mean, they may be robbed of the 30 bomb, but no one can deny the impact that they had on that map. On the attack half, consistent openings, consistent clutches, and then they were always a thorn in their side on the defense, right? I mean, you were pulling a star player like Grimoire out of the battle to clear the flank because you always were a threat there. Like, they were just like perfect for completing this squad. And again, I think 2 things stood out to me from the side of our little fishies, our fruity fish as well, was number 1, right? They depended on these heroic players to frag out, like we saw from Kurosu on map 1, like we saw from Grimoire on map 2. And number 2, Haven definitely does not feel like it's in their wheelhouse at the moment. Like, yes, it's a pug squad. I talked about how there's the core, right, of the Fisher Fumblers there. But again, the playbook, the strat book just looked so dull in comparison to how Bind was colorful in their defense. Like, yes, they were losing defensive rounds, but they had new, interesting trap plays at different part of the maps, whether it was shower, whether it was sand. And those were, like, they were harder to read, I would say. But this time it was just Death Ball C, it was just consistently fight for A long, and it was very predictable, I would say, for the side of Super Cat to get that win.
The greatest invention Valorant has ever made is adding 3 sides to a map. It changes everything for team dynamics. And you could tell by the end of Bind, okay, Supercat is a team that is operating off each other in the server well. I'm not talking macro, I'm not talking strategies, I'm talking positioning, placement, communication, and you can go back into this VOD all the way up until the very final round of Haven and see, wow, these team members, even some retirees coming out of the old folks home to play, know how to communicate and really maximize off of each other. The strategy pool was there for both teams 30 seconds in. It was a game plan of, okay, how do we just take the opening pick and disrupt whatever this opposite team had planned? After that, it was really a battle of just being able to talk to each other. And Supercat, if they can continue like that, you can see why Avery has been this unstoppable force in Radiant Academy.
No, for sure. Again, we saw those star players, but unfortunately, what would have been a banger grand finals, like I said, leads to an early departure of Fruity Fish from Radiant Academy, as we now will see Supercat move on into the quarterfinals. But speaking of quarterfinals, that's not all the action we have. We're going to get ready for our coverage of the quarterfinals between Berserkers Dawn and Tnax GC up next for you. So make sure you take a break, you hydrate, and come back to Radiant GG to catch all the action.
And Radiant.store.
Yes, buy merch. Thanks.
I want you to stop what you're doing right now and think about what you did today. Did you go to Radiant.store? Sure, you woke up, you looked in the mirror maybe, you ate breakfast, but did you check out Radiant.store? Bet you didn't. I think now's the time to do that while we talk about the bracket because we're speeding things in. We're just about ready for our next series of the day.
And that series jumps us forward into the quarterfinals, and we'll also get to see how some of the other matches panned out. I do believe, as you can see, we got Hyper, Reserve GC, seriously. The match we're going to be covering, Berserkers Dawn versus Next. Super Cat, we just watched. Goats on Boats, glad to see that name made it through. Hopefully we get to cast him later on tomorrow. Minecraft 123, I'm a part of a Minecraft server out of those players, so I understand where the name comes from. And then Sad Retirement Home, which is players that maybe are passing on from competing with Sad as an Ori, but let's go back to the match that we're casting first. Berserkers Dawn versus Tanax GC. Both of these rosters newly announced for these organizations as well, Keg, but you're gonna see some familiar names, some familiar faces in the GC space on both of these squads when we jump into the game. But before that, we gotta figure out what maps they're playing on. So, Keg, why don't you take us through the map picks and bans?
Real quick, I'm glad you were able to know where Minecraft 123 came from. That's good.
I'm Raven from Teddy Detectives is on the team, and they have a Minecraft server that I'm on.
I never heard of Minecraft until now. I'm just messing with you. But Pearl Sunset are gone. Haven, Split Abyss are the last 3 maps available here for this series. I mean, we just came far away from Haven, and we saw how much of a thrifty Haven that map can be. Split and Abyss, I think, are going to be interesting choices. We've been seeing a lot of wild picks in the early days of VCT kickoff, so I'm honestly going into this not really knowing what to expect for Agent Comps.
I can tell you maybe say for like Berserkers, and it's gonna be pretty similar to what we saw actually out of the side of Super Cat. They like their ISO, they like their Yoru, but then they go kind of traditional with the rest of the composition. The other squad can't really tell you, but when I look at this map pool, I can say that it's kind of 50-50. One of these teams is kind of favored on Haven, which is great to see, and one of them later on is favored on Abyss, so we'll have to see kind of how it goes. Split's kind of that question mark for me personally, and I'm glad we're at least getting a confirmed split on this map.
Yeah, me too. I think we've had a really healthy pool of maps so far that we've got to see on stream. Do you think this goes to map 3?
Ooh, I haven't actually gotten to see these newer rosters from either of these teams, so big question mark, but for the sake of production and the sake of the players, I'm hoping it's a 2-0.
I mean, to be honest, if I'm production, maybe you want a shorter day, but you want to get
it's 9:37 p.m.
You want to get the most viewership you can, right? You have more opportunities for people to go to Radiant.store.
You're not wrong. Hopefully the VCT matches are ending and everyone comes this way. Imagine we got rated by VCT Americas right now. Just joking. But Keg, I gotta circle back before we go into game.
What's up?
You said you didn't know what Minecraft was as a joke. I made you a Minecraft skin. Who are you trying to fool?
That's a very good point, actually. When I stream, I point it out every single time. I give the credit where credit is due. All right, we're going to Agent Select. We can't talk about Minecraft anymore.
We have other main characters to talk about, and it's a great introduction to the rosters as well, since we get them up on the screen, right, instead. And I talked about how there's some familiar names, Keg. Which ones do you recognize here?
Rezora, of course.
Okay.
Playing the Breach on 10x. What do you think ISO's favorite Minecraft block is?
ISO's favorite Minecraft block? Obsidian kind of matches his aesthetic, no?
Ooh, Crying Obsidian.
That one too, yeah. I was thinking it's a little bit brighter. Is he? Sure. The boba kind of isn't an e-boy trait, but...
Oh, are you kidding me?
Maybe. I don't know. But I gotta point out, look who's on their evil arc. It's evil Oppie, right? They tried being good, and now they're the villain, possibly, of this story. And being on Duelist, being with the newer squad, familiar. And then, yes, their name's been shortened, but May is Mochi May as well, who's like a consistent player, in the GC main circuit too. I think they always are kind of that curse of like early playoffs or late groups getting cut. So hopefully them making it deeper into Rated Academy will prove to be effective for the main Game Changer circuit this season.
There's really not a lot of major changes from either one of these two teams, especially because we're going back-to-back Havens. We saw the double ice, double Yoru. May.
They're trolling. There's no smokes. You can't fool us.
Rizora. Come on. Come on, Rizora.
You've played Breach already today. It's gonna be the Breach.
You already have Evil Oppie playing with you. Don't let them rub off on you. But no, we saw the double ISO, double Yoru before. We have the ISO from last time. Carrie played really well on ISO, and that's just because the main prerogative of your player is just kill. You don't really have to set up anything. You just bounce off your teammates and just take advantage of space.
This is true. They have a Yoru at their side as well this go around, but it also wasn't up against a Jet, right? We had the kind of opposing, also kind of wonky comp of the Reyna and the Yoru. So I'm curious to see how that's gonna go, because like what we were consistently seeing, right, was Kurosu just push up A long, right? And then they would just get stuck, right, after using their Leers. So when you have a Jet that can tailwind away and can still get aggressive and get away with those kills, then I don't think you're going to be as successful in taking that space. I think we saw Carry especially like to go short, clear out those players, farm those kills, and then kind of be that clutch entry factor. But this time, that way it's going to be on Dez to carry forward. And Arthur's also another player that's been around in the scene, you know, like it's a consistent name. You see in tournaments, Lover as well has started to make a name for themselves. But aside from that, Pistol to kick things off here, and it feels like they were waiting maybe for an aggressive play, but now quickly ramping up into possibly B exec. Thoroughness, the key to success, clearing out that trip as well. There's not really much contestation here. They're kind of just respecting it so far on the side of Berserker's Dawn.
I like this push up from Evil Oppie. The good Oppie would never do this. It is a fast track over to A site. The Cypher util is somewhat there. There is a Gate Crush nearby, but it expelled. Now this could turn into a gigantic flank from Berserkers. There is no flank watch util, and 10x are not going to be expecting this.
Spike planted.
I mean, you didn't expect to end up A, so why have a trip there?
Oh,
because you have Oppie there! Yep, they have definitely already debuted in this as the villain. 2 kills, rest of the players, it's very sporadic, very chaotic, filtering out onto his site. 3 on the board, looking for the ace! Bjorn, you're the real villain here, how dare you?
Evil Oppie twirls again the golden fiddle after signing a deal with the devil to get the 4K. Unbelievable star here from 10x GC. Your big question going into this was the enterability for this attacking side, and Evil Oppie didn't really have to use a lot of utility to do it, but the fact that the shock bolt destroyed the Cypher trip early on, it allowed a fast track to A site, caught Berserkers, I'm sure off guard seemingly. The flank didn't work after that. Was a very good tempo setter for 10x's side.
And it really was. I think just also Berserkers showing them too much respect, right? Didn't fight after that trip was destroyed for the B site. Maybe expected them to stay B. Like, they look like they were just prepared. Like, yeah, they expected Tenax to stay B, and they go A. And Evil Oppie, with that 4K, forces the rifle here. This smoke, though, probably setting off some alarm bells. So they're gonna wait, and they aren't traded out. Yes, chips down ever so barely to walk away with their life. 20 HP, but sight falls under their control. They shuffle the spike on, get the plant down.
Spike planted.
I mean, 2 players for the retake. No weapons in hand. They saw one cross. Might just be a die to the spike kind of angle here from heaven.
I mean, just let Oppie get these 2 kills, right? 1 off Blade Storm. You can pick that up easy peasy, A or C next round. Have a free Vandal for somebody.
I mean, they gotta know at some point here. That's why they're, I think, checking spawn. Probably expecting them to be dying to spike at this point. They know they're not saving any weapons. The smoke here, interesting. They can't lose a rifle, though. That'd be terrible, guys, if you lose too many weapons. And hopefully, yeah, Vandal will get recovered to carry the weapons forward. But that could have gotten dicey real quick with that smoke.
Yeah, that was a little ego there from 10x, but, you know, it's a good way to secure those ult points. Evil Oppie, though, 3 off of getting that ult. Same with Bjorn. The Hunter's Fury, sooner rather than later, would be a huge opportunity for either post-plan or just straight up creating space off of Oppie's just willingness to create space.
You said, Keg, that they signed a deal with the devil with that 4 kills on the pistol round. In my mind, Bjorn just, you know, said their village and origin story by stealing their ace.
Oh, jeez. Ever since that day, Oppie was never the same.
They seeked out their prey and the opponent that waltzed into the wrong corner was Berserker's Dawn. They have rifles in hand, but with Oppie back under control and at full HP of this rifle, this hero rifle for the squad, let's see what they can do.
Seems like we do have a minor tech pause here.
Yeah.
Oh, Evil Oppie still has yet to die. Immortality, but at what cost? To play Jet?
Unfortunately,
there's
with
trades.
for the tech pause, it's like you'll live to see another day.
It's like Bjorn's like one of those 1930s detectives.
Ah, kid. I see you want to play Jet, huh? Oh, well, sign a deal with the devil.
It's the third round. Is Oppie enough to kind of give us that first thrifty of the map? We talked about how
Of course.
was it accredited to Haven, to the teams that we were seeing? I think it was the latter, but maybe these two teams in the quarterfinals can prove us wrong. Maybe Oppie can prove us wrong, because they also, I feel like, was a major difference, was they didn't force up as heavily as the teams we saw in our previous best of 3, right? So I feel like when you force up heavier, you have a higher fall off, right? If you do end up losing. And this squad, what did they have? They had 2 pistols, they had 2 specters, and they had the 1 vandal, right? Versus the other squad, you know, going like 3 bulldogs, a rifle, for example. And I think that's going to make it harder to convert this third round, but when you have a player, like you mentioned, that's immortal at the moment, not in rank, in life force.
Maybe in ranked. Maybe even
I'm hoping they're Radiant. I'm gonna call it Oppie. Please be Radiant. I'll check later. It was a pop quiz. We'll see if I aced it. But aside from that, ready to jump back into the game as the Tech Plus comes to a close.
Yeah, I mean, going off what you were saying before too is in terms of buy-ups, right? We saw Korosu specifically buy up heavy in the last series. Evil Oppie may be able to get one here. Oh my. That's fake. But still, plenty of calls have been made, all the while buying time for the Cypher to lurk up B main. No Cypher util present. A player has to watch B main for the anti-rotate. And this opening duel inside of B main, if they're not spotted, unbelievable. Just opens up B site entirely.
Bro, I think I cursed it by mentioning it. The thought of a thrifty, you will it into existence. The Fave can just survive. Because now they've lost the sight of the B control. They lost that rifle. And now you're fighting into so much Cypher utility. I mean, I'm surprised that the planter is even alive at this point. It all falls down to the villain instead of this story. Trying to fight forward in a CT. Instead, reflects the space, waits for May to set them up, but they get crushed in. No one expects Arthur from behind. The sound cue not enough for the reactivity. Now again, it's down to Oppie. This time also with Razor at their side, one of those specters that was carried forward. The close quarters, the delay utility. All perfect. And the running gun for 2. No way. It's a clutch from Oppie. It has to be.
It's Evil Oppie. You put honor on the evil part of their name. Oh, dancing around, just waiting for the opportunity. Still, no, Evil Oppie!
I said it.
The vampire's been vanquished, but at what cost again? Just barely diffusing.
And I was expecting them to do like a wide swing there, right? But no, the consistent close angle, Lover tracks it down, and I said this was a player making a name for themselves, and this is why. Down like the cave, take down Evil Oppie. Just when needed, when it was gonna be, again, a thrifty loss. Off of some run and gun of a Spectre, off of a insane, devilish timing from Ave on the B site. But for now, it's all sunshine. It's all rainbows. It's normalcy for once in the economy flow here. But still, that damage, look at like the weapons for Berserker's Dawn. They gotta do something crazy. And they tried to do that over towards A Long.
Very big adaptation. There's now a Cypher trip B main.
They started on pistol. What do you mean?
Don't want a repeat of last round.
This is true.
There's a big push up outside of A lobby. Don't want to give 10x that space. Response here has been now 10x waiting inside mid for a swing. Any response, really.
Wow.
Ira,
Revenge.
removing Ave.
So no more lurking for you, whether it's through B or down C long. It looks like they're still going to explode into the C side. Maybe try to avenge the fallen teammate here. Deal with the trip. This is going to be good, though. 2 players now scaling down C long. Massive info, and now if the Omen pivots, they can pinch.
10x are none the wiser about this big lurk. No, there's no way.
They stunned it. They know. They
do
have
know.
to.
Evil Oppie. Do they know it's 2?
They don't clear the Yoru. No, they don't clear the Yoru. And they still don't know the Yoru's there. They're expecting 1-1 then. Surprise, surprise. Knock, knock. Yes, you get Ira, but Arthur's there. And it's all down to Bjorn and the Bucky, of course. That's a pseudo thrifting. I count it.
What a great shutdown. I mean, even just taking down the anti-lurk of the attacking Cypher was a great start for Berserkers. Any early map pressure, any hidden slithering onto a site was completely nullified and forced 10x to play as a squad. It was such a great read overall for Berserkers to know, hey, we have A control. We can watch B with the Cypher util. C should be this option for the attackers to funnel into. We could just straight up collapse on them.
Wait a minute. That's not normal.
Okay.
A Cypher with an off.
Sure. I mean, the cyber cages are placed in a way to hopefully be an escape option if this first
sense.
shot misses. But this is more for lay round. The call here, 3-stack on A, is that, okay, these attackers are going to go back to what worked. And that was A site.
Wow, lots of util. Arthur in the nick of time. Gate crashes out, and you've left it, like you said, those extra players here to hold up that space. Offie, the blades replenished. May with a deagle shot as well at their side. Oh, but Arthur, the timing, pinpoint accuracy to shut them down, make it at least a 3v4. But at this point, if they can get the spike down, which they have Hunter's Fury, they have Rolling Thunder, they have a perfect post plant.
I mean, if you're the Optic Cypher, you really want this breach ult to be detonated this round. I don't know if the retake's going to be possible with such a
Dimensional Drift.
big... Oh, Dimensional Drift occupied. Maddie falls. The call should be to save, and that's already what Ira's doing. Goodbye. Oh, unlucky there. I think there was some miscommunication from Berserkers about whether or not they wanted to reapproach the site.
Yeah. I think they were. It's like Arthur dives in and is like, guys, go for it. And then the player dies heaven, and it's like, okay, well, now no one's really there to fight alongside me because my Cypher has an operator. And you could even see how prepared they were, right, for a swing to come through that dark cover. They were pre-firing and expecting it off of the Dimensional Drift, and so that's a win for Tenax, along with the round, along with the lead reclaimed, and along with the fact that they get to hold on to those ultimates for another post-plant approach. And I think that's only going to turn up the ante now for Berserkers Dawn, right? They're going to be like, okay, now it's even more important to close them out, to not let them get site control, because we cannot retake against that until those are fleshed out.
Yeah, it's really just about finding a way to make 10x use these ults very early on, and we should see a lot of additional pressure from Berserkers into this first round. Recon bolt, potential maybe for the ISO ult to be built up into this round.
Oh!
Very nice to get rid of evil Offie. Cleansed a little bit, I suppose. And 10x's response is just to play slow, looking for these aggressive plays early on.
I mean, it's characteristic of the comp. It's what Super Cat did against their opposition, but...
Sharp Bolt did not take out that Cypher trip. It had to be manually done.
I mean, even if it was broken either way, they have their own omen posted up there. This is what we talk about, what goes south. You're getting too aggressive. I thought that's what we were going to see from Arthur, but that silence is shattered by Maddie over towards this B site. They entrusted in her to hold down the space and did so correctly. Look at that. Beautiful with the spray. Okay, we're good.
Down A.
Yeah, at this point, there's not really much Ave can do here.
Get the spike.
Good luck.
Oh! One step at a time, and unfortunately, they are tumbling down those stairs. Flawless here from Berserkers Dawn to tie things up 3-3. And I think for Tenax, again, that default just kind of crumbled as soon as the first player fell.
Ooh, a lot of these plans... No, hold on. A lot of these plans seem to be dictated off of Ira's positioning. Setting up for B. Expectation now, Berserkers are wanting this 10x to approach C site, so they set up the anti-rotate for Ira to hold the op so wide. No? They're not okay. Safer than I thought. Not A long.
Wait,
Holding
look
for
at the
top
orb.
heaven.
Arthur
They want
pushing
this.
down grass. And I love they have the Omen at their side, ready for a paranoia too if the pressure gets too much. But this is going to be profound info if they first clear out Garden. They're going to say, okay, they're not going A. Bunker down the hatches on C, and Dez getting the jump peek as well means that Arthur knows it's green light go. Clear out any lurk players. And I mean, now that you know it, with an ult like that it's C.
And you're just trying to take these fights and win it out to force the rotate over to A site to get into that op, but no, that won't be the case. This game plan has the right idea for Dawn, but has not gone into fruition. Double Hunter's Fury available. Arthur in the back lines, good to remove the opposing attacking Sova's ult for the post plant. Not available now.
Oh, the gun barrel bait into Maddie is with the kill. Hunter's Fury, they try to pressure forward off of it, knowing a player is taken out of the duel. I know Arthur was on the flank, but Maddie was the question mark. They were still in garage or not. They're sticking it all the way. They're not going to get it back to site in time. The setup, the post plant was perfection, and then the players just, they push in. They're too fixated on the Hunter's Fury and CT.
Really good game work from Arthur on an individual level. The fact that we see 10x waiting on default, start a round, watching every lane for someone like Arthur to push up and take these fights, give up, reroute, execute, then Arthur pushes up afterwards to find information and maybe a fight, has been so good to allow Berserkers to just do whatever they want in the mid-round.
We gotta point out Maddie though as well, right? They didn't win that fight in the Cypher Cage in Garage. They never were able to have that extra player to stick.
Decoy.
But here we are once again talking about Arthur in the hot seat, side by side with their ISO. It's been these trap plays, but this time they realize, okay, let's deposit these players short. They like to fight. Let's wait for them to fight. While Spike instead prods towards B.
No way they try to go from B to A and have people sewers, right?
The pinch would be
Am I
insane.
over-engineering this?
Because they lost a player, I think now it is over-engineered. It's cooked. They had to commit to the B site, and Maddie is here! The timing, the spray down through the dark cover, not connecting. Now they have to worry about the potential Ominal and that paranoia to lull the pressure to confirm the plant and maybe even fight forward here, but it's the operator!
The op has existed for 4 rounds at least, and now it's only made its reveal at this moment. 2 left now for 10x.
They need to group up. They need to fight together, and they've decided to do so over towards A. But the singular footstep triggers a plethora of utility, right? The vulnerability, the paranoia, and May is the last to stand, the last to fall. 3 for Dez, who, again, started as a supporting player, steps forward into the spotlight to close out that round. Berserker's Dawn starting to snowball here.
And it's tough too. An act like a timeout won't really fix what's going on with 10x. They have the right ideas. It's just the timing of the players on the defense swinging has been, and there's really no other word for it, Zoe. It's just been so unlucky for 10x.
Oh, for sure. You need to find a way to dismantle this deep A main hold, right? We saw that happen, I would say, in the last game, and Supercat was able to do that, right? I mean, I wouldn't say Supercat was able to do that. Princess Icy, right, was able to do that. Because at that point, not only do they have information, but they know they're never going A. So they can stack these players with discipline over towards C. It's a sacrifice! Ah! It was a sacrifice. It was supposed to be worthy, and unfortunately, it's drone! No way!
What? I'm losing my marbles.
Sound like a cartoon character.
Professor
there, Keg.
K is retiring.
Oh?
Distraction.
Well, you
I would time
retired.
out after that.
Dez steps forward. All right. That contract, that pulls the player off the plant in the meantime. Stalls it. Gets the timer back active. Lover, though, now. Solo here after that loss.
Scanning ahead.
1v2. They already used the paranoia. Now you know both players are on default. Try to set up the double swing. It looked like they don't commit to it just yet. There it is.
And they won?
That's what happens when trigger discipline goes south, Keg.
That's when you that's an evil oppie moment.
They're gonna clip that and never let them live that down. I hope they...
I cannot believe
Like,
that.
poor Maddie. Like, Ira's gonna hold that over their head the entire time. They're like, you let me die for that? And then Arthur just frags out still, right? As that solo player left on the C site, but it still wasn't enough.
It's not even just that one player didn't face check that corner, right? It's not that the drone didn't face check that corner either. It's the fact that both did not. But at least
But then
Resora
why
was
did
there for
Resora
the
clear
follow-up.
it? Like you've had like multiple players that should have cleared that out, and they don't. Resora just doing it is just like, that's why Resora is on this team.
This is why Resora's the GOAT.
This is true. It's just fact. It's been fact checked, but this is what I mentioned prior, right? They have yet to dismantle this A hold. I want to see them dump utility. I want to see them oppress these players. Because even if Arthur TP is out, right, you had Dez holding up that mantle as well. This could be the proper timing now as well if they realize that the ISO and the Yoru lead that post to hit the A site. But Look at what they do in the meantime. After they clear out A long, what do? They're clearing out C long.
Watch it
What?
happen. Oh, no, May. May, go back to that corner, please. Aw. Audio's been called about the rotate back, but
Oh, they could catch the Omen.
footsteps
No?
were heard, though.
That's what I was hoping they would do. Maybe would catch the Omen retreating down C long, but I feel like there's just a big question mark now for Tenax, right? They cleared out all day long, and like, yes, they could have refought it, which is why we're seeing now the ice on the re-peak short. But now that they haven't seen anything, they're like, okay, here are the
Okay.
footsteps.
Thank you,
No.
Oppie.
Spike down.
They're not making that mistake twice.
Or the-
Okay,
Wow, my eyes are down.
on C. They rotate from the Omen as well, but again, it's Arthur here. Dimensional drift, so they're at least taking out the duel for now. Can't deny the spike plant. But even that, now they know how many are on site. They know where they want to go. This is an interesting call, right? They love these more developed retake strats. They love the pinch plays. And Oppie, low HP, cannot deal with it.
Oh, my. What a shot from Arthur.
Dead.
At this point, 10x, they're running out of options. They choose to push up into C long. This is the right choice. You're not expecting it that you're a defender.
There's no way to stick
Rizor,
again, right?
Good for 2 May. They double
One
back
enemy
now.
remaining.
What does the utility look like? Rizora falls, but you don't know about Garage. You have to check.
Yeah,
May? Oh, I thought May may have gotten the Omen in the back, but the answer is no. What a great call from 10x. Even if it didn't amount to a win.
Wow. And while it wasn't as sneaky as the Maddie Ninja defuse when the players were pushing into CT off the Hunter's Fury, the same effect lingers, right? Like, they're okay with you fighting into CT there. That means you're off the site and they can scale up. They can get a player on the bomb. And trusting players like Arthur who are so stable. I mean, I don't even call 14-4 stable. It's explosive
Cutting through.
at this
A
point on the
real-
Yoru.
Kurosu moment.
Well, this is a Yoru player, though. Not a
They
Reina.
both have flashes.
Sure. Alright.
Default again from 10x. Same setup once more from Berserker's side. There is a lot more pressure though on A. There's the Paranoia ISO rotate swing setup. It won't amount to much. It's back to B we go. There's not a lot of bolts for 10x to clear space. We could see maybe off this Thrifty a Hunter's Fury to push up in the B site. It would certainly be A play. There's no
Well-
there's no Cypher utility to block out the A flank. That could be something Arthur could take advantage of. They've been very good about taking this space.
Oh, and I love this. As soon as they feel garage pressure, Ira just protocol, push down C long. And as a result, they're going to be able to find May here. And now that's the neural theft. Now that confirms, okay, are all the players C? No, there's a straggler in spawn. Now I'm going to deal with that if I'm Ira. And look, look, Arthur's also trying to deal with this straggler. And they all close in, and it only takes seconds, right? So you're not over-fixating for too long. You're not delaying your retake. And again, it's next GC just coming to take the fight to you, and you deal with it. Player
Fights
after player.
fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, fights after fights. Every which way you go. These re-clears from Dawn have been unbelievable. It's both of these teams are excelling so well, probably better than any other team in this tournament, at different facets of map control. And it's so impressive to see that there's no chance this doesn't go into overtime.
Last round before
I mean,
the
7-4 here. I think, like, Tenax GC, they just, like... They feel very passive, like hoping that Berserker's Dawn will give them these fights that they'll overheat, and they never do, right? And then once they actually get a plant down is when they do get aggressive, right? And it's so interesting to see that dichotomy at work, because I think that's why they're staring down now at disadvantage half, even if they win this round. But I think it's going to work out really well for them on the defense, as long as they don't get that kind of like over-aggressive tendency where like they peek out too much. I think Berserker's Dawn will be ready to deal with that as well, but... Back to basics. This time I said it. I wanted them to find a way to puncture through A long. The answer hopefully is Oppie with the blade or a Bucky. And it is.
Arthur. Being gone is such a huge opener for 10x. They have a lot of ults available here to reclaim A space.
Ooh.
Rolling Thunder, for example, is huge. Des
way.
has a lot to worry about. They were the meat of the sandwich and have 2 players left alive. No Yoru to worry about. Taking odd space.
enemy
A
remaining.
4v, now 5, excuse me, now 1. These Ira, the last one left.
Hoping a player would push the dark cover. Shorty out. Now with the rotation here. It's last round, you go for it regardless. Do you expect 2 players on the elevated position with their own double swing? No. And if the last Haven we casted, Keg, was a matter of thrifties, this one's a matter of flawlesses, right? That was 2 back-to-back ones from opposing teams. It ends us with a 7-5 half. And this is a lot different than a 9-3, right? Like, you win a pistol, you're right back into the action if you're to next GC. As long as you don't get 13 map 2. Or, sorry, round 2.
I mean, my question is, how is Arthur going to play this attack? Are they going to be the entry flashes? Or are they just going to lurk and do whatever they want? Like, will them and Ira
Ira's going to be the lurker. Ira's, I can see it now.
Yeah, but the way Arthur's been playing has just been so... not unconventional, so Yoru-like, right? So whatever you want to do when the round feels like it, that Arthur could definitely take that mantle some rounds, and it's just another mental point 10X have to keep an eye on. They can't really stray too far from a point, because they always have to worry about Arthur's positioning.
It's not that I don't think Arthur could pull off the lurk player. It's that I think they need a like a stable entry player, right? Like
But
your
they have the
ISO's not. Your ISO's not enough for that in my mind. Not only just because Dez is having a slower start, but I think on this map an ISO isn't enough, right? And I think like it was their mastery side by side that was holding the same aim space. And even now, look, they're tied at the hip, right? And that's what I think is working for this team.
Yeah, but Arthur has no flashes either. The entry ability has to come down to Dez's utility.
Arthur go kill.
Yeah.
Or
It's
Ira
just-
lurk and get a kill.
That's true. Something's got to give here. And Sova drone's out to clear out sewers. Backside control, 10X, hanging on to A by a thread. It's just up to Dawn to make a move, and it starts with Ira. Making noise, the paranoia in return.
Wow.
Utility used up, and it's a reset now from Dawn.
There's 30
30
seconds left.
30 seconds left.
This is the
Thanks, knock on
last. Got you with my desk. That's the last thing I expected from this squad, was to be too passive, to have the enemy be their clock. That's exactly what's happened. They think they have the C site, but Abe can just fight through it into default with these cages, hopefully when the plant gets pinged. No?
Oh,
Spike planted.
one.
a plant?
That's 2, Wave.
Okay. Shut down, but I mean, numbers, plenty. Oh my gosh. Dez, I'm sorry I called you out. You're in a 1v2 clutch. Can you do it? 20 HP. The players side by side, but one on that brink of death. It doesn't matter. May has their own agenda, their own 3-piece. You can actually see, I said it, you get your pistol, and you got the follow-up, and we're going to be tied. And your OT prediction could come true, Keg.
Yeah, it very well could. I mean, I think this is how Berserkers are going to keep approaching these early rounds. They are just going to place different pieces all around. It is a chessboard against someone who does not know chess. They just put pieces wherever they want, and you're still forced to abide the rules and figure out how to play around it. That's what Arthur's job is.
I thought you were gonna say, like, for me, a person that doesn't know how to play chess, like, might know how the pieces are supposed to move, but then they have, like, lack of board awareness, and then those players can slip through the cracks. And I think that's what Berserker's Dawn needs, right? Like you mentioned from Ira.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Ira was prodding the B-side the entire time, right? They wanted their Ave moment where they slip in undetected, and Snax just wasn't having it. And even when they slipped in through Garage, right? Like, Ave was prepared on the C-site. That's the anchor we've wanted this whole day, and we finally got it.
You know what a better metaphor would be? It's if Berserkers Dawn are playing chess where they don't have rules. And that's really Arthur's game plan. You just do whatever you want, force 10X to react off of you, use my clones to break utility. We've seen how very fast May's out to use smokes and paranoias. That's less things that Berserkers have to worry about once they hopefully get to site.
Well, again, it's this slow approach, and this time it's warranted, right? You know you don't have weapons. You're gonna wait for a mistake and lock down on it, but heading towards the safe side, walking. I want to say that Oppie saw, like, the little shoes of Dez, and that Aftershock confirms it. Pushes them into Evil Oppie, not with an op, with an sniper rifle nonetheless. The Outlaw here, dodging because of the smoke, but they're flashed! Doesn't matter! They got the reloads, they had one bullet left, but they want the security of both. They want the 2 out of the 3 kills, now the 2 out of the 2 kills, but Rizora gonna get the pinch, and there it is. They complete the picture, and what do you know? Another flawless.
You could not have asked for a better round from 10X. Again, just the sheer patience of allowing Berserkers to play however they want early on, but really sticking to the objectives and playing to shut down a lot of the different lanes right at the choke point that Berserkers could make a move on.
And I expected that from Tanax GC, but in my mind, it's just Berserker's Dawn playing a lot like slower than I expected them to. And again, it's a pistol. It's an anti-eco. You're not expecting them to necessarily, but this round, now that they have weapons in hand, and they know they have better weapons in hands, that's where I need to see that confidence revitalized. The same confidence they used when taking a main space round after round of defense, and does seem to be the case here with this duelist duo I talk about. Taking a space, looking for a kill, but Oppie with the Outlaw is still heaven here, or I should say hell. They've been dragged down. They get the first ping onto Arthur, which is, again, they're only saving Grace to calm to their team, but that's already done and dusted.
Reset after that opening pick, too.
Mm.
No follow-up off of it. Very little utility expended from Berserker's side. I like the push-up from May outside this B wall. Trip's still available, too. Audio would be heard, including this drone, towards Seaside about what the execute might be. Des! Oh! Unlucky, but still made it work.
Okay. Ave, you've anchored it before. You did it on the pistol. Can you do it again? You've dodged the recon bolt. Ryuto's been destroyed. You shot the clone. You've given away the game. They know where you are. The double swing secured. So is the kill. It's all down to Razora. It's only a Spectre in hand. We've seen some nasty run and gun action. Can it start out with Dez? I think this is good. The flashpoint connects. They don't get around the corner. Now you're gonna hope for a weapon upgrade, and there it is. But you're pinched between a player window you don't even know about, and you're paranoid from Garage. Of course, it was Arthur, too. You talked about it. Not only are they entering, but now they're also becoming that lurk factor. Just to tie up loose ends.
It's really just Arthur is allowed to do whatever they want. Yoru is unbelievable on 3-site maps. Actually, no. I was about to say we don't see Yoru very often on Lotus. I think in Kickoff, we've been seeing a ton of Yoru to be like anti-Vice. Yoru is going to be meta on every single map by like 28.
Yeah. Here we go. 8-7. Rifles on both sides. Another pivotal round here. And the ISO. Des has their kill contract online. Ooh, again, also Oppie's been kind of taken out of the duel. This time, not fully. With the opening frag not going their way. It's gonna be hard to retake no matter what.
Time to push up here with the drone. Brought out very early on means this drone won't find a lot of information top of sight. A smoke is already out, and it barely saw that down left corner of site itself. Contingency. Kill contract to allow the execute. You really want to get Razora here. If you're Dez. Oh, got the Cypher. That's okay. That does
Okay, Arthur got the breach. Okay. Oh, and your teammates have got the trade regardless, so gets the job done eventually. I like how they use the cages to supplement this plan as well, to buy that extra delay time. And now, I mean, talk about it. Plant goes down. Arthur says, my job is done. Now I make space the old-fashioned way. Just push up, do the damage where I can. Maddie with the fake, trying to flush out util. Oppie on the flank. I said you had low HP. This is one way to get a kill, especially when your opponent's in their camera for the split second. Now, 3-on-3. There's a chance, and it's starting to slip away.
Slipping away, a very good point. May fakes the TP, but there's no
play
chance
for
of getting
exits.
back in.
Yeah, at this point, you're trying to crowd these players and let them die to the spike. But even then, Oppie, low HP. Didn't want to get traded here. Yep. Oh, does Arthur save their weapon? Yes, they do.
9-7, still holding on. Berserkers taking their sweet time early round. Has worked out unbelievably. Penax inching closer and closer potentially to losing map 1. May want to consider a timeout after this next buy cycle.
True. We'll see if the GC digs hit though, because again, we ask for timeouts. We usually get thrifties, and then they throw that comment back in our face. But this round, even though they understand that they don't have a buy, Berserker's Dawn showing respect, getting ready to invest their own ultimates, likely because the Blade Storm's getting popped as well by Oppie. Here we go, Dimensional Drift, the exec on a C. They're gonna realize that the gamble stack was away from this site. Not even a speck of Cypher utility is present. Arthur, I would stay deep CT at this point. You only spotted one player. Instead, this is what I love from them. They aren't the overheat style of duelists, but look at this. Talked about who would be the lurk player. Ira. Does this corner get cleared? They go for the first, they don't trigger discipline onto the second, but they're confident they can win the duel anyways. swing connects, and even though you're low HP, Brazora can get this gun. Ooh.
Oh, huge. Alleviates some more pressure. Defense down by 1 player. Separated out though, setting up for Hunter's Fury. There's only 3 on site, but again, look at the weaponry. It's just sheriffs. Recombo, information, any advantage is possible. 2 are scanned, but no follow-up. It's impossible.
Yeah, that was rough because Brazora gets the 1 kill that's so deep sea they can't get the gun upgrade. They take a few down with them, but again, it was just the gamble stat going the wrong way. Didn't rotate to C long enough, and they didn't have any utility. And at that point, the Dimensional Drift has cleared out all of that space. Okay. Again, that was Nico. You talked about wanting a timeout. It would have happened here in my mind, because the next Econ cycle, it's Berserkers on map point. But I think they have enough ultimates here, and they have an idea of what they can do with them in terms of the Rolling Thunder to win this. Because again, they've been playing this is like the most basic of Haven comps, right? That you get.
Yeah.
They've been playing it
really
how it's
nothing
supposed to be
wild.
played. It's just, again, the creativity of Berserkers, kind of mismatch of pacings as well, has been a major issue.
Direct utility to have stopping power for Arthur on site. Still good for the clone for the re-clear. A wall is out. The double entry, double duelists works out well. A crash towards the back just in case. Allows Arthur to dance with the overheat. Rolling Thunder. Rachel. Izora. Bjorn's good for 1. It's used so early. But again, the recall's been made. It sets up enough time for 10x
Rolling
to make
Thunder.
their move to collapse onto the site. Rizora's good for 1 off of the aftershock. But still, the ult's not available. Rizora holds on. Does not need it just yet. And it's a complete collapse. 10x get to hold on to this pivotal ult for the next round.
That was nice. I think that's what they were hoping for on like the eco round, where they can try and play retake in numbers, and it was just the fact that they couldn't get the C pinch because Oppie gets dealt with by the lurking Ira. So what do? They all focus on flooding back in from CT off of the Hunter's Fury, and it just happened to work out, right, that the 2 players were pushing up into CT, right? That duelist duo we've talked about of Des, and Arthur. And even for a second, right, you saw May about to pop Paranoia CT as well, because they expected players up close, but they thought better of it. And I liked, again, they call not to use the Rolling Thunder, because, again, there were util kills left and right? Bjorn, Sova ult, the Aftershock kill, it all set them up to just clutch it normally.
2 rounds of a difference. Berserker's Dawn looking very comfortable on this attacking side. Default out now. Cypher lurks. Always a thing on this map. Just a matter of whether or not enough pressure from Ira can be mounted and dueling the opposite Cypher to break the trip. The answer is no. Rizora is in a great spot to follow up off of a stun. Make Berserkers second guess if there will be a swing. The answer is no. The Yoru utility has broken this imaginary divided line.
Okay. Little sight smoke action here as well. They fight through it, interestingly enough. They expected maybe a heavy short play off of that, but all that did was flush out some utility from the Tenax side, so I do not hate it. Maybe it was supposed to be a smoke that also sells the fake, so they wouldn't stay on the A site. But unfortunately, as the split comes back into fruition, players never left. The re-clear missed time with the actual exec here. As a result, they have to expend. They have to let the ripcord go of the Rolling Thunder just to hold on to the site control. With 30 seconds left, they realize, okay, this has to be a commit here. Real quick, or a decision to rotate. And Ira being dealt with means they have to try and commit.
Oh no, a play for the delay. Trying to get Ira into a better spot. Had the TP to allow the cross rotate for the Cypher to get more kills. Neither one of which worked. And now it's a race
Stick.
across the world for Lover. Yeah, of course, Stick. What
You
else?
smoke?
You don't have anything to worry about. Lover
Wait.
makes it in time,
Cage.
but steps right into a bullet.
Cage was up to protect. Now they get to choose, or they dish out that ult orb too for this comeback as well. Again, another flawless on the board. What are we at? Like 5 this game, I think?
I've lost track.
Something of that nature, but at its core, it was again the fact that the clock was the enemy of Berserker's Dawn. We go back to that pistol, and yes, the Omen ultimate from the shadows was a nice bailout, but there weren't enough players alive. Again, we talk about how there was that miscomm, right, or the retake that one round on the defensive half with the with the dimensional drift. It felt like it maybe a miscomm in the last 30 seconds of, okay, are we committing here? Are we ulting over? And like half the team committed while half was getting ready for the C rotate with that Omen ult.
It was
And so-
really just the play off of Ira's lurking, just getting taken out at such an unlucky time. Early wall, procced out against Evil Oppie. Not gonna stop Evil Oppie. That's the
Your
devil
smokes.
right there.
Smokes are gone as well, so this makes it even harder to hit a site here when you only have that site smoke down, no heaven, no CT. But again, the players fight a little bit too hard and can't let go when it matters. Two players fall. It's left to Resort to pick up the slack. They have definitely tightened the leash here into a 3-on-3. Ira, we talked about these lurks setting things up, and they are headed towards C.
The C trip was broken just as Mei was rotating to A site, caught it just in time and stuck around. Berserker's Dawn, they have not cleared out Garage and don't know about this Mei's presence up until the shots were fired. Now there's an idea.
Cam?
Cyber Cage out. The camera is still available, you're absolutely right. Neural
Spike
Theft on
planted.
top. If any player oversteps from the defense, that will be the Neural
They're
Theft
doing
brought
it!
out. Oh no. Oh. Dangerous game, Ira. Dangerous game. The scam, the paranoia on top. The reflood back in. That's dead. It's Gagger.
Wow.
Razora's good for 3 to save the day and bring things to an even game.
Yeah, Resora takes the cake on the 3 kill, but I think the true star was that spy cam, right? Keeping it that late, seeing that CT push-up. If you didn't have that, you wouldn't have known to dumble that utility. You would have been running face-to-face with a brick wall. And I mean, credit to Ira, right? It was a good idea. You mentioned it. Neural Thefts Online, they wanted to be the judge, jury, and executioner, delivering the kill and the information their team needed for the clutch. But now it's turned against them. Now we're tied 10-10. Now you've even forced your coach to take a timeout and get their own word in, because they did not like what they saw.
Bagel Bernie, North America is such a fire name. What will Bagel Bernie?
What
tell
kind of
Berserker's
bagel
Dawn?
would Bernie eat?
Ooh. You know what, I can tell you, it's gonna be lox with capers, a New York style bagel.
Okay. I'm gonna go with just my little everything bagels, you know?
I mean, I feel like everything bagel has like capers and lox too, right?
A little bit, yeah. Depends on how
I-
fancy it
It
is.
has cream cheese though. I used to
Not
love
all the
cream
time.
cheese. No, that's good because I can't have it anymore.
I like putting like the egg bites on it, you know, making a little sandwich.
Oh, I don't think I've had that before.
It's
That
good.
sounds
Try
good.
it.
That sounds really good.
But we have no time for breakfast, alas. Maybe the most important meal of the day, but this might be the most important time out for Berserker's Dawn if they want to turn things around. And this is a good time to point out as well, this is Tenax's map pick, so Berserkers are doing a good job of the prospect of stealing away their opponent's pick.
Yoru ult is available from Arthur. Most definitely should be an entry option into this round. Neural Theft should secure at least the opening pick with those two ults combined and find maximum information.
Ooh!
Oh, but Dez, a very risky swing. Oppie takes a lick of damage, but nothing to really write home about. Everybody else from Dawn is defaulting to an extent. They've ignored mid, and left the spike. Expectation here should be to find the pick and rotate into that weaker section.
And these players short are fighting for the timing, fighting for the trade. Bjorn secures it. Definitely gutsy trying to play it out before the aftershock was available. But spikes still spawn. Again, they're depending on these players to find opening elsewhere on the map. Fortunately, they just make some noise, hopefully draw some numbers out. But again, Tenax has found success on the C retake, so they're happy to give up the space to play this spy cam like they did the last time. And let's see if Berserkers don't learn their lesson and know to destroy it.
Usually it's the flash off of Arthur that's been good to destroy these defensive cams. Cleared out Garage, nothing found there. Aggressive gate crash, maybe, but signals have been found at the very least. May's just sitting and waiting at this point.
They still have that
4v4.
cam.
Spike planted.
I know. Surely this time it gets destroyed, right?
I don't think before it finds the impact it needs that there's 3 on site. 1 away. There it was, popped. They haven't
It's you and
destroyed
me.
it. Now they know where the ISO ult should be. They know there's a player solo CT as well. Oh, we needed to have Bjorn win that, but because they lose, it's down to the 2v4. And I mean, the players are not getting surrounded, right? You have this deep set lurk from Maddie as well. There's no way they expect this. The paranoia as well, just to lay sight even if they do fall, but they're not going to.
Whew. Great double kill at the end for Maddie. 11-10. Berserker's Dawn taking their time, utilizing these opening pick advantages and how big Haven can be to reset. Bring it back to C site. This has been the weaker site for 10X. Wouldn't be surprised now Evil Oppie sets up the Evil Oppie on back C site. That means there's less bodies on A though. That has to be all down to Razora's. No, not the flash. Not the stun push again.
Yeah.
Going out.
I think you need to fake that presence, right? Dump the aftershock, dump the shocks. Just so they don't expect it. Yeah, they wanted to think that Oppie was fighting here with the squad and funnel them towards the seaside because it's always been their endpoint. But I think that's what was pointed out during the timeout, right? Was okay, they're fighting this very basically. They're playing a classic Haven composition. They're always fighting a main, and you know what we're masters of? You know what we did on the defense? We took that space and never let go. As a result, that's what they do. The confirmation comes off of that neural theft that they vacated the A side, but they know they're set up for a retake here, so they're a little wary, not fully committed, not fully sold. They're hoping Arthur can find a kill before the plant gets secured.
Remember,
Or they're gonna go C.
Berserkers don't know about Evil Oppie's op. They're gonna rotate into C and not be aware that there's an Elo stick on the other side. But they're making a lot of noise. They're faking the rotate to C to head back over to A. Arthur is still there, never left.
I love
Sora
this.
Is aware of the plan, at least to an extent, and wants to keep that presence on A. Oh, sorry for Cam. Someone's
30
nearby.
seconds left.
No, Ira.
I thought they
Again.
saw Lyra.
Remaining hidden. They should have, but they didn't.
They don't
follow
go for
up.
B? They go
Down a
back to the
player.
site?
Op still in hand. That's essentially a 3v5 for the retake. 2v5. Oh, never mind, Evil Oppie. In the server, what the op with a retake on A? Oh, sure. Why not?
Standing.
Okay, all right. Ira's the last one left. Cyber Cage available. What do
Jaw.
you do here? Not much.
Jaw dropped the entirety of that round, right? The mind games upon mind games, right? We talked about how that neural theft shows no one's on A, shows that Tanax is set up for the retake. So what do? They don't commit to the A side. They leave Arthur and fake the C rotate like you pointed out. What does that do? That draws off the retake potential here for Tanax GC. But it doesn't matter. They just respect the site take and retake. And I mean, usually you're like, okay, it's a double-edged sword with the operator because then your duelist can't retake with you. Oppie says, I can do both. Finds two and even dives in with Razora to bait themselves into that additional kills.
Here.
Like, 11-11 here. It's insane. And the op still is on the C site. They're still having this double initiator fake the A presence. And you still have, look, Arthur challenging it because they're confident in their duels at this part of the map.
That's right, and they've noticed that there's been a big lurk up C long from a lot of teams recently. Early smoke from Berserkers, top of C. Now that the op is most definitely known too, it makes it even better. That smoke puts doubt in the mind of Ira. There could have been the Cypher lurk up into Cubby.
But the re-clear. Oppie.
No, they could stay hidden. We've seen how long Ira's willing to wait.
You need an award for this timing, I swear. It's been multiple times by like pixels they're missed. They know it's C then.
Smoke number 2. That's a defensive smoke this time.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's bad. Okay, Paranoia bails him out. And the shot through the smoke is just additional damage done. Now they have the blades online, but they're not gonna need them. Shot after shot, the players are falling. And again, it all came down to a spy cam. Oppie on for the ace at this point. Pop the blades. Get your,
30 seconds left.
I would say TikTok clip, but
Oh.
all right.
Oh.
2v5. Shh.
Oh.
They're saving.
Well, they're saving them more on the loss of TikTok.
Ooh. All right. And the timer ticks away. They're gonna have to
10
fight
seconds
for
left.
overtime. Wow. What a play from Oppie, right? We talked about how the milliseconds tick by. They miss the fact that Ira is left side main. And then somehow the spy cam gets deployed and they realize, okay, wait, this might be more than a lurk, and the shots connect
Match
through the
point.
smoke. Not one, but two. And then the pixel angle on the star player, Arthur, as well. Like, we were robbed of our 30 bomb from Princess Icy. Can we get one from Oppie?
It was also really unlucky for Berserker's Dawn too, because often on C they split push where they have presence in Garage on top of what they were doing C long. Not quite the case that time. A little rushed. Didn't clear Garage.
Okay,
That would have been something to deal with much after getting on the site, but no. Just who would have thought someone named Evil Oppie would play against all conventional rules of the op play on defense?
Speaking of defense and unconvention, pushing down grass when you least expect it. They have not done it one round. Unfortunately, they don't pop the tailwind to get out. They were that confident. And Lover follows it up, a stinger kill. That's like a gift bestowed here to at least make things a 4-on-4, especially when you lost that lurk player Ira, who's been pivotal in getting late round rotations. And what is this?
Losing
Giving
your
a
top
gun to
fragging-
Sova?
they're trading around. It's like Pokemon cards. Losing your top fragger to a lurking Ira it's a pretty decent even trade, but now it does enable a lot more flank potential. That's why ISO, Daz is still waiting down sewers for the aggressive push-up A. Yeah, A long is not going to be noted, but it does create space for Dawn to work with. And nobody on 10-ax is pushing up off the death of this Cypher. Everyone's playing so close up for a retake.
I loved at the start of the half we were like, okay, Arthur could be a lurk player. No, Dez was the
30
one,
seconds
A short, solo, listening for any ounce of utility or information. Didn't hear anything, right? And that's like, kind of was like a no evidence fallacy that no one was present, but we've seen this before. Rizora plays off site, plays for the retake, and here it comes.
Planted.
One up,
Plant
one
goes
thunder.
down. Procedure in play, yeah. Flush out Heaven, spray it down. Hope you can get a kill off of this. The Hunter's Fury is timed perfectly to counter it. What? Doesn't matter.
Hunter's Fury. Arthur, an escape option. Dimensional Drift will reset positioning. This is good. One player left now. 10x. They could close this out right now. Recon bolt available. No tradability off of these players. Oh no. Not aware of the Soba's presence though.
Oh, they bought the bluff for this. Oh, and the trade from Lover. 3 kills, and we are headed to overtime.
Switching sides.
Wow. I really thought that for a second that the effects of the Hunter's Fury were going to be neutralized there on the fight CT. The skills were still going the way of Tenax. And then, of course, Arthur from Hell gets the impact that squad needs. And even if they can't get the final kill in the clutch, they inadvertently set up a 180 requirement there for the true-to-life clutch, and Lover closes things out. And Tenax GC immediately are saying, let's stop that momentum, let's get our feet back under us and win our map pick.
Both players again, even when we were on the OG side of this first half of the map, wanted to show that both teams excelled in taking different spaces at different times, but just never in unison. And allowed a lot of flip-floppy maps to bring us, rounds, excuse me, to bring us to overtime. Yeah, very much a needed timeout here from 10x. They have the right ideas, but as you mentioned, much more conventional composition from 10x's side. There's not as many raw tricks they can bring out compared to, say, bringing out a Yoru or an ISO, where they can change what they do every round.
All right. Lover, maybe some issues connecting, waiting to see. Not having a buy yet on a T is a little... There we go. All right. Aside from that, again, I want to say that timeout was more just a breather, right? I think from Tenax, I'm trying to think about what happened that first half, right? You know that A main was a consistent haven, no pun intended, for Berserker's Dawn. It was hard for them to fight and break through it other than that one round where Oppie just went nuclear with the blades. So what do? You default, you maybe go fast B if you destroy that utility. You know Maddie's solo here, right? Maddie popped off once, they're gonna pop off again.
A good start. Jet dash through. This is just Evil Oppie popping off. Evil Oppie's like, the chains are loose! Breaking free!
And I love that they don't even deal with the players on B. They're like, okay, I'll deal with Maddie later. They inadvertently dodge the bullet of Dez as well. So they think they have deep control here, but then they're gonna have to re-clear it out late as well. The drone, are they gonna spawn out? They do. They know once grass. Can they deal with it though? The utility, miss the lines. And now Resort can go back to fighting CT. Maybe even facilitate Oppie with a flash of the sun. Nope,
No
they're
way.
sent to the grave.
Oppie. Oh my. No way.
Maze
Kind of
on
a
an
throw. Just to let
Last
your
player
teammates
standing.
die there, Oppie. Couldn't find much. That was such a great attacking round from 10X until Oppie did not follow through with the calls being made garage.
It was just a lack of information, right? They started losing track of where these players were, right? Like, you knew Maddie was on the back of B, but that was it, right? I think that fast rotation from A to resupplement B, because they were so heavily fighting through that site and ending C, is what just threw chaos into the wind, and it did not work out. And I mean, if you think about it, right, that just evens things up, right? Oppie, you know, not getting some kills, playing passive, it gets a throw. The one quarter trigger discipline that was there also was a throw for Berserker's Dawn, so we're back to square one at the worst time possible for Tenax GC, because now it's Berserker's Dawn, map point on your pick. And they're about to deathball into C, something they have never essentially done on their attack half.
Well, the times they did, they met the hands of an op through the smoke.
Yeah, but that wasn't from the get-go, right? They set the seeds of doubt. Hey, they're doing this like just point-blank barrier drop. And it's working. They're gonna have to play full retake again. They don't break the spy cam again, though, guys. Come on, you know it's there. It's been 3 rounds.
Planted.
Okay, now it's broken. May could go for the widest swing. No, maybe no demand. Ira's still hidden away. They know the Cypher likes to lurk away. Such a close-up clear, and the attacker falls. This
What
is a good
info.
start. Good start. Lover, backside control, an extension above the C stairs. Into the back of side could be good. Evil Oppie again doesn't even need the op. That's 4, shutting them down. We're going the double OT.
Oh. Very, very nicely done. I talked about lessons learned, right? And which one could remember more about the opposing team, right? Berserker's on what? You get a spy cam destroyed. Next GC, they get to clear out Ira, who's always been catastrophic in either these pinch flank plays or in the late round garage presence. And they do it so quick, too, right? There was 4 players grass, right? 2 from B, 2 from garage. They deal with Ira and go about their day on the retake. And I think there was an ounce of hesitancy as well from Berserker's Dawn. You saw Des about to fight into CT, and then they don't, and they stay sight. Look at that, Oppie. We got our 30 bomb.
10 whole kills above anybody else. The same could essentially be said for both sides. Arthur's also been popping off. Minor default in play now. Oppie once again W key.
Ooh.
At least for the start outside A long.
Ooh.
Oh, can't quite find that miraculous shot that May, I believe, did way back a few rounds ago. Oppie stopped in their tracks. This could end up being a good thing. Oppie was so disconnected last attacking round that there was a lot of follow-up potential. Again, like you said, off of lack of communication or information that was never applied. This time, that should not be an issue. Pushed up, a fight, damage done against Lover. Des. A triple swing. And yet even then, Evil Oppie by themselves, barely hit by the shock bolt.
They should have stayed.
Oppie gone. Mechanic. And it's a caravan back to C site. The Cypher cam, this time so far placed up into C long. Might be a little bit more hidden this time.
I felt like the decision, I loved the call to fight A long, right? But they didn't follow through. Wary that they didn't find a kill. Wary it was still a 5-on-5. And now they're looking down at an even worse prospect, right? Holding on to the C site in a post plant in a numbers disadvantage, right? Silver lining, no spy cam, I would say, for that information. Unlike when X would be retaking the site. But again, the number is difficult. They want to fight into CT. This could be really good or really bad. Seems to be the former. Oh, well, now it's 50-50.
It's a battle of who can win an attacking round.
Aw.
I'm sure it'll happen at some point. But honestly, at this point, if I'm Oppie, I'm playing an op on C. Like, you need something to make sure any attacking team cannot push this.
Switching sides. Match point.
All right. There it is. Last time out for overtime from Berserker's Dawn. Both teams utilizing it, knowing the importance of Haven. No, I said it was going to be 2-0, and it seems like both of these teams also believe it. Oh. I mean, they don't want to go to a triple overtime, we'll put it that way. And at this point, you said it, attack half is the one you need to win, so it makes sense for Berserker's Dawn to be the one to take it now. And I think, like, obviously right now they're leaning a little bit towards the C site. The question is, do they commit to that? And if they do, then are they trying to change something in the post plant, right? Because they're getting C, right? It's being pretty much respected from Tenax GC, right? They're giving up that space. Both teams have had a really heavy, like, A lean, like, they want to keep A long control. And aside from that, everything else is free reign.
And Berserkers have been much more willing to rotate and go for much more hidden plays than Tenax. Tenax have pretty much resorted on this defense to play very retake heavy, give up the site, keep the numbers available, hope to take the mass fights at the very end of the round. Berserkers, they could absolutely fake C here and end up on A or B site for that final point. Just a matter of how they can play these early parts of a round and really whether or not they can secure an opening pick quickly.
All right. Everything pretty standard here, right? On the A take. And this feels like it might be a C exec fake here to draw the players over towards C, since they know they like to set up for this post plant, right? Spike's still in spawn. Players still just waiting for that Prowsher to mount out. They're kind of expecting that kind of grass take to clear out Ira that did happen a few rounds prior, and probably doesn't seem like it's going to happen again.
Oh,
They realize it's a fake.
Arthur's trying to put down all this audio. Oppie's taking the fight. Gate crash is available for the escape plan, so Arthur can join the rest of the squad back on A site. This is it.
They know.
Timing is everything. But you're right. Cerebral, Tenax, aware, A site, the rotate. Still holding on to C garage too, just in case this could be another reset into a rotate C site. It looks like now everything's set up for the A exec. This is now or never.
Wow, and somehow the players don't line up. The flash is going to connect, the site smoke working against them. The trades are good left, right, and center, but it's all down to Lover. And they are stunned, they are trapped, they are aftershocked and all. Side smoke again, the crux of this round, and they double swing into the remaining players of Tenax, and we are still sitting upon the truth that neither team can win an attack round. And I liked what Berserker's Dawn was going for, right? Keg, we talked about it. They wanted to sell the C-Fake. They wanted to free up A-Long, which we talked about has been a steel trap for both of these teams. And unfortunately, it just wasn't strong enough of a sell. And also, you know, the players mid, nobody pushed out there from Tenax either, like they had in previous rounds when they knew it was a committed C exec. So they hoped there were mistakes that were there on the Tenax side that just weren't. And now it's the question of, okay, can Tenax clean up their C execs, right? It was so close that they are willing to risk it again. And here they go. And it's going to be gifted, granted by Berserker's Dawn. Yet again, it's going to come down to possibly a 5-on-5 retake to decide if a team can get an attack half.
Minute 20 left on the clock now. If anything, Evil Oppie just hasn't been evil enough. We need to see evil
He
or
was at 40
Oppie.
kills. What do you want from them?
Evil or Oppie. Get 50.
Diabolical.
Diabolical Oppie. It's all possible here. Ira's been spotted. That was supposed to be the ace in the hole for Berserker's Dawn. Not a possibility. The smoke severed. What's left of Tenax, all 5 players from C-Long and site itself. They crash spotted now by May. Flash into the TP.
God,
That's
break
one.
it.
That's Arthur. The top frag of the other side. Good for it. That's another meltdown. Stop going C-site. It is just a defensive haven. And once more, another flawless retake in OT.
Helping me take out the trash. Out of charges. Out of
Keg,
charges.
what's sad about that
Match point.
is that May shot the gate crash. And I don't know if they just didn't do enough damage to it or if it was the TP as it was breaking, but if Arthur doesn't TP flash there and May survives, they fight all those players incoming CT. Maybe they get in a paranoia, and they probably would have survived that C post plant, but again, it all comes down to Arthur, who now is also setting upon the precipice of 30 kills alongside their enemy, Diabolical Oppie, locking in here. And again, look, this is similar to what Tenax did on their attack. They wanted to lock down, they wanted to counter this A-Long control, and unfortunately, Bjorn says, nah, I got this. And now look at this, the flash out, the corner to the dodge, they flash themselves and have to retreat, and they're still dead.
Well, we're eyeing 15-15 for map 1 of this series now. Do you think it goes 17-17?
You just want us to be trapped in purgatory, Keg. Talked about
Yeah.
signing deals with the devil while we're trapped as an aftermath.
Well, let me tell you.
I don't even know what the Radiant Academy record is for matches.
This is the longest class ever.
Well, final exam, over 100 questions. Is there a way that Berserker's Dawn wins this round, Keg?
No? No, I don't see
You heard
the
it here
vision
first, folks.
Oh, okay, hold on. Lever did open things up a little bit. Lever would have to get another kill
30
here, especially on
seconds
Oppie, to maybe open things up. Rizora, though, so much utility off of this breach. I find it hard to believe.
The flash is late.
Okay. The
Got
flash
the first
was
kill.
late. That's a 3v3. Suddenly, this is a lot more winnable now. Back on the site yet again. Flood retake. Rizora's good for 1. 50-50. Ira gets 3. Never mind.
I hate visiting underground doctors.
You know, Keg, you sometimes as a caster get these rogue thoughts, these threads, and you're like, okay, is there a way they win the 3v5? And somehow they do. You laid it out, you're like, if they find the frag on Oppie, they get the site control, maybe? And then Ira, right? The player that's found the most impact the entire map from playing off-site, from playing off-map, gets that kill streak from on-site hell?
Sure.
Like, that is the last player you expect to be able to clutch it up in that fashion for this squad. 30 rounds, 16-14. Snax GC loses their map pick to Berserker's Dawn.
And you know what? That's map 1 of potentially 3.
No.
Hey, look, we you know
I
what?
don't
We
hear
can
it,
go
I
the
don't
full
hear it.
You know what? That's fine, because you know what you can hear? I know how to pierce beyond this.
Okay.
I'm gonna go take a break. I'm going to Radiant.store and I'm gonna go get some merch because I need to do something to get my life back together. So don't go anywhere. Come join me at the Radiant.store. That is Radiant.store to get this awesome merch to keep these kinds of events going. And we're gonna take a small break because we need it. And we'll be back for map 2.
And welcome back. You thought that after that section of the test lasting over 100 questions or 30 rounds, you would be done, but we may have 1 or 2 more sections depending on the next score you achieve as players in this lobby. Berserkers Dawn versus Tanax GC. The quarterfinals of Radiant Academy 108 is underway, Keg. It was a nail biter. Both teams so similar with these varying compositions, and it truly came down to say the wire, but it came down to Ira.
It really felt like those complicated multiple choice questions. There could be many answers, but you still have to choose one, and in overtime, it really felt like everyone was choosing the second best option rather than the first. Luckily though, we go from a 3-site map where there's just so many complexities to probably the most complex 2-site map in the game. It's deceptively complicated, that being Split.
Oh yes, we've not gotten to see Split today, and I'm hoping that means we'll get to see a Tejo in the mix, but there's the crux of this issue, right? We called whoever won Haven, it could be a 2-0, and this is heading into Berserker Dawn's map pick as well. So, will we see a Tejo? Will we see more creative duelist picks? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I really think it's up in the air right now about what we're going to see. If it's anything like Haven, I think 10X might still try to go for a more conventional composition. But if anything too, on the opposite end of the spectrum, Berserkers Dawn have just gone for whatever they've wanted. So I feel like if I'm in 10X's shoes, I'm probably going to be a little bit more loose with my compositions. I feel like Mr. Bernie Bagel NA might have some things up his sleeve, so I'm fully expecting to see just wildness from both sides, Obi.
We'll have to, like I said, wait and see as we get ready to jump into the game. I do believe that for this squad, I'm trying to figure out if either of these teams have previously played a Split or not, because again, that's the only thing we have to go off of is previous maps, and I want to say that neither of these teams really have taken that dive, at least not during playoffs, so not recently. And so that's interesting that Berserkers would pick into it, right? So taking a look into their group stage match as well, I'm not seeing much, Keg.
Maybe
so again, are we flying dark?
You know what? I'm always flying dark. You know, every time I drive, no, I'm just kidding. But like overall, I think maybe just teams were looking at VCT and like,
Okay.
Vice, Tejo, all the new characters. Yeah, we can rock this. I think this will be pretty touch and go for both teams.
Well, yeah. I think this is the debut for both of these teams on this map, and I think that's the best thing you can ask for, right? Because then you don't know their comps, you aren't going to overthink the playstyle too much, hopefully, going into this match. But even then, single elim can be rough. And I mean, at this point, right, like they've been going at these matches for like it's got to be like probably I'm gonna say 10 hours, but I gotta double check myself. Like, it's been a long day.
Whew, okay. 10 hours is a lot. But you know
I think
what?
they start at 3 p.m. Yeah.
If you enjoy Valorant, like, it makes sense, right? You're playing what you love and you're potentially getting paid for it. And all I'm saying, I'm just putting it out there. That's more time in those 10 hours to check out Radiant.store to get some amazing merch to make sure more of these tournaments happen. I think it's a win-win for everybody.
Okay, yeah. I definitely have, I've seen like some tweets of like people getting their merch and they've been like super happy. The cat is super cute. I know, like, that's like probably one of my most used emotes on Discord is just a little mascot cat, and it's just really, really nice merch. Please go check it out to support initiatives like Radiant Academy. It helps make it possible. But yeah, I think I finally did all of my little fact checking. And number one, I you know how we were like talking about how we thought Evil Oppie was Radiant? Immortal 3 peak. I'm devastated. They'll make it. I trust, right? They'll unlock their final form, right? But no, that's their origin story. Their villain origin story is that they have not reached Radiant.
They were Immortal 3, 99 RR. They lost that one
Cheater
game.
detected, no.
One down to Ascendant 1, and it's their crash out Evil Oppie arc.
Yep. And now that's why they have resurfaced to take on Radiant Academy here. And again, I talked about it, these squads have both been new debuts, right? Like Tanax GC, I think a few of them were with him before, but it might have been a little bit of a restructure. But for Berserkers, right? They need a win today, right? Their team just lost their first VCL match of close qualifiers. Yep. Maybe their GC team can pick up the dub, carry the torch forward instead of falling sooner. And I mean, they're set up for it quite well. So let's go to Raidiant Select and finally answer all these question marks. Will we see craziness? Will we see Tejo? Drumroll, please, Keg.
All right. Yep, a Tejo almost immediately at least hovered.
Oppie, no way.
Oh,
okay.
Oppie, May, 2 Tejos. I mean, sure, why not? I really want a Valorant tournament where it's just like there's no lock on agents.
You want a replication tournament?
No. I don't want a replication tournament. Like, you shouldn't have all 5, but people could come
like
up
a
with,
few.
Yeah, like people could come up with strats, be like, okay, we could bring in 2 Tejos, a Jet, an Omen, and a Cypher, let's say, and like that could be like a legit comp.
I would want 2 Killjoys, even with the Tejo nerf. Nerfing her. It's like cover all the sides. Oh. I mean,
no,
hey,
like
that's what they're kind of going for. Look,
KJ strat would be kind of
what do you think of a 1 Jet 4 Tejo strat?
Oh, good lord.
I mean, your Jet's just entering, right, dashing in, and they like leave one spot, one circle where there's not any guided salvos, and like they know where that is, and the rest is just a bomb site full of missiles.
Poor observer's PC would actually explode.
Well, we're starting to center on the potential actual compositions, and I think I could see Razora realistically being the Tejo in this situation, and then Oppie being like a Raze or a Jet, but also the double duelist would be spicy here. Razora has played duelist, right? They're definitely a support player, so they are looking like they're leaning into this alternative. Let's see how it goes with Oppie turning into an initiator player.
I mean, look, initiator, yes, you're still creating a lot of space and getting rid of very powerful, just defensive holds, and you're still playing pretty aggressive as Tejo. It's almost like a duelist. It's like a duelist, like how KO's an initiator, you know?
That is true. That is true.
Pretty good at taking duels, you know.
I think this one's definitely a league all on his own. Like, just the best
tier?
of like Tejo tier. A+. I don't want to put them in the S tier just yet because I feel like they low key might get a little bit of nerf action going in some way, shape, or form. But aside from that, I'm interested to see how Oppie's going to play it, because it does require, I think, to a certain degree to be that support, like, right? You're setting up, in this case, Razora by letting those corners get cleared, so they don't have to check them upon their entry here. I think A-Site is low-key going to be one of the best ones for it, just because, again, drop a guided salvo in that one corner below hell, drop one in elbow, and suddenly they can't swing you from pivotal points if you have smoke screens, and you're good to go.
I mean, this is just gonna be a not fun experience for the defense. You have the Raze in your face, the Tejo util in your face, the Breach util in your face. Everything is in your face. Ira's a deadlock. A single Senti. Not a lot of info gathering with no initiation outside of the Fade in this matchup. This is brutal for Berserker's Dawn.
They did a good job, though, weathering the storm, right? The net, the deadlock wall, both in conjunction, right? One for heaven, one for main, and it worked out. But now that that utility has suffered, that pressure's been relinquished, they have to concede heaven space and hold elsewhere. They hold from sight, that player's drop. They hold from CT, that player's drop. It's all on the lover, and they are able to take one down with them, but the dust settles, and it's still numbers for Tanax. Dez finds their way, worms their way back into heaven, but I mean, they hear the shield. They know now. They hear hopefully because the trap wire has been broken. They know both these players are going to be ramps or main, so they know how to play around this. Even with Razora low HP here, they have utilities still to work around this. The paranoia this late in the round for May is huge.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, this is just such a not great team comp to go up against 10x GC, and we'll talk about that in a second. Maddie, a position right now. They're almost clear. Ooh. Oh boy. I mean, we ventured down that road on Haven. But for Berserkers, right? We talked about how crazy powerful 10x's comp is going to be for this attacking side. Berserkers on this defense, they have to re-clear everything before they can even consider getting close to the spike to retake it.
And I mean, just look, yeah, because like there's so much post-plant utility, right? Aftershock, Raze, Nade, the guided salvos. And I mean, the fact that they were that aggressive as well, that confident, they didn't have to use any of that. But aside from that, interesting, they don't see anything here. Ira, again, kind of in a hot seat, right? They survived it using their util last time. Now they only have that signature ability of the barrier mesh, so not much to work with in that regard, but gonna waltz past. They get Beheaven for free. It feels like we're just getting set up for a pinch play. Oh, okay, man.
Yes, Maddie falls. And again, now these defenders, they have to re-clear everything. There's a guided tour outside mid, looking to see if anyone's gonna late push up. The answer's no, but it wastes time. And 10x, that is a gift given to them. Bjorn's up top, Raptors. A flash is out, good for one. The double tap does nothing. Bjorn, a power position still can wait. What do you do here? Big weapon differential, yes, a 3v3. Bjorn does fall. Time is still being wasted away. Lover, the only info gathering has been wasted out of this round. And it's all but over from here. 10x have 2 on the board. A wall locks off Ave, but can still see the spike.
Enemy remaining.
They're gonna lose their guns though, because Resort can't get off site. So honestly, if your Berserker's Dawn, right, you don't win that round, but you surely did damage. And look, ooh, I thought Arthur was gonna recover the Spectre, but dying to the spike is better. Gonna get that full force of a buy through now. Not heavy weaponry carried over for Tenax GC, so low chance to convert this next round. Best you could have hoped for in that case scenario. Regardless though, question now starts to surface. Okay. How do we play around this Tahoe? How do we play around this really strong exec from Tenax GC? Because you're gonna have to respect it no matter what in my mind when there's a Tahoe and there's a breach and there's a raise.
I'm struggling to think of a good solution for Berserkers, I'm not gonna lie. I honestly think you either just hold back and retake everything, or you just fight close. This is bind.
There it is.
This is bind from the first series today. A great start, don't get me wrong. Rizora falls. That's going to buy a lot of time against Tenax, who now have to group up and not take different lanes for site control.
Talked about it. Taking that fight early. Lover does that. And now Arthur's joining them in this brigade. And Lover's just anchoring this site solo. Arthur trying to finish things off. This Phantom shot's not connecting, but the crunch out of ramps it does. And that was really good. It was kind of like staggered aggression. So it was really hard to read on the side of Tenax GC, right? One player falls, the next falls. We also saw the impact of taking out kind of, I would say, right? Like a heavy player like that Raze who can't satchel and can't scale up off the breach, off of the Tahoe missiles. And that might be an early indicator of kind of the win con for this composition, right? Like yes, you think you can play this comp without a dive agent, but you need your Raze to punish off of that utility usage. And it's like, amplification, right? So losing that factor, it was harder to scale up, and they kind of got pinched in main, stuck in main, and the players filtered back in.
Aho util outside of mid clears a lot of distance. Still no information about beyond the smoke into the middle area. But look at this. That's such a good start to things. A great trade. Rizora stays alive, and as you pointed out, Rizora might be the key to Tenax's success and failures. If this space cannot be created, Berserkers can collapse upon this attacking team.
They're about to do it again. I thought they were at least. I really thought Maddie was going to go for the swing out once they relinquished that pressure.
Arthur.
And yeah, even now, they still might have a little late pinch on B site. Look, I mean, the Deadlock utility active. This is a good pinch setup. Oh, they're going to overstep. No. Okay, baby.
Spike down. Now this Yoru can't just go across the entirety of attacker spawn, hold down for the spike, and it's a re-clear of a different orientation. 10x, they're playing as the defenders would. And suddenly, no one's watching the spike.
There's no fight out of heaven.
Positioning though, Zobi, to heaven. Not found out by 10x just yet. Contingency's gonna reveal at least one. Maddie has a smoke. Arthur's forced to use dimensional drift, which, frankly, really they shouldn't have if they just watch Spike.
One enemy remaining.
Solid diffuse.
I mean, it's not planted for these players. They tried to get out CT. They tried to rob them of that information. At this point, Bjorn trying to just survive the stun, paves the way for the exit. We're tied 2 apiece here. After what we saw in Haven, no question that this was going to be a close affair, but feels like Berserker's Dawn, right? Like that round in particular, like they just kind of had the calling card there from the trade over towards A main again. Maybe kind of replicating that Haven's success, where they're like, okay, if we master one side of the map, the second half becomes that much easier, and it did.
Let's see now. It is just topsy-turvy any which way you look. You like the early info gathering gathered by Oppie. Does force away Maddie's positioning very early on. And like clockwork, it promotes a rotate from these from ISO into across ropes. But this is a split push now from 10x, and this could cause a lot of confusion for Berserker's Dawn. Oh, I saw the vision, May. I still see the vision. A Prowler gone. The Fade's been discovered, though. That means there's not as much info gathering from the left side of the map. More contact plays need to be gathered.
Wait. I like this. Push out vents, pinch the players. Delay if you're Dez. May has to fall here too, and that's the precondition. There it is. Now they fight ramps. Now you have them further pinched, right? If you just fight into heaven in the proper timing before they cut off half of your party. And here it comes, the collapsing where they spot one. Do they know where the second is? Do they know both players are here? It doesn't matter if they don't know that Maddie's there. The spray connects, and Maddie has been having insane rounds from the double kills over towards B main to complete that round, to that close out as well onto ramps. Berserker's Dawn claim the lead.
These rounds have been so fast. It's worked out well for Berserkers. They've won the last 3 since they've gained rifles. And I do have a lot of ults here. And I'm fully expecting this to be a B push with Teho ult to help supplement at least maybe top heaven control, back B side near alleyway. There's a lot of places that can be ISO'd out from a breach and Teho respectively. And you combine the two together, oof. Good luck, defenders.
All right, stability. So you can stack this heaven, so you can hold down that mid. Which has been a heavy pressure point, right, for the side of Tenax GC. This time, though, it's a pretty heavy focus on a standard B exec, right? You have your Cypher lurk over towards A. You're just going to try and explode out onto the site, probably off the Teho ult, would be my guess. Missiles to fully clear out backside. All that pressure, all that utility, stalled by a singular net and an annihilation. Like, that is such a worthy trade.
That's such good timing. The dedication of the Teho ult means continuing in the sacrifice of Bjorn. Spike is lost. That might be that's the round right there. Oh, never mind. From the shadows, saved the spike, but it's still a map reset for 10x.
Not even just a map reset, but I need to point this out. Paranoia, Aftershock, a guided salvos, Armageddon, probably smokes. All of this. And look, even the stealth drone. Oppie has no utility other than missiles recharging. That went into that and faltered. Now, I mean, they just have to set up the retrades. Ira on for an ace at this point. They deserve it. Oh. Robbed away. This round's not over just yet. They have to pull out an additional ult. Ooh, I mean, it gets dropped, but still. Ooh. Ooh. No way. How do they still win? How?
That is a comedy of errors from Berserker's Dawn. There's no way. That was an unlosable round. The high-low setup to take the 1v2, the fact that the kill contract had come by, 20 seconds left Ave, the sole remaining player on B side for 10x, to stay alive, take a fight, win it, and to have the ISO ulted player win the fight too is unbelievable. That might be a miracle for 10x. I'm not gonna lie, Zobi.
And I don't want to pin anything on Ira. Like, they're the one that got 3 kills that round, but also just like probably wanting the finisher, right? Like, not tucking back into heaven there. I mean, that's the confidence of a round that, like, okay, you should have lost, you won it. That Tenax is gonna carry forward in their plays. Like, explosive take onto the A side. Razora finding kills left, right, center. At least there's a quick rotate and a refrag here from Des Ramps. This might be what they need. Razora, you know they were elbowed. Not clear out the corner. I can't. Wait, Rolling Thunder online here. It's not over yet with the plant down. Once they know these players are out main, they just ult it, right? Here it comes. Oh, that's an aftershock. Now the ult. Now it feels like it's kind of a clutch factor. Was the second player caught? Can't quite tell. Don't think so. Ira in elbow, the swing. The shots connect this time. It's not a 3K, but it's the clutch that this squad needs to, again, stick it out and stay in the lead.
I mean, it was certainly not pretty, but Berserker's Dawn, recovering from a disastrous last B-side round into an A defuse is really good. Still maintaining the lead. At this point, one of the teams, I honestly couldn't tell you which one has to take a timeout. Evil Oppie, definitely feeling the growing pains, moving away from Jet into the new released Taeho. 1 in 7.
Yeah.
Oof.
We said that we didn't know what to expect out of these two teams coming into Split, right? And it definitely feels like the case where picked the wrong comp maybe with the Pug squad, and now the roles aren't meshing. Versus Berserker's Dawn, it's kind of like paralleling what they ran over on Haven, right? Other than Ira in a little bit more aggressive of a position, but with the frags we saw to close out Haven, it makes sense here for this squad. Let's see though, Arthur, beautiful position, but a flashpoint. And that's a gun down, a gun that can get collected.
Rockets are out now, Dez forced to move away. Maddie down below on ropes, waiting for the dissension, maybe down in the B, or just holding for ropes position. That's one.
Whoa!
Spike down mid.
2. And guess what? Nothing on B has been discovered. The Deadlock has sonic sensors everywhere for stall. They can use this to reposition.
I don't know, you could shoot it after it triggered.
Back over though. Oppie's good for 1. Creates enough space. We talk about the re-clear. It's the Nightfall.
I mean, that's a win in itself, right? Getting the Nightfall out on a thrifty round, and you're not done just yet, Oppie. Bucky up close. Yep. That's the Odin down, and Oppie's likely for the taking. And they seem to have the perfect read as well. The last is Vents. Double kill with the Bucky. Triple overall. Weapon collected. Thrifty in the books. 4-4 to next strike back. Whew.
Oppie heard what I said about the 1 in 7.
Yep, SMHK, how could you?
I'm sorry. You know, I've just been caster cursing both these teams nonstop this series. I am the problem. I'll admit it. But you know what, Zobi? I like being the problem.
Okay. Come on, you're the teacher, like.
Yeah, apparently. That's what they tell me.
All right.
I don't know if I believe them.
Berserker's Dawn now. Stinger Force. Kind of a half buy to make sure they can buy in the next round. Some ults to back it up. Maddie at least has a heavier weapon, but now, I mean, bro, that is like your nightmares, right? You're stunned, double guided salvo. The net connects, but Ira can't frag off of it. Ooh, the trades left and right. Little delay on the Owen, but it's fine. They did their job. They smoked CT. So with your Deadlock gone, all these sensors are just left in the graveyard. And I mean, fortunately, it's only one player down, but without weapons, with a Armageddon online, it is going to come down to Arthur in this flank. So they can't even dimensional drift at this point, right? They need to frag. They need the tip of the spear. Bjorn misses it on the jump peek? No, that's not the time you want to whip at. It's more like you're saying your team will handle that. What do you mean? You dip when you're 5 HP to give them info and say, try to win. There's one pillar, there's one default. You can do it. I'm back with my clone and my flash to help you guys. And they do. Their team gets the job done, Arthur. Swinging off the blind. Wow.
I'm speechless, Zoe. I'm...
Another thrifty. 50 for thrifty.
I mean, I was ready to sing the praises of Tanax. Like, these are the rounds how I was expecting this attack to go. You set up a goal about where you want that spike to end up. You allow Oppie's utility with Taeho to just smother any defensive position a player could hold and make sure they can't escape, they can't hold those positions, just barrel rush your way into a site. You have the perfect comp to do that. And Tanax did that! But the post plant, Berserker's Dawn.
It really came down to, I think, the first thing that went wrong, right, was Bjorn on the jump peak not spotting Arthur, right? They get the opening kill, that's your delay agent, that's your breach gone, right?
That was wild.
Yeah, and even though they wait on the second, right, they say, okay, this thoughts to the dimensional drift. And we were so focused on that, we didn't see the impact of Heaven, but speaking of impact in Heaven, little trade skedoodle there. Back to a 4-on-4, and look at these, I was gonna say Pivotal it's online, but they vacated Mail. So that's gonna find nothing. That's gonna find nothing. You're re-clearing Heaven when nobody's there. They fully committed to the A rotate, the A pivot. Gate crash expended. You're gonna hear the missiles, the guided salvos at least if you're this fade to inform the rotate. And this is where we're gonna again be asked to hear or see, I should say, the Berserkers retake.
Yeah. Plenty of ults available here that are valuable for 10x off those retakes like you mentioned. Reclears need to be necessary for Berserkers to slow them down. That only leaves 2 players, one of which now inside screens, the other Heaven. No tradability off of this retake. Now this has to be a game of delay. Berserkers, they need to wait out these remaining players that are so far away, but Lover, not even aware about how overwhelmed they are, forced to move away. Hey-ho's Armageddon is here, forcing away a very valuable spot for 10x to take that space. Forced to Heaven now. Oppie waiting, watching, hearing audio of those taking A main control. The comeback. Bjorn, Oppie, good for 3 now off the new agent. Brings it down to just one more defender. It's Lover, the OG
Safe.
of the site. And yeah, they have no choice.
I was getting real nervous there for a second, right? It felt like Tanax got really tunnel visioned into that CT player and that CT control. No way. They should have knifed him. Anyways, back to the original train of thought. I really thought that, again, it was going to be kind of similar to when they fought into CT and got heavily countered on a Seek retake over towards Haven. But just the fact that Oppie was on site, was able to hold down the fortress with all those players funneling out of main, that's what saved them in my mind. And because it wasn't planned for them necessarily, right? It was planted behind map. There wasn't line of sight for those players if they wrapped Heaven. And again, that's how the cookie crumbles. That's what sets us up to a 5-5.
It's what you need to do if you're 10x, is just take space, keep eating it, gobble it up as much as you can. Like, this is a greedy composition. You do not respect anything Berserkers throw at you. Speaking of which, Arthur tries to play for that disrespect to break the early Teho util. Does not work. This is the time to gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Des, waiting, hiding in this corner.
not gonna clear
Couldn't
it.
get a contract
Oh my
to get
gosh.
out. Couldn't get one. Double taps it out. Good for 2. No longer got
does.
2. Oh, sure. Why
Just
not? Kill contracts out. Shut down 10x. That's Oppie getting the revenge. 3v3. Oppie got out of that. Okay.
Okay, this is another round where it's like there's no reason they should win this, and they're still a 3-on-3.
Here's from the shadows from May. You can escape now. Go sewers to A site.
They have Spike too.
There we go. That's good. Good time to reposition 2 of your Berserkers gone. Neural Theft still available off this Cypher. Could reroute back, but it's far too late. They just have to wait for one pick. Someone to descend down into that tripwire on A ramp to get the ult. Aggressive. Not expecting a second. Has to play it calm and cool and collected.
There's a trip.
Does not want to waste this body advantage. It is not worth it. Ave knows they've been detected and it buys time for 10x to rewrap Heaven. They're undiscovered. 16 HP left. No util at all. Forced to re-clear yet again. Wasting time for these defenders. Another for Oppie. A slow start has amazing results, but now it's a 1v1, May. Not out of the woods just yet, but so close. Can see the horizon line. May just needs this final kill to bring things to a lead at the end of this first half, but there's still one more round.
Last round in the half.
All right. Very, very nice late round turnaround from Tanax GC, right? Beautiful trap play from Berserkers Dawn. They looked oppressive from the initial paranoia that was let loose by Maddie to the follow-up from Des, and Lover. And then again, just the dust settling, the best use of it from the shadows we could ever see. And the rotation from Berserkers Dawn through vents was quick, right? It just felt like the delay in Heaven, they respected the rotation from those players and they got set up main. And then the delay of the Cypher too, it's another head-on-head collision. I can't even talk, like, what?
Both duelists are gone. Rest in peace.
I
Leaves
know
it now down to Omen, top of Heaven.
Okay.
Showstopper. Oh.
Last round, might as well. What?
Razora,
They're going for
ace?
the ace. No, Stinger, shut down. Ira, 33 HP. Should get refragged by May here, but the Nightfall trying to push them off, trying to force respect upon the Berserkers Dawn name. But there's no respect. Look, they're about to get pinched through mail. And this has been the gambles Tanax GC does. They plant and then they fall off heavily to set themselves up for an all-in success route. And it's a nearly flawless one at that. 7-5, Tanax GC lead at the half.
I'm gonna say something controversial, Zobi. I
kill
don't
them.
think
Oh no.
7-5 is a good half for Tenax
That goes there.
with the comp they
Why
have.
not? Okay.
They really should have had 9-3 minimum with how much
goes here.
disrespect they
Yes,
had
this should
capable on their
Mm.
arsenal. I mean, Oppie had such a slow start. They were 1-7. They did swing it around to be 11-9,
11-9.
and that's great. But again, damage has definitely been done. Don't get me wrong, it's certainly
Yeah.
winnable. But Berserker's Dawn, they don't have that same kind of firepower, but they have that manipulation power that we saw back on Haven that definitely threw 10x in for a loop.
Two things as we go through a tech pause. One, I see your 9-3 requirement and I raise you an 8-4.
Okay.
I do think they needed to be more dominant. I agree with you. I talked about it, how like it's firepower upon firepower with this raise, Tejo and Breach in particular. But second, with that Oppie, like we're rose-tinted glasses on the performance we expected from them, right? They dropped over 40 kills on, like, or almost 40 kills over on Haven, right? Like we can't expect a lot out of them and be impressed, right? Like now going into this next map, especially when they're not on duelist. And number two is going back to that 8-4. We kind of talked about how, like, yes, their attack comp required that scoreline, but also I mentioned there were major problems with it, right? That solo dependence, say, on Razora, right? Because you did only have that one dive agent, so we did see those issues with following up on it if Razora got shut down. And I think this next half is going to go well for players like Oppie, because we saw that when they were alone, instead of playing for the support of the team, that's when they thrived the most. Think about it. When they were solo on site, there was retake out of main, they would get 3 kills there. And I think that when they're like that, solo anchoring a site, for example, they're going to be able to find the most impact, right? Flush them out while they're exec and cause chaos and disruptions, much like a Jet does, say, when they're on an operator on the C site, right? Of Haven. And I think that's where we're going to see them thrive, is actually on the defense.
Sure, but I mean, like, you have a composition against you with Tenax where you have to slow down, you have to check every corner multiple times and re-clear things. It was slow, and that should have bought so much more time to allow Tenax to be fragile at times, to be more solidified. But now that you swap sides, Tenax, they do have this info gathering advantage. Fade, great at finding information, but it's still pretty close up to where you take those fights, where that utility comes out from. You have little crabs that come out from Tejo. You have that extra distance. You won't have to re-clear as much. You can crush spacing with Breach utility. There's so much you can do here for Tenax, but if one player falls, it really crescendos downwards for this team in post plants.
Well, we talked extensively about that Tenax composition. Berserkers, though, also has its plethora of issues, right? No flank hold for this squad. We'll have to see how that fares for this team. And if Tenax GC is able to exploit it. This is interesting, though. A pistol round and you're this divided. You just left your spike solo on the gate crash as well, but you deposited this Omen. Let's say. Solo, be heaven a little bit here. Mid hold. Double. Prowler gives away at least that there's a singular player mid here, but again, I feel like they overcomplicated it. I'm getting flashbacks to Haven more on the pistol round. They ran out of time, Keg.
Watching top A ramp, excuse me. Contact has been made. And he's gonna back away. All the flooding right here, an aftershock
What did I
available.
say?
That's gonna ISO out the ISO. It'll be tough to break in though. All you need's an opening pick if you're Berserkers.
Oh, but can they find that opening pick? Doesn't seem to be the case. The support of the breach sets up Razora for the swing, and all of this kit for this defensive half is built off delay utility. And delay they will. 3 found Ira at 20 HP. Has to recover the spike, has to go for the plant in only 20 seconds. I don't think it's gonna work out how they hope. Another right frag for the side of Razora with that 4-piece. Beautifully done. I'm sorry, Razora, for doubting you in the first half, saying that you needed to pop off in order for that comp to work. But that's two things. One, like I said, time working against Berserkers. Again, you overcomplicated on a pistol. Number two, that's why this composition is successful, right? Paranoia, Cypher, Aftershock, Fault Line, Raise Nade, just Razora by nature. All this is delay, right? Even if you're not looking at a Sentinel. Like, remove a Cypher from the picture, and they have so much delay utility, and also Splinter's Berserkers. And we'd like to see them play together. They like to play off of each other, especially when we look at that double duelist dynamic that we had from Haven between Arthur and Des.
I don't know if May noticed that gate crash. Definitely hears it at this point. A smoke is down now. Hackers.
No
going
way.
for the default split.
No way.
Pushes up. Okay. All right. Rizora. That's still going to leave 2 left on different lurking prowesses to go through. Spike has been claimed by the defenders mid. At this point, okay. It's just the Sheriff. I reckon only do so much here, but just buys time for
Last
Maddie to
player
slip into the
standing.
back lines.
See how much they can truly do from here, though, right? I mean, plastic in hand, a little upgrade, at least donated to the cause, but Spike's halfway across the map here.
40 seconds is a decent amount of time, maybe, but at this point you're really just looking to farm.
At least they weren't in events, right?
30 seconds
Guided
left.
salvos dumped, that would have been an obliteration.
Oh,
No way. There's no way they get both here, right? The paranoia is still online.
I didn't connect.
There we go. Got dicey.
Zora is on a heater right now, one up Showstopper.
We're here.
In the third round as well. Like, that's the kind of early half success you want to find to carry momentum forward and to win a third round conversion as well. They're so confident that they're forcing Oppie with the Vandal so that they can anchor the B site. We're probably going to see Rizora look for that kill like you mentioned and probably expend the Showstopper if they look like they have the odds of winning that round off of it. This could be double digits already.
Definitely could be. This is a very broken buy for 10x. They do have that one rifle as you mentioned. The round really convert things and take that extra space. Again, we saw how slippery Arthur could be on this Yoru before. Clone is out. A flash to follow up into the gate crash. Ave none the wiser about the Yoru behind them. Secondary cyber cage. Paranoia, a smoke on top. Through all of that, still eliminates 2.
Wow.
What? 3
Wow.
for Ave.
Wow. Flashbacks. Ooh.
One enemy remaining.
To Haven. Ave's anchor ability transferring to Split. And just like that, 4 kills. Enables them to get the third round bonus. Enables Snax GC to get double digits here. And of course, Berserker's on realize his map is slipping away, contemplating the Stinger Force, settling for 1 for Arthur. The rest of the Sheriffs leading into the GC Dig. A tale as old as time, a thrifting needed to get them back into this match. If not Snax GC, fast track to 11, maybe even a Seeing Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, it's really now or never for Berserkers at this point. Their buys are not in a good spot whatsoever, and if they can't get a full buy in this next round, it's over. We are looking at Abyss. But we have seen some wild thrifties before. Not going to count anybody out just yet, especially with this opening duel. Has been good. Smoke down. Info could be gained here by Oppie. Collapse from 10x into mid, knowing full well they have the weapon advantage. Just a matter of not losing any weapons and certainly not letting anyone Berserkers pick up that weapon thereafter.
Oh my gosh. It's Arthur though, that one. And now, I mean, they're just being equally applied. Nicely done. The missiles finding Maddie as well. The guided salvos. Oppie starting to get her hand on this Tejo kit. Only one to fall in the aftermath though, but still it's Berserkers. No sight, no weapons, no control. And they still haven't even
No
dipped into the
distance.
Showstopper. Look, it's a trap play. They're gonna make contact mail and May is gonna send out this paranoia, I thought.
30 seconds left.
there.
Contact instead, maybe now. May getting a little antsy. Oh, still takes the fight.
One
Traded
enemy
out.
remaining. Spike
One
down
left.
mid.
Showstopper not even necessary. Dez sends out a wall. Yorn may have been able to hear that. 14 seconds left. The spike is all but unobtainable
10 seconds
with the
left.
plant included.
Oh.
Maybe get closer to the kill contract. Dez would enjoy that as an entry tool.
Zora's gonna deny it. They want frags. Doesn't even charge up the ult, right? Because they've been sitting on the Showstopper. without having to invest it.
It
They're
should
nerfing
be just an
themselves.
anti-entry tool. Oh, Bagel Bernie, save the day.
Yeah, I don't want to say this is too late because it is 11-5, but it's definitely like a last grand stand kind of maneuver, right? Like this is your last rifle buy. If you lose it, you're broke, and it's 12-5. Mercy and abyss essentially. So we got to see what rifle strategy they have cooked up because again, it's so early into the half, right? Like, well, have you seen enough from Tenax GC to call a strat appropriately around what they've been doing?
I mean, really, this is just Berserkers needing to win the opening duel. They have the ISO, they have the Yoru, they have the tools needed to take an early fight and win it. Like, I just don't think Berserkers' strats need to be that in depth here. Use the Fade, use the Prowlers to gain some early space mid, win out mid control. That's it. Just take mid. That should be all you need.
I mean, that's what they tried to do last round. We saw how that went.
Try again.
I mean,
you have rifles this
I was
time.
about to say, yeah, it was an eco, but just the utility is so oppressive. We talked about how like we expected them to use this utility, right, to be proactive, but they've taken it a different way, and that's what I do love about the Tejo is you have so many different flavors of this agent you can play from, and they're using it just to like completely stonewall anything Berserker's done wants to try. And you talked about how like the Yora's gonna pick up because it is so kind of wiggly, right, around oppressive sentinels like the Vice. Well, Teo's a really nice counter for it.
No Yoru clone, or the tripwire, which has now been broken mid. Aided out the utility from Tejo early on. A great start here for Berserkers. Smokes are down. Baiting out the orb pickup that would try to eliminate Oppie. It's a good start. Still trap play here. Paranoid out does not connect. There it is. Opening duel 1 inside of mid. Teleport is out. Razora's available. Showstopper. Could this be it? No. Finds nothing. Backs away. More fights taken. Dez has awoken. Kill contract available. Oppie's been captured by the queen. What's going to happen next? Back to B we go. A spike plant finally endures.
And everyone, take a deep breath. The 2v4, Bjorn, full utility. Razora, still alive, has been on a tear for split. Has cleared all of this heaven space, though, because that's exactly where Berserker's Dawn came from. And even if they make it through the numbers disadvantage, right, the ISO has the kill contract online. I like it, though. They're taking the dive. They're going for it. They have plenty of funds. Bjorn, plenty of utility, but the Haunt is good. They don't even get through the crossfire. They don't even break through, and they don't want to use ults here, right? This is, again, gonna be a marathon of a comeback, and Razor is making it hurt even more. Wraparound will be good. They know they didn't stick, and Lover just gets the kill to ensure they can save these weapons before the bomb explodes.
Surely now we just see the next round be a war inside of mid. 5 versus 5. A scrap battle. Instead, it looks like Tenax are holding pretty devoutly to A. They have their usual spots, but usually we see Razora play, well, I guess maybe not so much B main. I'm sorry, Heaven. It's more so A Heaven. I'm just surprised about how little control there is of mailroom, but I think it's mostly just for retaking B rather than fighting for mid.
They also have the breach spawn that's been supporting as well, and then they go stairs and they go mail late. It's just I think they want a better angle on the stun here from deep spawn. So it looked like there's no mail control, but once they stun, it'll be real quick. The rotation back into heaven would be my guess here. But you're getting what you asked for. You wanted a heavy mid dive, and that's exactly what's happening, right? You have your solo lurks of the Omen and the Deadlock to ensure nobody kind of takes advantage of that space. But otherwise, full util. And this time, like I said, the breach does go heaven, but Main not holding onto the space. They're just gonna do the passive holds, right? Like, okay, you can have mid, but if you can't get to sight, then you can't win the round.
Yeah, this is a good read from 10x, recognizing that they lost B. They don't think Berserkers are going to go for the same strat twice. Double down on A site, hold control to try to trick them out. Just a matter of seeing if that actually works or not. Again, very fragile hold inside of B heaven. It's just Bjorn. Could easily be overwhelmed in a 1v4, essentially. That leaves Oppie all alone. Op shot doesn't miss, or doesn't connect, excuse me. Only the good Oppie would hit that, I guess. But back to A we go, trying to anticipate the rotate that never to be. 10x, they've stayed on A site.
Cypher util, it's too active. Be hard to break through with this kind of composition, but Deadlock Wall just pacifies all of it. They don't even take the elbow space regardless. May? I thought they could sneak through the wall. Wow.
Spike
The fact
planted.
that it's almost 10 seconds left when they finally get the plant down. A 3v5, not impossible, but again, the ults, the insurance policies layered into this strat from Berserker's Dawn. We see miracles for Tanax GC. Can they pull another one out?
That's true. Plenty of Oppa util to potentially use. Never mind. Out like a light. 2 players left for this defense, and they make a desperation attempt. Well, I guess a desperation attempt. Being so many rounds ahead, it's okay for 10x to lose out on this one. I would be worried if I'm 10x, though, about the ultimates this next round. Berserkers, they know full well Omen loves to play mid-side ropes every single round. What's to stop a kill contract from ISO, his ult, to get rid of Meng's position and completely clear up mid?
Hard to say for sure. But here's that change. You talked about how they were kind of giving up Mail while Bjorn playing front and center here. Another thing to point out is that the success in this comeback from Berserker's Dawn has been truly a team effort, right? From the team ace to the fact that Arthur isn't carrying like they did over on Haven, and Maddie has been the one to immaculately step up. Oh, you got your death contract you wanted. It's gonna
For
spring on
control.
Yeah, but it's a. I wanted to say it's a fake. Look at how spread out these players still are. It's
Very late lurk heaven. Mid, excuse me. This makes me nervous, but the confirmation that B is empty should be good. Spike now, dedicated heaven, mid side, is really late. I don't know if this is good for Berserkers.
Oh.
They have the body advantage, yes. Info's been gained. Now stuck on a very awkward choke. Ira has to gravity bomb everybody while delaying for the spike plant to go down. Double Omen ults available. One could be for the flank.
Look at the deep lurk as well from Arthur through the spawn. Will they get there in time? Answer: seems like they won't have to. A 5v3. The players did make it out these stairs, but I mean at this point there's like a player down bottom plat. You have one male. They're gonna push up possibly off of the Yoru flash. Like, should be a Berserker on 8th at this point. The 1v5 for May dealt with accordingly. We went from team ace flawless into a flawless. Janax GC, take a timeout.
Skill covers.
Yeah, I think 10x at this point need to reconvene. Yep, good point. Use it now. At this point, Berserkers didn't use a lot of like their firepower advantage outside of just raw strats to go into a round. There is Omen ult available. That could definitely be used to fake out maybe, again, site control, reposition value. And that's going to be the big thing for this team. On top of everything we've already mentioned, the Omen, Yoru util, to an extent, ISO utility, all really good about just changing your position to reset information that 10x need to refigure out. And that should be the biggest strength.
I think it's cool looking at that last round in particular, right? It felt like very similar to that one round where they deposited Arthur on the A site for Haven, went for a C fake rotate, and then came back to A. But this time they actually committed to the C. And I think the difference was how deep we got to see Maddie into B, clearing out all that space that made them safely commit. And I think that's the issue here as well, is that Tanax has had this fixation on mid control because Berserkers have been taking that space, but it's more of a question mark of what Berserkers does with that space. And it hasn't really been that catastrophic, I would say, usually with it, right? And so I want to see kind of what we saw the time they gave up mid control, right? We had Bjorn really deep B, playing Rafters, or playing Stairs, fighting back in off of contact. And then we had the same, right, from May over towards A Heaven. And this is a change of pace from Tanax out of that timeout, right? Going offensive here when they only have the half buy. And all that's going to do, I would say, would be either speed things up for Berserkers or they're going to fight right back in twice as hard.
I think this is so smart. 10x knows exactly where Berserkers want to start this round. Fight from B, knowing that they should have that space. Play into possibly an ult here on an eco round. No, not quite. But this was fantastic. Taking the fight so early on and catching Berserkers off guard. It's now up to Ira. There's really not much a Deadlock can do here in 1v4. But
Yeah.
I've also said that before in the series.
Bro's the one that got the 3-piece to send us into this map with Berserker's Dawn up one map, but again, that decision from Berserker's Dawn out of Ramen, right? It was fight or flight, and they chose to fight, and this is what they're staring down. A map 3 off of that Thrifty here. And while we haven't had too many Thrifties, I would say this series, it's definitely been the theme of the day. Like, look, there's 5 ults, there's weapons. Like, there's no way in any right mind that this would go to overtime, that we're not gonna see Abyss.
Oh, Arthur was toying with the idea of an op early on. I agree. Probably not the
Attack
best
up?
choice. Yeah, probably not the best choice. Deadlock ult available here could be good as a pseudo entry tool for A to capture somebody.
Your gamble's wrong unless...
Yeah, Showstopper already brought out, doesn't find
Ooh.
much. Again, a lot of ults here for 10x, though just re-clear outside for the retake. Great wall. Ira taking a very weird fight. Okay. Well, I don't... Okay.
I
Well,
was
let's
like...
go-
I had
What's
like a
up?
roller coaster ride of emotions with that wall. I was like, wow. I mean, like, their Teo missiled it, so what are the odds they pushed through with the Showstopper 1? So I'm like, that's a good trade, I would say. Like, you get the Deadlock wall out, and then I'm like, okay, wait, actually, Ira's gonna use it to find a kill, and then they die? Oh.
Unlucky, truly. But look at this now. 10x are giving up B site. They're holding for the overextension. They know the Berserkers love to go for it. That's confirmation. And that allows Avi to save on utility to now make B site a living dystopic future to make sure Berserkers, excuse me, are gonna suffer for every moment. Never mind. Oppie falls. Still the Rolling Thunder available.
No
It's brought out,
way.
sure, but at what cost?
One enemy remaining.
Sure.
I just need to let that unfold for a sec, Keg, and then we'll
Yeah.
let it set in.
Take your time. Moment
They had
silence.
5 ultimates. They used 3 of the most explosive and the most impactful, and they lost the round. And it was a half buy from Berserker's Dawn.
Yeah, that is not a round. That's a hurtful round. That's one that could
look at the
absolutely
economy.
cost you the series.
I said there was no way in our right minds that this would go to overtime, but at this
You gotta
point,
start
it's...
thinking with your wrong mind.
No, I was gonna say it's 11:41. We're delirious at this point, right? For me, at least. Oh, and look at this. I was gonna say they're feigning a trap play, right? Like, you would expect that kind of missile for there to be like 3 players at least following it up, right? You're like, okay, fight or flight. We're triggering their fight or flight response. Kind of like what happened when we scaled out of B main. And what do? They silently scale up 2 players of B main instead. So they're gonna pinch here. I like it. The guns don't hold on mid, so now half that puzzle is falling apart, and the other half is getting countered by Maddie, who's had an insane map, has a paranoia, and now they have the support of their Fade in that Prowler.
This was a great eco option for 10x a few rounds ago. They went for that split push, as you mentioned. Worked out well. Every player but one had fallen by the end, and that was Ira, who had to be the last alive. Oppie's gonna hide away, though. Down by 1 body. The split push did not work as planned. Instead, though, information possibly gained on A site. The Cypher still exists. Wall down. Top A ramp.
Not again.
Leaves A possibly all isolated. Oppie's presence is known, but through a smoke. Deadlock. Oh, it's gonna capture Oppie. That's isolating
Okay.
Ave. Ave falls. 2 left alive now for 10x, and one of which is on very little HP.
Listening.
I was like, I'm getting flashbacks. A was about to drop like 3-4 kills, but the fact that they shut them down, the annihilation connected onto onto the Yoru. It's like, onto the player. It's all like lining up here for Berserkers to take this the distance. Double digits. This was another save, kind of like half buy for Tanax. So rifle round again will be the deciding factor. Okay, come on. You didn't. Bez? It's late. I'll give you a pass.
Too late for the defuse.
Last player
A
standing.
10th round gained by Berserkers. Bjorn's just looking to get rid of the classic.
Showing off that might be our classic, bro.
surely a timeout's brought out here, right? I think we've only seen one from Bagel Bernie NA.
We saw one from Tanax when it was 8-11, right? From Tanax. And that's when I think they won that one round, yeah. That one round on there, that blip on the radar was when they came out of the timeout, they did that trap play B main, and it worked, right? And ever since, it's just been back to that kind of standard default. So I want to see them go for more collective trap play, because again, it's one more round, and we get to see Abyss.
Famous last words, Zobi. Famous last words. Kill contract in mid would secure a lot of distance right away. No split B main push up this time around. Looks like it's even being anticipated by Berserkers. Smoke down mid. This time the push up through A. Iroh wins both. Oh, Tanax. Can only imagine what the comms are like. All that's left now are the three that usually convene around B or mid.
Oh no, they're gonna double down. They're going for a double aggression. I think they were blind. Was that a Yora flash or did they self-flash? I can't tell. It doesn't matter. 11 to 12. One round away from going to overtime, and Tanax GC, I think they're broke.
It's overtime.
They're forcing.
Surely now, right?
Look
You
at
have
that.
to. It's the last round of regulation. A Guardian, 2 Vandals, a Spectre, a Classic. No, May, a Stinger. Toying with my emotions, a Spectre.
Oppie going with the guard. I was gonna say, Oppie going with no shield rifle here.
Over there.
Kind of spicy. We'll see how it works out when you're solo B main at the moment. That's even crazier. Surprise element, right? To shake things up for this squad. I mean, on the attack is... I think it's because they've been trusted, right, to solo B, and they were hoping maybe some aggression would come through so they could hold, like, a deeper angle. But it's not coming through. It's just, again, they're doing the same thing, hoping it's gonna work, hoping that chance lies upon their side. And again, it's not going to.
Swing out from Tanax.
It's you and me.
Smokes by May have been used. Kill contract removes one off of mid. That's going to force the Breach to push up much more.
Wow.
Does win that opening pick, and that's huge.
Contract complete.
Rizora falls. Now 2 utility Barons are lying among the defensive top mid. Both of which may have to look for a fight. They have no other choice. Overtime is definitely not where you want to be.
And that was all delay at this point. They're trying to bite out the timer, right? 45 seconds. Berserker's Dawn, this has been your enemy before. You've lost rounds being too indecisive, and now you've let it rip. The Nightfall, Tender Tendrils, you know one's bent. You're trying to deal with each issue as it arises. You know there was another Heaven, but this utility from the Breach is oppressive. And now you're left running, tail between your legs for the A site. Fortunately, nobody is there. I think they found the Cypher. I think it was Ira that might have. And that lets all that utility drop, and they are saved from the timer. They are saved from perhaps a map 3 because it is Oppie in the 1v5. No shield, remind you again, and a rifle in hand. It would have to be the ace if they don't want to see overtime.
Evil Oppie, harness the spirit of Haven. You have to.
Chanter inner duelist.
Let the good Oppie let go of your body. It's a high-low and a third to follow up.
Out of charges.
Overtime now for map 2.
Switching sides.
Tag, I said we were on Purgatory in the first map, and now we are.
I told
Second
you.
overtime. Second overtime.
Evil Oppie signed a deal with the devil. This is
But
what
they
you
see
get.
to sell their soul, not ours.
We're just a part of the consequence. Every game Evil Oppie plays from here on out will always hit overtime, no matter what.
Ooh, they're the one that took the time out too, so they're like contemplating for themselves that
thinking that
decision.
Contract to the devil. They're like, please, no, get me out of this.
Make it null and void, I beg of you. I'll do anything, but it's 12 to 12. How deep do we go, Keg?
How deep does the conspiracy go, Zoe? We'll have to wait and see. Berserkers this time, again, their defense has been very slow and methodical. Mostly against their choice because they don't have a lot of info gathering. They have 2 Prowlers to work with. They have to re-clear pretty much everything, especially in OT, where there's a big chance a lot of different players on 10X could absolutely lurk up late.
Well, Keg, one takeaway is that you were right. 7-5 was not enough for 10X GC. But now the question becomes, right? We saw Haven, it was clearly the attack half had issues, right?
Oh, no.
But the thing here is that Tanax had a really good attack half, a really iffy defensive half. And Berserker's Dawn had a pretty good defensive half, right? They had both good halves, right? Like a slow start, I would say, obviously, on their attack half, but then they had this long streak. So I think for Tenex, in their mind, they took this time out because they need to win this round. If they don't, I think it's going to be a quick 2-0 closeout of overtime for Berserker's Dawn and a 2-0 closeout for the maps.
I think Evil Oppie started off going 1-7. By the end of the first half was
11-9.
11-9. And now they're 14-18. 3 kills that last half. That's brutal.
Ira, hot seat here. Ooh, I wouldn't use it that early.
You've got to be very careful with utility in this OT now if you're a defensive Berserker. Really, Tenex are just baiting out utility usage to weaken this defense. Split push here. Looks like that will be the call from Tenex again, just goading out one of these players to silently peek up and get a headshot against them. Lover almost discovered. Cybercade smoke on top. Two! What is the Arthur?
Why did you turn around?
Exactly. The positioning. That's what I wanted to see. Back on their first defense, and now we finally get to see it. I'm okay. That's one, nearly two. Trades upon trades upon trades. But again, Tenex now. These attackers are whittled away. Oppie struggled so much on this map. Ira's good for yet another, but with 2 attackers left and the spike very gone. I have to wonder, Zobi. You brought it up as we started this round. Is it just gonna be defense, 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 defense? Endless OT.
No, I said it was going to be a quick 2-0 for Berserkers if they won this round. They had that. They were snowballing the attack half, right, to get to overtime. They had a decent defensive half with that 7-5, but it's not over just yet. Arthur, you know they were there. Why do you let your teammate be out in the open? Yeah. Am I correct, Keg, or are you correct? Let's find out. We'll know after this round.
Match point.
I suppose so. Berserkers now. What can they do on this attack? Keep in mind, too, it will be faster for Berserkers to collect their ults than it would have been in regulation. I'm looking at Dez's ult here. 3 ult points are needed. That's not bad to have an maybe a post-plant kill contract to sever out a lot of these defenders.
Not wrong.
Oh, I like this call.
I was gonna say the one round where they did send the guy to Salvazon and didn't follow up with a death ball in the mid was like a half investment that they could not do. But now it feels like, again, tunnel vision-esque approach that is biting them back, right? Your star, this map, Razora, pinged down super low HP here. Again, when Berserker's Dawn address mid control, like they do invest a lot, right? But they do it so slow that any aggression fizzles out from the side of Tenex GC. I think that's why when they exploded B main, it worked, was because Berserker's Dawn made the decision, right, to fight instead of flight towards the A site. And that was a mistake.
Yeah, I agree. I think part of it too is that Tenex have been shown to push B and A main pretty quick when they've made a presence inside of mid. And there it is, Oppie falls.
They've done this before. Ira finds the kill in the Cypher, gets the utility out, and then they funnel into A. Are they gonna do it again? Ira? About to make it to screens. The Cypher aware but doesn't track it. And yeah, they're going to go A through vents. They're gonna pinch onto these players. A, the nade, all really good, but Ira, it's all coming down to them. And they find the kills. Oh, and the last players in spawn, they know where they are because May just got the trade onto Ira. It's a 1v4 to determine who advances. If we'll see even a map 3, I should say.
May?
The crossfire, the trade, and 14-12, Berserker's Dawn 2-0 to Nax JC to move on to the semifinals of Radiant Academy 108.
A 1,000-year-long series finally comes to a close. It was a big back and forth for both teams, and I will say that ISO Yoru, it can be a very nasty duo combo that works out very well in the right hands.
And I mean, when you said you were like, okay, they needed a 9-3, I was like, oh, want to give them a little bit more wiggle room there. And they were so, right, dominant in the first few rounds of the half, right? Like the 4 rounds, they were sitting on double digits. I'm like, okay, you know, I'm okay if we're going to a map 3 this early. And then the comeback, and I'm like, are they faking the comeback? Are we going to go OT and then still see a map 3? And it really did just come down to, again, an overfixation on my mind in mid. There were too many times Ira could slip through on the A site. Again, I expected Tejo to be kind of an anchor, and they never really hit B main directly, so Oppie didn't get to, like you said, they didn't get a lot of kills, but they also, I don't think, got a lot of deaths. Like, they just weren't finding people until it was too late.
Yeah, it really felt like that 10X had the right ideas, but the execution just could not find success. And when they did, there was just no way of snowballing it or having the understanding of what actually worked against them rather than just winning rounds.
And poor Razora, 26 and 18 on that map.
Fantastic series, by the way.
Oh,
from
yeah.
Razora.
And unfortunately just falling again. And that's what's difficult with the new agent, right? We saw they had really thought out nice set plays with the Tejo on the attack, and then the defense, it just felt like they didn't have those same set plays beyond what was discussed during that one timeout, right? From Bagel, Bernie, NA. And hoping that means with time, if this squad, I'm assuming, sticks together, since both of these are org teams, that we'll get to see that Tejo and that playbook develop, because I think on this map, this comp is really promising.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's on all levels of Valorant right now, is that people in Scrim specifically have been developing a lot of Tejo. We're seeing in live play, which, so far. But give it like a month or like 2-3 months, and Tejo's going to be one of the most powerful, most played agents in Valorant. But I will say, Zobi, I do want to know who we will be watching tomorrow. Because guess what? This isn't the only day of Radiant Academy. That wasn't Grand Finals. We still have so much more to go.
Let's go ahead and post those final scores for at least exam number 1 or day number 1 of Radiant Academy. And the scores are in your star pupils in contention for valedictorian, our Hyper Reserve GC, Berserkers Dawn, Super Cat, and Minecraft 123 Ravens squad. That kind of Teddy Tactics-esque survives to go up against Super Cat, who again we said are the kind of this team to beat here. Surprises me is Hyper Reserve GC. I gotta see who's on this team, because Seriously had some aimers too.
Some seriously good gamers?
Yeah, I would say.
Oh, that's how you know it's late. But I mean, look, today's been a very powerful day. I think this has been one of the most heavily contested Radiant Academies we've had so far, and it's only been day 1. We still have semis and grands to go through.
Not only that, but like the last Radiant Academy, right, had Ev, had Starbound, right? And all those FlyQuest players were taken out because they're competing in closed qualifiers this weekend, which shout out Shopify Rebellion, they won their first match. Fly went to a map 3, but they still have lowers, it's okay. Lower racket Brody incoming, that's the FlyQuest curse, you called it out, Keg. But one last call out, everybody, you know, before come to class tomorrow, before you take your final exam, is have the best swag. You know, pull up in the Radiant.store merch. Everyone will be like, that's the cool kid, we're jealous of their style. And you're also doing some good while repping the brand, repping Radiant, because all that money goes back to marginalized gender events like Radiant Academy, to do some good. So Keg, any last words before we get to throw things off for the evening?
No, I think you said it perfectly. You already told them where I'm going to be heading to after this. I'm going to the Radiant.store compound facility and sleeping on the pillowcases and all the different pieces of furniture that we have in the back. So we will see you all tomorrow. And today was like this, I can't wait to see how semis and grands pile out. And we need you there. And we need you at the Radiant.store. So hopefully we'll see you in both places. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.